Good morning, madam.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Sharing of option is not showing. Share option. It's not enabled. Yeah.
Okay, I will do that, sir.
Okay.
Done, sir.
Right. Fine.
Sriya? Hello,
Yes,
Sriya. Are you introducing, sir, today?
yes, ma'am, I'm doing that.
Okay, wait for 5 more minutes. Time is there. At 10, we will start exactly.
Okay, ma'am.
Sir, we will
Yes, yes.
start at 10 o'clock, sir.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Hello, Sriya.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you starting?
Yes, ma'am, I'll start now.
Mm.
Good morning, everyone. Today's first session is on wearable IoT sensing for healthcare by Dr. Bikas Chandra Sahana. Dr. Sahana did his bachelor's from the University of Burdwan and graduated in the year 2002. He earned his PhD in the year 2018 from NIT Patna. Dr. Sahana is currently an assistant professor and the head of the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering at NIT Patna. He has a teaching experience of more than 15 years. His interests include biomedical signal processing, radar signal processing, wireless communication, adaptive filters, machine learning, IoT, geophysical signal processing, and image processing. He is an active member of IEEE, IEI, and ISTE. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning to all participants, faculty members, dear students. Today I'll talk about wearable IoT sensing for healthcare. This is very interesting topic, and this is last day of this your workshop or training program. In different sessions, different panelists or resource persons has talked about different aspects of your healthcare system, and you are familiar with your IoT as well. So in today's talk, I will highlight on basic your architecture, different healthcare recommendation systems backed by wearable and IoT technology, and I'll also focus on some sensors, mainly your skin electronics, how we can implement your skin electronics for robotic applications, and its updates also, which is available in current your literature. So first, let us move to your first slide. What is your wearable IoT sensing? Wearables, we know, wearables means your different sensors fitted with different your bands, rings, which measures different biomedical your parameters like your heart rate, your oxygen saturation, your sleep data, how much exercise you have done, your activity data, it captures. And IoT technology also, you know, when we embed sensor with some IPs, we can transfer the sensor data to the cloud through some gateway, and we can capture the real-time data, and we can control each and every device, or you can access the device from remote locations. So that is your IoT technology. When you are combining wearables with IoT, and we are sensing different biomedical your data for your health monitoring purpose, though that is your wearable IoT sensing. So in simple sense, we can say the array of sensors which can collect data, which pre-process the your noisy data, and afterwards which stores that information temporarily within that wearable your devices, and afterwards it transfer the data to the nearby cloud through nearby gateways. That is your called wearable IoT sensing. This is your mainly your physical part. Next, if you look into your wearable IoT healthcare providers, before going into depth, you know different known your companies, reputed companies, which your manufacturers, your wearable products, which having your access to integrated with your IoT technology, such that your health providers can access the real-time data for analysis purpose, and suitable recommendations can be prescribed with a quick response time. So you see Samsung, your different wearable bands are available in market. Google also launched, and some company supports it to produce its necessary your components. And you see these are the some list of companies, you know, which deals with this wearable IoT health care system providers. Now Apple also invested a lot in this domain. They have highly sophisticated wearable your devices which can capture your biomedical data. And so this next slide will move afterwards. Your IoT applications in healthcare. In previous sessions also, you might have seen similar kind of your applications. Your these are the some conditions which we generally measure to detect the humans your health status, whether a particular person is diabetic or not, uh, your particular person having your high BP or low BP or normal BP or not. Body temperature is also one of the important indicator for good health, and oxygen saturation also give very important your health status. Carb detection, this is also nowadays many it is built on the basis of microphone audio system your data. Mm, so those things are there. uh, in addition, eye detector is also there. It is backed by smartphone cameras and driven by some cloud aided apps. So these are the some conditions or parameters by which we can yeah, say about the health status of your particular normal human being or a patient. Now, this is driven by IoT. We can embed IoT for detecting the patient or normal human being data, and after analysis, recommender system can recommend your uh, corrective measure. Like if any indications are there, like in any part, so it can be transferred to health provider, and recommendation can be also sent to the corresponding your patient or human being. Next, your smartphone apps for general healthcare. You might have used different your healthcare apps. Some examples I have taken over here. So I have not used all the things, not checked. I have used a few. So some functionalities are given over here. Which app deals with what kind of thing? You see, there is a huge market for development of your app in health domain, but your app should be reliable and properly validated. Otherwise, uh, people would not use it. So, if any company are focusing on app development based on healthcare, they should test the app before deploying it or commercializing it many times, such that user get a very good user experience, and quality of service is also one of the important parameter over here. So in most of the apps, user quality of service and user experience are not up to the mark. That's why a lot of your development scopes are there, and it requires a lot of iterations and hard work and teamwork. So these are the some your apps. It is given like Google Fit, On Track, Diabetes, next Google, health assistants. So many things are there. So it also captures different your health parameters like your BP, temperature, your glucose profile, and next your ECG, yeah, data it captures and says about heart rate condition. oxygen saturation, these things are there. Next, we'll move to IoT application in healthcare. It is the same thing. You see, on the basis of this detection, we can say about health status of particular person. Next, your challenges in IoT based healthcare services. If you take the whole ecosystem of your this healthcare service, it's having your different components. With a single person can't design the whole your complete system. It needs R&D and your complete teamwork, and a lot of improvements is required in this domain. Some solutions are there, those are successful. Still, lot of your challenges are also there, and improvement scope of improvement is also there in this domain. So the main challenges are latency. After capturing all data and analyzing the data, whatever outcome it gives, it should be delivered to the end user. So in the whole process, it takes lot of your response time or processing time. So it should be minimized. There is a huge scope in that. And since your sensors are deployed and continuously it is you're capturing your physical parameters, so it requires your big data analysis, and it requires huge bandwidth also to transmit those data. So if your bandwidth is your large, so and we are handling with your big data in this domain, so packet drop probability would be just proportional to your bandwidth or data size. So that's why how to minimize your minimize this packet drop. Yeah, research can be done in that domain also to improve the services. Next, your storage requirement is also high, since generated data is your large data or big data. Effective your analysis of data is also very much important, because ultimately data analysis part, you have to use different machine learning or other tools, regression tools, for deciding the your final recommendation to the persons. And finally, in our use, we are using smartphone, because this handheld device having a lot of sensors and internet connectivity. Though it is driven by some app also, so but it sometimes does not give reliable your data. Like your it contains one accelerometer. So if one person fall down, that time accelerometer data can show it. But if any person plays with your smartphone, that time also it shows some acceleration. So it can give some misinformation to across your cloud end. So that's why before using your smartphone, it is your application specific, but some data it can give that is your accurate, like your say temperature data, it may be, or yeah, it depends on your application. Next, we'll move to your future use of IoT in healthcare. Now it is used for monitoring and quick decision, and in future also same, we have same your scope, but services should be your better. For better monitoring and quick decision, we will use your wearable IoT yeah, based your healthcare system. Quality and user experience improvement is also one of the important index, and remote monitoring of patient yeah, is as well is important as well. So we have lot of future opportunities of wearable IoTs in the healthcare domain. So with this motivation, we'll move forward. These are we have gone through some slides like your 8-9 slides. These are repetition of your old things taken from different literatures, and these facts are well known to every participant as well. But for motivation purpose, we have just given these slides. Afterwards, let us move to your scope of improvement of IoT-based healthcare. Those are once again I have given point-wise: response time, energy consumption, cost effectiveness, reliability, security, throughput, interoperability, capability of sensing, computing, and communication. So these are generalized points for any architect in healthcare domain. In design level, the team always think over these special points for for development of better products, which which would be useful for your future IoT based healthcare, and it is true for now itself. Now, the protocol stack of your uh, wireless personal area network. In while if you look into your wearable, your IoT backed healthcare services, it requires your data transfer from your sensor end to gateway to cloud, or it may be in between your some processing unit. We call it fog computing concept and edge computing concepts. These are well-known concepts available in literature as well. So some researcher can work with your different protocols. These are some existing protocol which we use in different layers for data transmission from one end to second end. So you can use TCP and UDP or UDP. You can use in network layer IP version 6 or RPL. And for IoT based your the data transfer, IEEE 802.15.4 is your standard for that. So if you go through this standard, you will get your minute details of your that standard. And now HTTP or SSL, these are application layer protocols we use. Now a researcher working doing analysis for what kind of application which protocol suits best. So in computer science people or communication people who works with your protocol development or analysis domain, so they deal with these things. I've given this slide for general knowledge purpose only. Next, these slides data or architectures has been taken from different literatures of IEEE or Elsevier. So you see why we have given this block diagram level architecture. It will give you your overall your view of your health monitoring system for different applications. So here this is one fog-based system architecture for detection of virus like chikungunya spread or coronavirus spread. So some health monitoring systems should be there such that it can detect the spread of different virus or disease. So you see, if you look into different layers, it contains your IoT sensor layer, fog layer, and cloud layer. These are the important your layers in your architecture of detection of virus spread. And what the end users are your doctor, government agencies, hospitals, and your different patients or general public. If you look into IoT sensor layer, These are different sensors we talked about already. It deals with that. Next, your location sensor like GPS, in which location this data has been collected. So for that information, it gives you better localization of the spread. And next, your environmental sensors are plays a very vital role. Some disease spread during your winter time, some during hot summer time. So a temperature indicator is also important. Gives important your that is, temperature parameter is also important parameter in data analysis of spread of these things during data analysis of spread of your this kind of your viruses. Next, meteorological sensors also gives your pressure, humidity, those other values as well. And these drug sensors also give some vital information. Those are like your uh, these are give some drug reviews, or particular person is taking drug in time or not, those locations, scheduling those, sorry, not location, those datas. On the basis of these datas, in next layer, it is being transmitted through your different protocols and reaches to fog layer, that is intermediate layer to cloud. It is being kept, it kept the data temporarily and do some your health status classification. Some learning model or data analysis models are incorporated in that layer, fog layer. And alert generation is done itself, so it minimizes the delay. Diagnostic alert, okay, in a particular location spread is there or not, infection is there or not, some probability, it is probabilistic, based on some probabilistic model. So it gives some alert, and it also link with your cloud server. So it gives cloud server, through cloud server, it gives your global scenario. Suppose you have big region, you have different fogs. Your in fog layer, it covers your small region. So in clouds, it covers your complete big region. So if you take up your all data and integrate, so you can have a after data analysis, you can categorize different region into different classes, like your risk prone region is given as your green uh, risk uh, risk prone region. Next, your uninfected users, sorry, uninfected register user as green. Risk prone region is your say yellow, and in between you have your this your orange kind of color is given in this cell. So this kind of your classification of regions can be done on the basis of health and meteorological data, your biological and meteorological data, by driven by your different your data analytics, your tools, and which is useful to monitor the spread of different viruses or infections in a particular region. And uh, these kind of monitoring systems are not matured, but in COVID situation, uh, we feel this kind of recommendation system is very much useful, and it is your future demand. So some researcher is working in this domain, but foolproof your system development is uh, required, such that it can give you less false alarm and false alert, and it gives your accurate information, which is useful for control the spread of the pandemic or spread of any virus. Next, your comparison between cloud and fog. By introducing your fog layer in between your physical your sensor layer and cloud, it reduces the your computation, and it's your response time improves. So these are the common thing in your healthcare architecture. These things is well known to you, but still it's having lot of importance. That's why I have kept this slide uh, of your this generalized architecture. Afterwards, another your architecture level design uh, is given over here. Wearable IoT sensing architecture. Here, more than one your cloud is your associated data storage layer, and analytics engine layer having your lot of your blocks like your data pre-analysis, data processing, feature extraction, dimensionality reduction, word embedding. So these are common practice in your data analytics. So those things are given in details. It is nothing but anything new. Next, you have data classification layer. You can use different type of your machine learning tools over here for classification of your data, and you can generate in presentation layer your healthcare monitoring or recommendation. In left side, you have your main block, that is your physical data you are capturing from different variables, IoTs, sensors, and that is your data collection layer. It is you can store it into your cloud, and afterwards do analytics, classify, and put your recommendation. Next, in different literatures, it shows कि some social networking platform from social networking platform, some data has been patient data has been also collected. Those are also crucial for detecting your mental health, patient mental health, and say some reviews about drug side effects and all can be known, and that also play very your important role. That's why in some of the architectures, uh, those social networking datas based on social networking also taken into account for giving better your analytics or clarity uh, in recommendation or accuracy in recommendation. So here in this figure also you see data sensing is there with different your variables or sensors. Next, your medical records available with your clouds, and drug reviews, social network data has been again taken up, and recommendation has been given accordingly. So these are some conventional concepts, and some concepts some manufacturers are or health care monitoring your providers, system providers are incorporating day by day. In academic domain, uh, a different research paper has been published based on your thinking and thought of different your philosophers or researchers in that domain, and some thoughts has been well recognized and published in reputed journal like your IEEE Elsevier, and industry teams also incorporating some of the well recognized architecture for developing their monitoring system as well for minimizing the error and minimizing the your response time. Next, your big data cloud server and the Hadoop distribution file system for wearable IoT sensing. Your Hadoop distribution file system is widely used in your big data. The people who are working with big data, all words are you're familiar with them. So yeah, cluster management and data processing, your data analytics and data storage, uh, for proper monitoring, you have to devise a proper architecture then only you can have a better services. Next, we'll move upon your flow chart for big data analytics engine for wearable IoT sensing. These are your again Hadoop, your data, your distribution file system, wearable sensor data, medical records, social network content, and drug reviews. Next, some dimensionality reduction would be there. Next, your some pre-processing would be done in different literatures. People use your Kalman filters, and in practice also, Kalman filter is widely used for filter out your noises in your biomedical data. And it is your application specific. Sometimes simple band pass or notch filters can remove some noises. So what kind of data we are taking, whether ECG, EEG, or any temperature data, it depends. And next, your feature extraction, dimensionality reduction, and machine learning. These are your conventional method people are using. Next, we'll move to your figures are bit your fade, but very important in IoT healthcare. Your main will focus on your connectivity technologies. If you look into your first block, under your connectivity technologies, your RFID is widely used in this domain. RFID is your radio frequency identification, and it is used for near field communication. Afterwards, you have LRWPAN. Those are low range wireless personal area network. It is up to the manufacturers which protocol they will use, which particular devices they will use for your data transfer purpose. So out of these, anything can be used. A lot of options are there. Afterwards, your Bluetooth, it is for short range. Between this is with the help of Bluetooth, you can communicate between two your devices within short range. Next, Zigbee is also one of the secured process by which you can transfer your data. And if you use your Zigbee using mesh network, you can use your Zigbee using your mesh network. So in that case, what happens? Suppose if your one device is not working, then also in mesh your topology, you can other sensors work would not affected. So Zigbee is also one of the important your technology you can use for your data transfer. Next, you have Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi, that is your wireless fidelity. Most of the wearables is supported by Wi-Fi. Where there is a Wi-Fi, your data can be transferred through Wi-Fi and to the clouds or through nearby gateways. Now, yes, for your WSN is also used in this purpose, wireless sensor network in some of the applications. Now networks. About networks, you can use centralized, distributed, and you can use different type of topology, like your mesh network we told. That is your latest one. Yeah, mesh network you can use, or conventional your previous other wireless your topologies you can use, network topologies you can use. for connecting your sensors for your applications. Next, your power is one of the important important thing to drive your your sensors or switches. So since we are capturing your health related biometric data, so you have to select a cell or battery which can power that device for longer duration. It should be sustainable one. It can sustain for long duration without any fail. That is also important. And we have to think over the processors or your wearables which can be driven with very low power. Next, regarding computing, you have cloud computing, fog computing, big data, data processing, and edge computing. These are well known your terminologies in this domain. And next, your services also we know what kind of services we need in healthcare domain. It is your special application specific. Afterwards, we'll move to next slide. Wireless communication standards. Your communication between biosensor and the central node, and second thing, your data from wearable system to a medical center. So we have already discussed about some of the technologies. Here in this table, it is given its typical range like your Zigbee, Bluetooth, IRDA, MICS, 802.11g, the different technologies and typical range between devices and data rate it supports, power it consumes, and your some cost is not updated. Now frequency range it supports. So these are crucial information, very important information for designing any your healthcare recommendation system driven by your wearables, because ultimately what your technology you are going to use for data transfer, that plays an important role. It depends because you have to look into power is a concern, data bandwidth is a concern, data rate is a concern, and distance is a concern in wireless environment. So accordingly we have to choose and security also is a concern. So we have to choose the technology accordingly. Now these are some example of photographs of different your wearable devices. Artificial your pancreas, electrocardiogram monitoring system, oxygen saturation monitors, some you see smart watches are there. Next year, this particular diagrams gives you more your clear view about these things. You have different sensors and different enabling data transfer technology you are using, whether Wi-Fi, maybe Bluetooth or Zigbee, and afterwards you are using your from mobile to your base station. It may be LTE technology, and afterwards you are cleaning your data using filtering, and afterwards you are storing the data and using your different machine learning technique or the analytics over here, and ultimately you are through some app your user is getting the services, or doctor is also can access the data and give recommendation, and it requires some interoperability of this kind of accessibility of data is your required, means from patient as well as doctor's end. Now this particular diagram gives us your popularity of IoT and wearable technologies. So if you look into IoT technology, uh, got your better popularity with respect to your wearable. Now, if you combine these two, wearable and IoT, so it will get your more future in that. And afterwards, why wearable technology is not matured? Not matured. It is matured, but still your improvement is your required, because unnecessarily nobody wants to wear something additional. You are keeping one cell phone with you, and in addition you have to wear some bands and all, so people does not feel comfortable. So unless they get some special benefit, they nobody is going to use it. Some wearable devices gives your accurate data, high-end your uh, wearable devices, but its cost is your more. But the bands which are yeah, not so costly, like your say within 500, 1000, 2000, we are getting. We are not. It's not getting your accurate results for all parameters. So it requires your improvement. So then where we have to focus? We have to focus on sensor technology such that it would be lightweight, it would, can't be or burdensome. Those sensors would be embedded within the human beings. It would not be like an additional burden to carry that particular wearable device. Then people will accept it, and better acceptability would be there. Next, these are again your repetition of your old things, so I'll skip this. Next, your some diagnostic app, drug reference apps, literature search app, medical education app, calculator app, and clinical communication apps are taken from different literatures. I have not tested whether these apps are working or not and current status, but for illustration purpose, I have given these things. Okay, these are the some widely used apps are available in the market for different purpose. Your for health diagnosis purpose, for drug review purpose, your medical education purpose, different clinical communication apps are also there for that purpose. So app development is also one of the important aspects where a lot of your opportunities are there for computer science people. Now, these particular diagrams shows one variable, so where it contains your four kind of your sensors. These sensors, different type of sensors are embedded in a single strip and placed in a band, which gives your heart rate, blood oxygen activity, and temperature data. Next, this is for your vehicular network architecture. For vehicular network, it contains your three important block: vehicular network, access network, and app network. Through app, you can manage different e-health devices. So in vehicular network, you have two important part: e-health devices and vehicular gateway. So whatever data has been captured from e-health devices, it is being transferred to vehicular gateway through vehicular gateway to access network, and through access network, it is your connected to uh, your app servers, and from app servers yeah, different users can capture the data and um, do the analytics, and they can get your health information. Uh, One user can be your static, one user can be your mobile user on movement. So yeah, for that, for sensor, this kind of system development, your analytics data analysis is required for your not only static user, for mobile user. It should be some data should be taken, and yeah, it should be validated before commercialization of any kind of apps. Next, your IoT healthcare service and applications. Again, these are your repetition, but it is given in more specific your bold lines. So here one new thing is your wheelchair management is block is there, like in your airports or railway stations. This there is opportunity to incorporate your services over here there. So lot of opportunities are there in different fronts, but particular service provider or company or a group or team can identify a particular service, and they can have applications. They can develop an application and launch the applications or commercialize the applications. Lot of opportunities are there in this domain. Now, after repetition of old things, I am moving to a new upcoming technology, that is your wireless implantable medical devices. So here, your implant of your pacemaker is your very successful and widely used for cardiac your patients. Next, insulin pump is also commercialized from many years and successfully used by different your patients. Now some food drop implants are also available for detecting the activities of your patients. Gastric simulators are also implanted in human bodies. And for brain activities analysis, some brain sensors, neurostimulators are implanted on the skull of the human head, and so for analysis purpose and simulation purpose. So these are successful. Some products available commercialized in market. So if you implant some your sensors or your variables, so then what will happen? It would not be a burden for a person to carry it, but before deployment, a lot of care should be taken, and during your commissioning or testing, lot of care should be taken for whether any adverse effect is there or not. So that kind of testing should be done. So in this your area of your implantable medical devices, a lot of opportunities are there in healthcare domain for implant. Your sensor implantation can be done for cancer treatment, uh, glucose monitoring purpose, insulin delivery monitoring purpose, uh, inhaler your status for connected inhaler purpose also, for asthmatic patient. Next, your digestion system also, we can implant some your sensors to get the data. In eye also, we can put some contact lenses. We can put some monitors backed by Apple Watch app for monitoring your depression. Several other things can be done. Lot of prospects are there in implanting your different silicon your devices in human bodies. So I will introduce a new thing, that is your not new thing, means these things are available in literature. Some research is going on, and a lot of paper has been published in IEEE, and some things has been commercialized also, but a lot of improvement is also required in this domain. Domain of electronic skin. You see, in present scenario, in any electronic device, electronic skin play an important role to meet the demand of your current healthcare system. It is necessary to minimize the cost of electronic devices by reducing manufacturing cost of component of device through continuous improvement in its performance parameter, such as energy, software hardware efficiency, and it can work in any your condition, like or any supply like AC or DC. So in this respect, electronic skin is a device on which electronic circuit and components are installed, and also which is used to power the circuits and components. It should work at high temperature and pressure so that it efficient at every range, stage and moment. Now you see, if you look into your electronic skin, it is nothing but your some electronic your devices which are stretchable and soft, and it can be embedded on skin, like you're in robotic application. You can use your artificial skin or electronic skin which can sense your biological data, like you can develop your electronic nose, eyes for the disabled people, and uh, for other your purposes also. Next, if you take up the evaluation of this particular electronic your e-skin or electronic skin, you will find this activity of generating your e-skin started in 1970 with some prosthetic hand, development of prosthetic hand with sensors. So nowadays in India also, a lot of research group has developed prosthetic hand or robotic hand for different applications, and a research is going on for further improvement, and it is being commercialized as well. Next, your touch screen computer, next development. Afterwards, your infrared skin. Afterwards, again your organic circuits, large scale organic circuits has been introduced in 2000. Stretchable inverters has been introduced in 2004. Afterwards, some microstructure pressure sensors has been introduced afterwards in 2008. And afterwards, epidermal electronics is also introduced in 2011. So now in some places, epidermal electronics has been widely used and commercialized for different applications, not only for healthcare applications, but for other applications like for train ticket, uh, prepaid train ticket. Some companies have launched your epidermal electronics. They have implanted some your chip, electronic, your sensors, and your some memory on your skin. So through that, they can check the ticket like your card, your electronic card. It is embedded on human skin. Some railway companies are using that embedding using epidermal electronics. Afterwards, stretchable, transparent screen is also available. Some stretchable OLEDs has been developed, and nowadays current trend is people are using your carbon nanotubes and some nanowires uh, for development of your stretchable electronics or e-skin for robotic applications, such that by using your electric impedance tomography, your EIT, they can capture your pressures in a particular location or other your uh, biometric activities of human being, and that data is captured and transmitted through IoT, and it is being analyzed. So advantage is that using this your e-skin, development of e-skin, it would not be burdensome to carry. You can implant your stretchable electronics in your body part where it is required, and capture the data by different medical data and for analysis purpose. So in near future, this technology will evolve and will get more your popularity. So a lot of scopes are there in this domain. Lot of scopes are there in this domain. Research can be done in university level or industry level as well in this domain. So I think it's having your lot of future, promising future in healthcare. Now, for your skin, it requires your stretchable semiconductor. Now you have your silicon-based, say, hard semiconductor. You have to convert it to stretchable your semiconductors, and which can be scalable. Your better strain tolerance also it is required for sustainability, and your power requirement should be also less. Now a lot of stretchable electronics or electronic skin is being developed with the help of some conjugated polymers. In next portion, we'll discuss about different materials used in your e-electronics, e-skin, electronic skin. You see, in organic your electronics, it suffers from some of the drawbacks, like your due to less mobility of your carriers. It's not uh, your getting popularity. Now these are some examples. You see under e-screen, different your sensors has been embedded like this: touch sensor, temperature sensor, and it contains some memory, and signal conditioning unit is also embedded within the stretchable electronics layers. and these are different sensor arrays also. Screen printed touch sensor cells are kept over there. Next, these are very interesting and latest development has been took place. Lot of development has been took place in this domain. Now soft electronics materials, these are the some chemical formulas and structures of your material used for soft electronics purpose. Your soft electronics means your for developing your electronic your skin, which can be implanted in different your body parts. It is driven by your conjugated polymers. So those are mainly DPPT, TT, ACBS. These are short form. Full forms are given the slide, and in literature also, if you Google it, you will get your complete definition. The people who work with your material science and all deals with these materials, and they are trying to discover new materials as well, which supports your soft electronics or stretchable electronics. Now you see, our purpose is to convert your rigid electronics to your soft one. For that, suppose you have your gate source and drain. This FET concept was there, some dielectrics are there, channels are there. So you see, with the help of nanocarbon tube or nanowires and some polymers, your wafer, you can design your same kind of your FET on your as a your soft electronics, or which can be utilized in e-screen, your electronic your skin. Next, these are flexible electronic materials, organic semiconductor. It may be organic or it may be inorganic. So under organic semiconductor, you have your polymers, different carbon nanotube or graphene kind of things people are dealing with. Now different molecular compounds like your pentacene, other your components are also given in slide. Those are there. People when you are using your organic semiconductor, that time you can use those things as a material. And if you are going for inorganic semiconductor, people are using your trying with this type of different type of your compositions like your GAS, GAN, or transparent oxides are widely popular in this domain. Zinc oxide, ZNO, are your transparent oxide. If you put your some layer of this oxide, it is not it is transparent in nature, and it is very much your handy useful for your this kind of electronic skin. Next, uh, we'll move to your next part, printing of active passive electronic and sensing components. So in that uh, we'll discuss about your printing active and passive sensing and electronic components on the substrate, like different polymer your substrate or dielectric. So in that, what happens by printing active or passive sensing and electronic component on the substrate, electronic skin can be obtained. In the case of lactic skin, lactile skin obtained by screen printing of multiple components in PMOS matrix. PMOS means your P channel, your metal oxide, your field effect transistor. those PMOS matrix are used over here. So what happens over here? Sensors are directly printed on your substrates by printing or transferring the basic building block of substrates. Active electronics and sensing component can be obtained directly on the substrate. Apart from this, the micro manufacturers such as wire of single crystal silicon serves as a part of longer construction for accomplishing high performance nano to macro your FETs. So you see, a different process you're involved in this. It is fabricated using standard photolithography and dry wet etching process. And here you see this helps in accomplishing the high temperature processing steps on the wafer and rest of the process on the substrate, on the your substrate only. Where it is based on your requirement. Steps should be followed, and it is standard steps like your photolithography and dry etching process. It is being done. Next, your ultra thin flexible chips. That is how you put your this kind of piezoelectric oxide semiconductor FET chip in these wafers. You see here it is given for preparing flexible chips. First step involves thinning the silicon chemically, followed by transfer of chips to polyimide foils. So this is the main thing. That's your fourth point. This basic principle you're being used for ultra thin flexible chips. This your biomedical sensor development your in can be developed in more advanced manner by putting more time in research in electronics, backed by ultra thin flexible chips. Now, fabrication process, if you look into, it involves your thinning of wafer, afterwards cleaved to a carrier substrate. Next, your bulk silicon is removed and transferring of membranes, and you got the product that is your flexible material. These are the, your main blocks, main steps. It is being covered in fabrication process of your this kind of your flexible, thin flexible chip. And now epidermal your electronics. A basic concept in stretchable electronics for epidermal purpose. So those are you have two samples. One is your 50 millimeter, another is your 10 millimeter. In first you figure it is showing your silicon nano ribbons, and it is placed in a silicon wafer, and these are your second one is your some array kind of thing. Your some array kind of thing it is given. So for epidermal electronics, this kind of your silicon nanoribbons are being used. It is being used for your different applications. You see, in this respect, interest is growing in realizing multifunctional active and passive electronic component on unconventional substrate such as soft plastic, paper to obtain your foldable and elastic electronic system for functioning your like you say display, robotic skin, etc. Now, uh, we have some advantages like your with respect to previous decade, your fabrication cost of organic and semiconductor are your relatively less. So now more research group are focusing on developing your this kind of your stretchable electronics. Now next we'll move to your some slides related to how epidermal devices has been implanted on your our skin. First figure shows its your implantation of your this kind of some chip on your skin, and second one is your electron micrograph of small region of this device. So you see some interconnections are shown over there, and it is laminated on a polymer replica. So that view it is showing. Next, neural electronics. This particular arrays has been developed to implant on human skull for stimulating brain electrical functions, and for electrocardiography also it can be used. For that purpose also it can be used. Now you see a lot of opportunities are there. You see your optical image of a flexible sheet of active electronics configured for spatiotemporal mapping of electrical activity on the surface of the brain. So how important it is. This simple implantable your electronic skins or devices would not give additional burden to your patient, but it can give continuous data for your diagnosis of any disease or for monitoring condition of the patient. Next, your biomechanical contribution on skin. In older age, skin related disease your quite your natural. So monitoring of your moisture content on your screen within screen is also one of the important thing. So that can be also monitored, and your suitable recommendations can be given by implanting any skin electronic devices, and necessary corrections can be done or diagnosis can be done in that respect. Now one of the important thing is your screen printed curvature sensor for soft robotics. You see stretchable electronics, your skin should be such that it can be kept in curvature portion of your body. So for that, silver nanowires, carbon black particles, liquid metals, so different things has been these based sensors has been used widely. Now design consideration of this kind of material, these are backed by PDMS. Your material, different polymers we use. Next, your nanowires as well. Zinc oxide we can take, gallium arsenide we can take, different organic and polymer based active materials we can use. Those are also given in your skin in this slide. Now one of the important, your these are dielectric, CNT, graphene based active materials. Different materials already we have discussed about these materials. Afterwards, these are fabrication methods mentioned. How different your devices can be fabricated on electronic skin. These are the some your some actuators or sensors can be placed. Those procedures are given. You can easily get those literature if you Google it. Afterwards, your fabrication of curvature sensor. That is also one of the challenging tasks because your hard electronics can't be put in curvature regions. That's why for development of your robotics robots, uh, your smart robots, it is the requirement of curvature your sensors. Good curvature your sensors. That is your primary your requirement. So that can be done it using soft robotic toolkit with the help of 3D printing plastic molds from silicon. It can be done. We cast 3D printed plastic molds from silicons. So it is feasible with the help of 3D printing technology. Afterwards, you can measure different your values like resistivity, your pressure, by putting those your curvature, your sensors, the sensors, curvature sensors. Next, your you can put your some thermocouple actuators. You can fabricate some thermocouple your actuators for temperature measurement as well. Next, we'll study about resistance curvature relationship of the silver sensor. Silver sensor is widely used in curvature, yes, as a curvature sensor. So in that, some characteristic we have taken from your literature: plot of resistance versus curvature and plot of resistance versus pressure. So any sensors or transducers based on some your physical your parameter change, like some sensors are developed based on your resistivity, some sensors are your developed based on your capacitive capacitance, change of capacitance. Some sensors are developed based on your say change in your optical parameters or magnetic field. So it depends. So here in curvature sensor, this particular plot shows there is a your linear relationship and some hysteresis is there within this curve. But for your pressure versus resistance plot, it shows some nonlinearity in it. If you increase your pressure, your curvature, your pressure also increases. So that way you can detect your different your physical parameter of a human body, and you can capture biological your data your from human body, and it can be transferred for analysis purpose. These are your repetition of your old things. Next, this is your plot of resistance versus temperature for the case of your silver curvature sensor. You see, after some your temperature, it shows some saturation. It is your silicon sensors property. Next, one of the important your concept is your electrical impedance tomography. So with the help of artificial skin of large scale pressure sensitive, EIT can be used for robotic field. EIT means electrical impedance tomography. So to understand this, let us move to this slide. This is your block diagram of generic EIT hardware. It's having your several blocks like your conductive domain. It contains your different sensors over here, and it is excited. This sensors is driven by some current source. Those currents are injected through some multiplexers and available with your conductive points, and afterwards your potentials are captured through these multiplexers, and it is your processed. It is being processed. Uh, it is driven by one central microcontroller or microprocessor. This is your building block. Now, if you look into your this kind of imaging, your electrical impedance tomography, in that you see in this graph here three hands are there. Through these three hands, some pressure has been given in this particular domain of your this ring. So in that particular points, it shows this EIT based your tomography shows some pressure has been more given in that particular your points. So it shows your pressure distribution, and it can be used in your large surface area like your for robotics purpose or other purpose also. You see here also these red dots are there. So this kind of your EIT based skin fabric can be put in your uh, face of your this kind of your robots. Next, you see same thing here. This is your somewhat it shows your thin and stretchable base sheet, and in upper portion you have your electrodes. Different electrodes are placed, and this shows different distributions of your pressure. Here you see in this in this particular portion, some pressure has been given. So in through 2D pressure reconstruction with the help of EIT, electric impedance tomography, it showed some red region, means some pressures are there. It sends some pressure, it shows. So skin evolution and performance matrices, those are spatial resolution. Next you have you see spatial resolution, whether whatever data it is showing, it is accurate or not. Some measures are there in the literature, so you can we can analyze the system by those measures. So we'll skip these things. These are different responses. Afterwards, biomedical sensors, different sensors, skin-based sensors we can embed for different applications. Those are we can put it in terms of earring, watches, in terms of your sensor patches, wristband, in terms of your Google Glass. Already we are using in we can embed in shirts, our clothes, tattoo. We can put it as a tattoo. So this way we can put these electronics. It would not be your burdensome and it can give some physiological data as well. So these are the very interactive diagram of wearables where we can put your wearables. You can embed wearables in different parts of our body. It would not be your burdensome to carry, but simultaneously it will give some data, physiological data as per our need, and through this it can be monitored. It can be monitored. Now disease, diabetes, with the help of this kind of embedded your electronics, you can diagnose lot of your uh, physical and psychological diseases. With the help of EEG, we can use your get the information about sleep related disturbances, your diabetes, cardiovascular, many things. Now, finally, challenges of implantable medical devices. Those are uh, its sustainability. Sometimes some errors occurs in softwares or hardware part, so it should be implemented or deployed after proper testing. Safety features should be taken care of. Maintainability is also one of the important your aspects. Sometimes it requires very small amount of your currents, but it should be driven by some battery. In that case, battery life should be your sustainable. So with this, I'd like to complete my your today conclude my today's talk on your wearable electronics. My main emphasis was on your mainly skin electronics with different overview of conventional your architecture and your sensors. Now, if participants have any question, they can put questions.
Hello, Lavanya. Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Is there any question in chat box?
No, ma'am.
Who are concluding the session?
I'm doing it, ma'am.
Kishore sir is there?
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
Are you sharing sir momento? Kishore?
Ma'am,
Kishore,
please give permission, ma'am, for me.
from where?
Uh,
System?
from your system, ma'am. Give me,
Given permission.
ma'am, give me permission to my system, ma'am. Actually, there is a problem. Permission to my system.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful session. We
Thank you
have
so
taken various wearable devices and its applications in biomedical and healthcare. Really, it's very informative session, sir. Thank you for spending your valuable time and making all the participants aware of all these things. Aya, you are sharing something?
Yes, ma'am, there is a problem.
Thank you so much for such informative talk, sir. We have got to understand the scope of development in current apps and technology. The existing challenges in the IoT healthcare services have definitely inspired us engineers to take up and work on them for betterment. As a token of gratitude, we want to present a virtual memento to you, sir. I request ma'am and sir to present the virtual memento.
Hello?
Thank you. Thank you for giving me opportunity to interact with faculty members, students. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable message to all of us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Lija?
Yes, ma'am.
Pratyush, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you introduce Sailja, ma'am?
Ma'am, I request Praneet to come and introduce ma'am. Ma'am, please make Praneet as panelist, ma'am. He is going to introduce the speaker, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, done.
Hello.
Praneet?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. The next session is on security requirements of an IoT infrastructure by Ms. Sailaja Vadlamudi. Ms. Vadlamudi is a seasoned security and data privacy professional, mentor, author, researcher, and women and child advocate on digital safety. She has over 18 years of experience and is currently working as Director of Security and Data Privacy and Application Security Lead for SAP Labs India. She drives security strategy for SAP Labs India location and works towards building security culture in the region and is responsible for leading all security initiatives. She made it into the list of top Indian women security influencers 2020. She acts as an evangelist by frequently guest speaking in various national and international forums on security and privacy. These forums range from law enforcement, academia, and corporates to startups and industry. As a part of Pro Bono, she founded a non-profit called Women in Cybersecurity and Privacy, aiming to educate and sensitize young girls and women in cyberspace. She works with multiple non-profits and is associated with industry bodies and organizations worldwide. Few of her most recent and notable contributions were lending her expertise on the Indian Personal Data Protection Bill, Non-Personal Data Governance Framework, and Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture, and also publication on robotics process automation. We are very honored to have you here, ma'am.
So thank you for the wonderful introduction, and it's always, like always, it's a pleasure to be with all of you and to share my thoughts on, the relevant topic here. And let me just, can someone, let me know if you are able to see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. We can see your screen.
So yeah, today I'm going to talk about the Internet of Medical Things and their security and privacy. And yeah, and anyways, you introduced. Thank you for that wonderful introduction of mine. And I'm not coming from the academic background for sure, but I also venture to get into this literature and also this publications aspect of it as from the industry aspect of it. So with that, I think I can also add a lot of value, bringing in the expertise that what happens in the industry and what all standards and norms that we follow as part of this entire ecosystem of IoT in the picture of medical devices, right? And I will just like to quickly take you through the agenda. What is Internet of Medical Things? Even my previous guest speaker also mentioned all the upcoming or the latest niche technologies that are going to be upcoming and booming up in the Internet of Medical Things. I will also touch base on few of them. And since we are also talking about security, it is also important to understand what are the worst things that happened in the history pertaining to IoT as a technology and IoT device communications and how these medical IoT things are vulnerable and what are the limitations for all of these devices. And for sure, the problem statement, what are the security and privacy concerns when we are talking about this medical IoT? And again, the best practices with my experience and all of that. And a huge disclaimer here, the opinions that are expressed are purely my own personal. It has nothing to do with the organization or the employer that I am associated with. Yeah, having said that, let me just quickly take you through this Internet of Medical Things. As I said, many of you must be hearing about all of these titles throughout this 1 or 2 days, like where all IoT is making a lot of difference because it's used in diagnostic, it is used in preventative, rehabilitation, monitoring, telemedicine, implantations. You just can have small sensors. It can be at your heart, it can be at your digestive system, or it can be anywhere, right? And real-time physical condition management with ICT devices. When I was also doing a lot of some of these literature reviews, I was also really stunned to see the kind of advancements we have in this domain. Also, you can just have some small chip to the patient's bed and you can also monitor everything pertaining to the patient. And even you don't have to go to their bed. It reaches to your mobile device or a device whichever is connected to that sensor. So this is the era we are living in with all of these things so totally connected, and you have data at a click of your or at a click of your eye at or 1 second you just think of it and then you do some analytics, you have the entire data about a patient, not necessarily be in contact with them. It's like contactless medical things is what in the era that we are living in, I have to say. And let's just look into a few of the things which you've also been hearing about, the self-monitoring thing. Like you can also check your heart rate, you can also check your glucose rate, and there are also a lot of devices when they automatically check this diabetes and all that. And accordingly, the hospitals can also issue the amount of insulin that has to be used for this patient depending on the declines or increase in the amount of readings that are available as part of all of this, since everything is so totally and closely knitted and connected. And when we look into this current situation or the current pandemic that we all are witnessing with in front of our eyes, right? COVID, it is also IoT, medical IoT is also quite useful doing the hand hygiene monitoring. I don't say like we have to embed chips so that it will tell us like we have, it will help us to understand how much hygiene the hands are. But for sure, there are some places where there are this hand hygiene monitoring depending on when a patient is entering into the room. They also give you the alert, like how you have to sensitize your hands and ensure there is some amount of hygienity available for the people who are treating and also to the people who are being treated. And when we see around the world, right, pandemic has brought in a lot of challenges. And unlike in India, in foreign countries, if you see, people almost they live alone. And most of the times, the amount of population they have there are elderly people. And when elderly people, when they are restricted to stay alone in the house for quite a long time without getting to see their friends, the people, the children, or the family, it's like naturally they get into this depressive moods and all that. We have this IoT also available where it will also identify the mood swings and also the kind of depression and the people are undergoing. And immediately people can also act and support them so that they can, mitigate them or they can bring them out of those depressive moods and, all of those things that they can undergo. So as I mentioned, I would also like to talk about the worst things that happened so far in the history of IoT. When we have to talk about the Mirai botnet, which is the one of the huge. I heard it so loud about Mirai, and the impact of Mirai was like all the bigger platforms like CNN, including Twitter and Reddit, and so many websites were down for a few hours. Have you ever heard of Twitter and all of these CNN or any other news channels or anything were not up and running for a couple of hours? I think it's not right. We have not heard. Maybe there are in one or the other country there is an impact and they were not available for a few minutes, even then people start making a lot of noise around it. So this happened in 2016, and there's a distribution denial of service attack that happened, and it made a lot of noise in the IoT industry. Because when we look into the statistics, right, there is, I will also tell you the statistics once I complete explaining you about all of these attacks that happened around us. When we see, like, well, since we're talking about the medical aspects of IoT, right, I also want to mention and highlight the hackable cardiac device from St. Jude during 2016. It so happened, this device, when I am just looking into what happened exactly with this device and all that I learned, the hackers could change the pacing of the device, because these devices are meant for heart, and even they can administer shocks to the patients. This looks really scary and threatening, right? When someone is inserted with this device, and then it is falling into a person with the bad intentions, and they're trying to manipulate and do some additional stuff, or trying to deactivate the battery or whatever it is. It's a life threatening stuff here. And the same happened with the Wi-Fi baby heart monitor. Here they identified there was a vulnerability, there is a bug that is available in this particular software of the program. And there is a webcam hack, the ThreadNet webcam hack. And here what happened, people, whoever gets the IP address of this, not only can access the webcam, but unfortunately they can also hear the conversations around it, wherever the webcam is being installed. And this also looks scary because say, for example, this webcam is installed in your home, your office, in your places where confidential details are being discussed. This looks really scary, right? And one of the things which we all can relate to is also Jeep hack. So now all the devices, all the cars are connected cars. Now we say, like, internet on wheels is the term people are talking about when they talk about the IoT and the cars as an entire scenario. Here, what happened? There were some group of researchers, not the people with the bad intentions for sure. When they started looking into this entire vehicle canvas, they were able to take control of the vehicle, and they were able to overspeed it, or they can do whatever they wanted to do it. And when I'm talking about, these are the 5 worst hacking or the vulnerable things that we found in IoT domain. This looks so scary, and at the same time, when things are so scary, when the problem statements are so large and huge, we also should understand as academicians and also as students and also from the industry, it is opening all of us the more and more opportunities for us to explore and to also get into and to start becoming the answer or the solution for the problem statement. So when I have to talk about some of the statistics about, right, I heard, when I'm just looking into the all the predictions that they are there in and around IoT, I also learned there will be more than 40 billion devices that will be connected on IoT by 2025. And in medical IoT alone, there are expecting it to be close to 4.4 billion dollars will be invested during, that was invested during 2020 on only medical IoT devices alone. When we say, I have to say this is going at a quantum leap day by day, and also bringing challenges and opportunities at the same time. And this is one of the stats I have also quickly grabbed from one of the researchers, and they also mentioning about the ransoms. Most of you must be hearing so much about ransomware, like one or the other company got compromised on a regular basis due to pandemic, right? When you look into this entire statistics, if you see the healthcare industry is also having a huge chunk of ransomwares that are available. The reason and also the fact being, the healthcare industry is also very attractive for the hackers, because these organizations or these kind of domain, they are not so tech savvy, and technology is not their key priority or the main priority to protect or to invest into. And since for these people, they also know, like, don't have a proper locking mechanism, or they don't have proper controls in place. Or, for example, it can be one simple thing, one of their operating systems is vulnerable, and they are still using the same old operating system, not being able to update or upgrade to the latest operating system. That small clue will be good enough for the hackers to go and penetrate into the network, and they can do what kind of things. And even when we look into the things that happened around, especially in the healthcare industry, it is so heartening to see people did not even spare to compromise hospitals during the peak time when the COVID arose. There are so many hospitals across the globe where they were ransomed, in the sense people gave all their tests, and hospitals were also working 24 by 7 to in order to contain the pandemic in each and every country. And immediately none of the people in the hospital were able to access their machines because it is ransomed, it is encrypted. And on the top of it, this criminal started asking people, only if you pay me some ransom, then I'll be able to encrypt or give your files back or give your data back. So this is the kind of world, or the era, or the digitized or the connected world we are living in, bringing in opportunities and challenges at the same phase. Yeah, and I think since you might be also heard or so much about how this communication happens here in the world of IoT, it is from device to device, device to cloud, device to gateway, backend sharing model, so on and so forth. And for sure, medical internet IoT is vulnerable for sure. It can be denial of service, as we also heard about this Mirai attack, eavesdropping, tampering the data, and hijacking or stealing the data, and device cloning. It can go on and on when I have to say what kind of weaknesses or what kind of compromises that can be done. At the same time, they also have their own limitations, because IoT is also evolving. Even though it's not the latest or the new technology, this is also evolving on a regular phase or a regular basis, I have to say. Here we have low battery capacities, low memory, and processing power is also so less when you compare to or the kind of gigabyte of data processing speed, things that we are computers that we are hearing about, or we are witnessing, or we are acknowledging all of their powers now. When we compare all of that, when we look into this IoT world, especially, they have really less processing power. And at the same time, one of the biggest or the huge challenge I also have to say is, it also has very low or no standards in place or no regulations in place to be taken care. Yeah, and since we are talking mostly about security and privacy here, I just also want to talk about, what are the challenges or the concerns I see from my experience on security and privacy when we talk about the medical and healthcare IoT perspective. Ambiguity of data ownership, because in this entire picture of medical IoT, the data that we are going to share is highly confidential, highly sensitive data. Because when we look into that, the way how we can separate data, or how we can cluster data, they can be personal data, non-personal data, confidential data, critical data. So there are different categories of classifications of data that we can do. And here, when I talk about these classifications of data, and in the previous slide, we also have seen the communications are also different. Sometimes it can be from device to device, device to cloud, and it goes to 1 to n number of channels and places and destinations. And when the data is moving around the network, into the cloud, into the ground, into the device, who has the data ownership? For example, tomorrow something gets compromised, who has to be liable for that? Yeah, we will also see why I am talking about the data liability and stressing the importance on why we have to really, why it is a need to have a proper owner assigned to that entire data set or the data that we have as part of this IoT equation. And at the same time, we have good protocols. There are also a lot of literature available, a lot of research that is happening around, but we still has not got to a place where we have a good amount of data protocols and standards that can be used across several layers, and also used across, several steps across the entire chain of this IoT applications. And there are so many vulnerable components. We have so many vendors that are coming into the board, and just that we also don't have a standard regulation or a standard body in place. Say, like, for example, when you are manufacturing a chip, you also have to define some standards, wherein which, if you are adhering to that particular standard, only then I can add that particular chip into my entire IoT ecosystem. But I think that is not the case now. Then people are just adding whatever they are getting in, chips from China, chips from wherever. So that is also creating a lot of concerns on security and privacy here, because sometimes in these small tiny things, you're not really sure where is the key located, where is the root, who is still the owner of it. And when you're taking the chip out of that entire ecosystem, that device out of this entire ecosystem, while you're decommissioning it, who is really taking charge to ensure all the data that is being stored is completely deleted, and this complete device is totally dismantled from the perspective of not having any data pertaining to this medical terms or medical data. And again, we have a lot of unused functionalities. And at the same time, there are from time to time, as I am also mentioning in my previous instance, right? Hospitals also don't upgrade or update into the latest software updates. Now we are living in an era, every day we keep, or at least, I have my iPhone, and every time recently I started getting a lot of updates. I have to update my software version to one version to the other version. Not necessarily all the time they are giving us some security updates. It can also be the features, but most of the times whenever we are not updating it to thinking like, I cannot think like, okay, that's okay, I don't want to use this new features. You never know what is there as part of that update. Because it can be some security fix or it can be some security update that is available as part of the patch. So we have to ensure each and every device that is connected, right from a mobile to a server to the cloud to a small smart device or a smartphone or a smartwatch, everything has to be having the latest software updates available on the devices. And this is also quite challenging to monitor all of them to ensure they have the proper updates in place, because the older components are technically or logically less or more vulnerable, I have to say, less secure. Yeah, and at the same time, one of the biggest concern is the countries around the world are coming up with privacy laws. Because if I have to tell you the number in exact, there are close to 150 countries. They are acknowledging and recognizing, and they say privacy is a fundamental human right. Yeah, because and then when they say, then you all can say, okay, what is in it for IoT and what is in it for me? When each and every country is acknowledging privacy is a fundamental human right, with the advent of all of these media outbursts and social media outbursts, and not only us, the students and the academicians and the professionals, but now starting from a small kid to an elderly aged or our elderly aged people, everybody would like to have their own social media accounts, and they would like to be available on the social media. And with all of this, when we have to say our data is available all over the place, because our pictures are available, our family details are available, and everything is so much very available. So now countries have decided, since our data is mostly with Google and Twitter, Insta, Facebook, and all of them, it is also really important for the countries to draw some boundaries, so that there will be some regulation, there will be some rules defined, so that uh, there will not be any major impact on the privacy of the individuals. Yeah, and I can talk on and on. I can talk for the entire day about the security and privacy that we can have in this IoT, medical IoT scenarios. And now, since we are talking about the problem statement, it is also important to understand what the best practices that are available, so that we will be able to mitigate them to some extent or to a decent amount of extent. Because the most important thing is technology, because when we have to see, there are a lot of things that we keep hearing about, technology is eating the world or whatever we say, but at the same time it is also really important to secure the technology to an extent people will get confident about it. So we will also see how do we secure the technology, and also while I am talking about privacy, and how do we have to implement or ensure privacy is very much there from right from the beginning, not that we just try to implement the entire infrastructure in place, and then later on we are slowly thinking about now how can I really look about or kind of settle my data, how can I bring data into different layers and all that. And data auditing, what is it about auditing, why auditing is required, how auditing is going to help as one of the best practice and all that, and defense in that, and people and trustable process and data. Because whenever we talk about security and privacy best practices, right, we always talk about people, process, and technology. So you cannot have security and privacy as a best practice without having these three ingredients into it. You need to have people, process, and technology together to achieve a desirable state of security and privacy. Because if you ask me, since you have so many years of experience, after following all the best practices, can anyone ensure 100% security? I don't think so. 100% security and privacy is a myth. And we can only ensure a reasonable amount of security and privacy measures are in place so that it is good enough for us, to be compliant or to live up to the standards of what is expected out of them. Yeah, security by design. So whenever we talk about security of IoT or security of medical IoT, right? It's not a new concept at all, but it's kind of evolving. I have to say, we are evolving the best practices, security at the core of the design. It's like whenever anybody is trying to think of developing a small application, since all of us are students and also the technical ones, right? For example, when I'm trying to design any of my application, the minute I have my architecture with me, then it is really important to look into the architecture and try to see what all security standards, security protocols, security measures are in place so that I will implement them as I move forward. Normally, this process is what we call is risk assessment or a threat modeling. We have a lot of terminologies to talk about it. But the minute we think about everything as a risk, we try to see things from a different lens and try to understand what all can go wrong and what all can be the gaps that can be identified, what all has to be taken care right from the architecture perspective, then it really makes our life so easier. Because since all of your academicians and students, I have also gone through some of the kind of literatures that are in and around through this, and there were so many people beautifully explaining about the risk assessment and how do you have to do risk assessments and how can you protect the security assessment so that you ensure you will minimize the kind of vulnerabilities and you will be able to mitigate in case if something comes up, in front of you. And the one most important triad that we have apart from people, process, technology is also like confidentiality, integrity, and availability. CIA triad is not normally we call this, and in the security industry we call it as the CIA triad, which is everywhere, wherever you go, you just have to see everything from this lens. In the end, are you ensuring the information confidentiality, integrity, and availability is ensured, following all the best processes or doing your risk assessments and so on and so forth. Yeah. And as I said, IoT security is evolving day by day. If I just have to put it into the layers, right, we have this, application layer, network layer, and the perception layer here. And at each and every layer, right, we have to ensure we have to perform risk assessment and we have to ensure security is the key ingredient at all stages of the product creation, right from the concept, creation, deployment, and as I also mentioned, the end of life and decommissioning. Yeah, it's not like you cannot say like, okay, this device is out of this entire game, so I will not be using this device anymore. So why should I really care about this device? Just imagine if you are just dismantling one of the device from the entire ecosystem or entire network of this IoT or medical IoT, the amount of data this device will have. And there are a lot of regulations around if this data is falling into the wrong hands, we end up paying a lot of huge penalties for the same. So, and not only just for the penalties, and if it is falling into the wrong hands, it will also create a lot of disasters. So it is really important for us to ensure and to plan right from the beginning, right from the architecture, right? Like when you're developing and also implementing, testing, and all of that, we have to ensure the security has become part of it, integral part of the entire life cycle, also towards the end of life and also during decommissioning. And as I mentioned, it is really, really important to perform a risk assessment and define security strategy. You will be able to define security strategy once you have a process in place, governance in place, and once you do the risk assessment, you identify the gaps, then you have a strategy in place telling, okay, these are the gaps identified in application layer, network layer, and perception layer. It can also be a small gap like, okay, you will have to ensure or you will have to mandate the security awareness training for all the staff in the hospital, since now we are having so many connected devices and so on and so forth. This can also be considered as a gap. So depending on all the outcome you get out of this risk assessments, having the core intention of having security by design at each and every phase of your development or each and every layer of your IoT, medical IoT, then it becomes really easy for you to come up with a strategy and then to execute the strategy for it. Yeah, and when we see about few of the things that we have to really be cautious about or careful about is, data integrity, data access, and data encryption. So I can also go on and explain each and every one of them for a few hours, but I just want to give you the crisp understanding of what is this all about when the data is being moved across, right? Because we are talking about, we all have this in mind, a very sensitive information of a person, because say like one of the devices sharing some of the data to the doctor, it should not mean like the data is being tampered. For example, this person is a heart patient, and then if it is sending us some bad signals with respect to the statistics that the doctor has, immediately they'll have to react and do something, right? So in this critical scenarios, it is also important to understand what is the consistency of the entire life cycle of the data that is being sent or transmission across different devices and different layers in this entire architecture. At the same time, data access and usability. And as I also mentioned, we always have to ensure the right person is accessing the right data. Just that a patient data is available inside the system, it should not mean each and everyone will have access to the data, not necessarily required, right? So we have to have proper authorizations in place. Normally, we also call it as segregation of duties. So for example, this is a patient and this is a person who is going to offer a medicine to the patient, and this is a doctor, and this is whatever it is. So depending on the access these people need for this particular patient's data, only that amount of data has to be given access to with a proper authorization in place. And at the same time, when data is in a plain text, even a child can read, and they can also manipulate so many things about it. The most important aspect is also like data encryption, data anonymization. These are the terms that we are hearing a lot and also loud, since the technology is also evolving, and it is also generating huge amounts of data in front of us, because we have had a huge amount of big data in front of us. So it is also really important to have the proper measures in place, like ensuring data integrity, data encryption, data anonymization, and giving access only to the right authorized users. At the same time, I also have to mention here configurations are really important, because in this entire IoT, right, we have data in the cloud, we have data on the device, we have data on the application layer, this in different layers. So from time to time, there are a lot of configurations that are required, because there is one company called Capital One. It has had a huge breach of data because there was a small misconfiguration, right? So because when we also look into the cloud aspects, cloud security challenges and all, if any one of you go on Google about what are the biggest cloud security challenge, every time consistently I keep hearing about misconfiguration. So these admins or whoever it is, whoever is operating this entire kind of systems and all, if they just do something here and there, then also the data is completely entirely gone. So we also have to enable or have processes in place, also have to use the technology like AI and ML, so that in case of any such things, we have to also reach to a place, you will get an alert, and immediately without being falling into the prey or without getting compromised, we can be able to minimize the loss of that particular misconfiguration or whatever it is. Yeah. So I was also talking about data privacy, right? And I was also telling you, I told you like I will also explain why I am talking about data privacy now. If when I said 150 countries around the world are coming up with data privacy laws, I already acknowledged data privacy is a fundamental human right, and slowly country by country are coming up with huge privacy laws. Yeah. And European Union being the one we had in GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, it says it gives some rules, like first of all, you cannot collect data because you wanted it. You can only collect data when the person gives the consent. Consent is nothing but an agreement. So for example, if you are planning to collect any of the patient's data, you have to take a consent form and they have to sign. And we also know, right, for some of the heavy or critical treatments, we also give a consent document to the doctor stating like, okay, this is okay, they can start doing this procedure on our loved ones or our family members, because we also give our consent. In a way, since this entire MIOT is about patients and the human beings physical and the kind of medical data, this is very critical and sensitive. So it is also important, we have all of these principles in place. And the GDPR also talks about consent, data collection, data deletion. So it's not that I have, for example, I am performing my annual health checkups. Yeah, I'm doing with hospital ABC. So I have performed my checks and then it is done. Does it mean they can have my data for n number of years? I don't think so. There'll be some regulation for sure once the purpose is done. End of purpose in the sense they have conducted my medical examination. Maybe for the next 2 years they need my data, or till next year, or maybe 3-4 years to be able to compare, but not more than that. They should ensure my data is being deleted. At the same time, only people who are having the right access, he or she should be able to access my data, not anybody else. And so these are all I'm just talking about few of the rules that we have around and few of the principles that we have around where countries are mandating us. They're not telling this is good to have, okay, you follow these principles. They are telling this is a mandatory one. In case if you don't follow any of these, then it may happen like you will end up paying huge penalties. When I'm talking about GDPR, right, it says like you end up paying 4% of the revenue. For example, if you are making 100 rupees in a year, then you end up paying up to 4%, up to 4 rupees as a fine, because you're not able to follow the regulations or there is a data breach or something, right? So these are the kind of consequences we have around. So having all of these consequences and the biggest challenges on our plate, we don't have to wait. Many people also debate with me, Shailaja, why do you say I'm living in India? My company is very much, based out of India. I am a small startup. Why do you have to really think about data privacy by design? Because as while the introduction they also mentioned, like I'm also part of this, I'm also privileged, I have to say, to be part of this Indian PDPB bill. I was also able to give some of my inputs to the bill, and the bill is going to be coming sooner or later. But we all have to understand, with the kind of things that are going in front of us, with the kind of advancements we have, the more critical the entire architecture is getting into. If we follow all of these principles by design, it becomes, our life becomes very easy. So what is it like I have to ensure data privacy by design? First of all, when you're collecting the data, it is always important to see or have a plan in place to do the data classifications. Yeah, like what kind of data it is. As I also mentioned, we have personal data, non-personal data, sensitive data and super sensitive data, and also like confidential data and critical data. There are so many categories of classifications that are available for the data. The reason why I am talking about we have to perform data classifications, depending upon the sensitivity of the data, we will have to ensure we have to apply few controls to protect the data to a different level. Yeah, and then we also have to ensure all these principles are in place, like consent mechanism and tokenization, data loss prevention, big data encryption, enterprise key management, authorization, authentication. So all there are a lot of controls that are available which will help you to plan, like, okay, once the classification is done, depending on the kind of the data, we have to follow all of this. At the same time, we also have to ensure there should not be any leakages of this particular data that is available in our system or that is being stored inside our system. There are a lot of data privacy management tools that are available, but in order to use the tools, first of all, we have to have the process in place, and we also have make it a habit, like security and privacy are gone are the days where people can finish all of their things and they can think about, okay, now I have to also do something about security and data privacy. What should I do? Which tool should I buy? Which tool should I deploy so that it will help me out to give a green report telling everything is all good and working? It's not going to be the case anymore. We have to ensure security and privacy from the initial phases during the architecture, and then follow the principles one by one, so that in the end, then once you have the process in place, then the tools come later. When I'm talking about people, process, and technology, right, we have to have the right process in place, and then we can bring in the technology and the tools to complement each of that. Yeah. And if I also have to talk about the laws, a little bit of laws around about the health data, since we are talking about this MIOT, right? Health insurance portable, HIPAA is one of the laws that is enacted in US in the year 1996. It's signed into the law. It is Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. Here, there are a lot of rules that are defined and described for as part of this HIPAA, and they say normally when any hospital can store the patient's data up to 10 years, after which they will have to delete the records of the patients entirely from the hospitals. This is one of the norms I know from this HIPAA, and they have so many several norms about privacy, security, all the controls and all of that. And it's not about, once your data falls into the hands of the wrong people or your hospital or your any of the system, having the patient's data is being compromised, it's not just you will end up paying a fine to the legal authorities. It is also a matter of reputation and also your brand value, right? So people will not trust you anymore once you say like your hospital is being compromised or your health data is being leaked or put into the dark web and people have access to that and so on and so forth. Yeah, and then India, because whenever we talk about any of these laws, right? Yes, India is also coming up with DISHA, Digital Information Security in Healthcare Act. This is in progress. We have a fast track in 2017. And with this, I am also expecting and also trusting we will be able to standardize the control, the process of collecting, storing, sharing information, because all of this data is very personal, sensitive personal information of our citizens inside the country. And at the same time, this will also ensure, digital health data remains private, confidential, and secure. Because without we giving the confidence to our citizens, telling about, whatever data is being collected, using these small devices, using this sensitive small sensors that are put around, if it doesn't remain private and confidential, then people will also not have the factor of trust to come forward and to start using this technological advancements that we have in the medical IoT domain. Yeah, and one most important thing is also about the data auditing, because from time to time, now that we are living in a cloud era, it is no more like a business enabler or whatever. Cloud is going to be the way forward for all the companies. And normally what is this all auditing about? Auditing process is nothing but you are checking the entire process, and sometimes it is in-house auditing, and sometimes we also have trusted third-party auditors who come inside the organization, and they have a kind of checklist. They have list of to-do list where they just go check one by one. You cannot say like, okay, fine. Just take an example. You say like, okay, I am testing this application on a regular basis. We don't have any issues. That can never be possible. That's one of the idealistic scenario. In that case, they will also ask you, can you please show us whenever you are testing this application, whenever you are reporting any issues, where are the issues being reported? Is there a tool? Is there a mechanism in place? And did you create a backlog for that? How, by when did you fix it? Say, for example, you have come up with a priority one, high priority, low priority, and medium priority issue. What are the KPIs in place, key performance indicators in place? By what time you're going to fix all of these issues? So each and every step of this has to be shown to the auditors inside the system, not just telling them, or not just as PPT slide deck is not going to suffice when we all are sitting in the data auditing process. And at the same time, it will also help us to identify the gaps. Normally, people directly don't jump into the third party auditing. We also have an internal auditing, and we also have a health check. Health check is nothing but before the real audit, you also sit and review the process thoroughly and all that. And here, what happens, it will also try to help us to understand the weakness in the technology controls. Say, for example, when we are talking about auditing, right, there are different kinds of audits, ISMS, cloud, and many others. So depending on the type of audit that you're undergoing, we have several set of controls, normally we call them. So when we see like, okay, this control is not working, or this process is not so stringent or not so strong, so that this can stand when there is an immediate attack or whatever it is happening, then this audit really helps us to do that. Because nowadays, it's not only just for our own good to understand the weakness in the technology and the controls and just to identify the gaps, our customers are also asking for it. For example, if you want to sell any of your product, right, to our customers, the first thing they ask is, do you have this particular audit report? Because the auditors are most of the times, we also have third party auditors. We do auditing with them. This third party auditing report will give a lot of confidence also to the people, telling about, okay, fine, if these guys are auditing their entire infrastructure or entire architecture from time to time, then they also get the confidence things are in place, things are intact, so that we don't have to worry so much about things falling back or things breaking down in place. And it is not just about auditing is not just about looking into the process. It is all about, it includes users, cloud service providers, access, operational records, everything. It checks each and everything of it, so that we also get the main reason for also audit is, as I also talking about data recovery, right? I have to say, like, incidents are prone to happen and damages are prone to happen, attackers are there, so things keep happening, we cannot avoid that. But when there is a disaster that is happening, how resilient are the systems, are how quickly you can get back to normal, and how can you limit the amount of harm that can happen because of this particular attack. So these audits really help us to prepare for this and to also have controls in place in case of any disaster, in case of any kind of compromises. How can you really uh, rise up stronger and to be resilient and to ensure there is less kind of an loss that happen because of this event. Yeah, and at the same time, it is also important to have defense in depth. Defense in depth is an normal mechanism. We say, like, it has to be having, you have to have proper security mechanisms in different layers, so that even if one layer gets compromised, the other layer is also equally competent enough or equally secure enough, so that you have, a minimum potential damage that can happen, and then it will restrict you from scratching the surface, not letting it go to the deeper levels of it. So since we have this gateway, cloud users, and many other things, so it is also important to have this best security architecture in place, and also the mechanisms like defense in depth and all of that, with the right auditing, with all the required audit controls that are implemented and are working as per the expectations. Then I think we can also take a deep breath and say, like, yes, I am good enough to some extent. And yeah, and as I'm talking about, we cannot leave people apart when we are talking about any process or any technology, because it is all about people, process, and technology. So as a first part, what we have to do is, whenever we are including or getting into the new digitization era, it is also important to onboard all the stakeholders, including health practices, doctors, patients, and if, for example, if you're also installing any of the devices to the patients, also the family members, and also give them the kind of awareness, increase the understanding on the underlying risks and limitations as well. Because the more transparent we are, the more it is also easy for us to gain the trust, and also people will try to come forward and to encourage and start using all the technological advancements that we have in place. Because we can have n number of technological advancements, if there is no one that is really using them, then I think we cannot say that is a successful innovation or a successful discovery or whatever it is, right? So it is really important to kind of bring that awareness to all the stakeholders in this entire medical ecosystem, so that people will understand the limitations and the risks and the challenges and the advantages of having all of these devices. And if you ask me, we have to also mandate the training for the entire hospital staff, because it is really important, not just on the medical devices, right? Because now that they are in the medical, in the digitized era, it's not recommended to write the passwords on the post-it and then post it, and then so that the same password is shared and used across everyone in the staff and all that. So all these things has to be completely eliminated from the entire system. Only then we can ensure some amount of security, because I have been talking about security by design, risk assessments, privacy audit, and all. Having all of these in place to the best of its process, if some person is writing their user ID and password, and if it's falling into the hands of the wrong people or the people with the bad intentions, then everything can be compromised at a one blink of an eye. So that is really important to onboard people and to give them the right kind of awareness. And it is not a one-time program, right? This is an ongoing, consistent process. Because in the corporate world, every time, even though I'm working in security domain, right? Even though I'm the director, even though I'm the application security lead for the entire country, I'm not an exception. Every time we keep getting the trainings, and we have to do the training and also perform the test and submit. And even in the training, there are some questions. I also have to get some 70 to 80%. Only then it is considered as I have completed the course and got the concepts good enough, so that I understand what are the do's and don'ts with respect to the cybersecurity and all that. it's mandated for each and every employee. In a similar way, now that this awareness has to be evolved and then brought into the entire ecosystem of medical and all that, because everything is digitized now, and it is the need of the hour to mandate all of these trainings on a regular basis to all the people working in these domains. Yeah. And as I also talking about trust, right? Trustable process and data. And it is also without we giving that amount of trust to the people, we cannot ensure people will come forward and be using the devices and understanding how the devices will affect their life, because we are also monitoring their heartbeat, or we are monitoring their insulin, or we are monitoring their mood swings because they have some depressions and all. So it is also really important to mention the impact that it can bring when you are inserting this kind of chips and devices, and then helping the families to understand how this is going to impact their personal lives as well, because the data is being shared and also accessed, because these are the people who has to get access to the data to be able to recommend and to be able to analyze the situation of the patient, right? And at the same time ensuring the trust of the sensing devices, if it is really making the right assessment. Because as I mentioned, right, in the previous example also, there is a device which is also sending my pulse rate to one of the doctor or one of the medical practitioner who is assigned to me. And then it is really really important this device is performing it's up to 100%, because you cannot risk the life of any person who is using this device. So that is also really important to ensure. That's the reason I am also stressing, like, we have to have standards in place, because all these devices are to really play with the life of the individuals around it, right, which is the most critical aspect. So we have to ensure all the devices are working accurately only with after doing the proper test and all the assessments in place, and only then we can start utilizing them into this entire ecosystem, without which we cannot gain the trust, even if everyone is like in the same understanding. But if the device is not working properly, then we can lose the trust in no time. And at the same time, when the data is being transmitted, right, so what is the surety, like someone has not tampered my data, what is the surety that it is reaching the right person, who all are authorized is only reaching it? There was, because if the data is encrypted, as I was also talking about, right, while transmitting, even if it is falling into someone's hands, first of all they cannot read it, they cannot do it. At the same time, we also have to limit so that people who are not supposed to access the data will not access the data. So these are the a few of the highlighters I can talk about. How can we ensure the trust of the process and the data to the entire ecosystem? Then only we can make it a bigger revolution in no time. Yeah. And if I have to really summarize on what we have been talking about, IoT security is really, really evolving, because it's not in rocket science anymore. And it's not like it doesn't exist. There are a lot of literature available. Industry is also working on it. Academicians are working on it. Everyone is really working on it. And we also understood security and privacy must be at the nucleus of entire IoT chain. And at the same time, it has to be applied. Risk assessment and security by design has to be applied for each and every layers of the IoT. And data privacy, defense in depth, audits are the key for the entire journey. At the same time, people at the core of it mandate trainings, awareness trainings to all levels, to the hospitals and also to the patients and their families, because they are the ones who will be using and monitoring them closely. Because there are also a lot of self-monitoring devices that are available, so that you don't have to connect, send this data back to the medical practitioner or anyone. Maybe you can only monitor it on your own. So it is also really important for people to understand how to use it in a very efficient manner. And last but not the least, trust is the really ultimate currency and the key ingredient, because this is all about saving lives in the era of medical IoT. Yeah. So with this, I just would like to conclude my session. And thank you so much for having me, Padma ma'am. And it's a real pleasure to talk to our IEEE group at Hyderabad, and also to your college. And once again, I would like to thank, and if there are any questions, I am also open to take any kind of questions now.
There don't seem to be any questions in the chat box.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us about the very real security and privacy concerns when it comes to IoT in the healthcare domain and just IoT in general. and how to ethically deal with them while designing systems. Thank you for accepting our invitation and being with us here today. Please accept this virtual memento as a token of our gratitude.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, ma'am.
Salja ma'am, thank you ma'am for spending your valuable time.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, ma'am. Anytime. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you ma'am. We are presenting what virtual memento to you. Please accept ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am.
Praneeth, are you concluding the session? Hello? Hello, Praneeth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please conclude.
I just express the gratitude.
అక్కడ ఒకటే ఉంది మరి అక్కడ ఉంది.
Hello. Ma'am,
I will start.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Our next session is on EEG and ECG signal processing techniques by Dr. Y. Padmasai. Dr. Padmasai got her bachelor's degree in ECE in the year 1989 and her PhD in 2009. She has a teaching experience of 23 years and a research experience of more than 13 years. She is a professor and head of Department of ECE and Dean of Student Progression in VNR VJIET. Her areas of interest include biomedical signal processing, digital signal processing, analog digital communications, and satellite communications, digital image processing, DSP processes and architectures, advanced digital signal processing, image and video processing, and VLSI signal processing. Dr. Padmasai has been an active IEEE member for more than 11 years and is currently the chairperson of IEEE Women in Engineering Affinity Group of Hyderabad section. We are very honored to have you here, ma'am.
Thank you, Praneeth. So I want to explain about epilepsy detection using wavelet transforms. And one of the scholar and colleague of mine, Dr. Rajni, will explain about ECG signal processing. Okay, I have done my PhD in epilepsy detection using wavelet transform. So motivation to carry out my research is in the hospitals. When I visited NIMS hospital, they are collecting data for 24/7 for the patients and detecting by physically verifying the data and checking whether it is having any problem or not. It is taking a lot of time for the doctor. All of you are aware how much they have, all of you are seeing how much they are busy. So my aim is to reduce the burden of the doctor by providing a tool, and also at the same time to optimize the memory usage. So instead of considering EEG data for entire day duration, only by considering short duration of EEG signal, so my aim is to classify that signal as normal as abnormal. So to classify an epileptic EEG using various techniques and compare their performance, build a dedicated DSP-based system for EEG analysis. So brief outline of my talk, introduction of EEG, spike. I have implemented two basic algorithms, spike detection algorithms. One is the amplitude threshold technique, and another one is continuous wavelet transform. Afterwards, for validating that one, I have used MLE classifier, assessment of MLE classifier by using chi-square analysis. And I have considered 16 channel EEG data. For reducing data, I have implemented PCA classifier. So afterwards, I have implemented discrete wavelet transform. I have implemented DWT using MATLAB as well as DSP processor and developed real-time system. Afterwards, conclusion of my talk. So EEG, recording of the electrical activity of the brain. So amplitude, if you take EEG signal, surface of the scalp, it is 100 microvolts. Surface of the brain, it is 1 to 2 millivolts. EEG significance, epilepsy, excess discharge of electrical activity causes loss of consciousness and involuntary contraction of muscles. So actually by using EEG signal, you can detect various diseases. I have considered epilepsy, so brain stroke. Okay, any person is suffering with epilepsy or any disease, the drug control also monitored by using brain waves. And sleep disorders, and when they are giving anesthesia during that time also they will monitor EEG signal. Tumor location monitoring during surgery also they will consider EEG signal. If you take EEG recording, it is classified into various beta, alpha, theta, delta waves. Okay, these are the frequency range. It is very low frequency, so 0.5 to 4 Hz in delta range, varies from 30 Hz. It is in the normal range. For example, any person is suffering with any disease, so instead of falling in this range, for example, if you see, this is one of the case where I have shown spikes. Okay, any person is identified by it is sharp edge. So based on that one, we are identifying whether he is having epilepsy or not. So abnormal EEG, I already mentioned how we are classifying based on what we are telling whether it is abnormal or normal. Loss of alpha activity in a quiet adult with eyes closed, asymmetry and asynchrony, slowing, phase reversal, periodic discharges. I have considered spike and wave or sharp wave discharges. I have used this fourth one in my all analysis. I already mentioned spike. I have considered spike and sharp wave, the duration of these two waves. So spike is 20 to 70 milliseconds. Sharp wave is 70 to 200 milliseconds. I have considered these time intervals when I am doing analysis. The program acts as an assistant rather than a replacement for the traditional examination and interpretation of the EEG. I already mentioned this point. Okay, instead of replacing a doctor or physician, only we are giving assistant by using our algorithm. So before going into my talk, I want to explain what are different types of signal processing algorithms are available. So what is the, quickly I will explain what is the disadvantage of each one and why we are going for wavelet transform. Okay, if you take time domain signal, whatever signal you are capturing, now if you want to capture my voice, okay, all signals, whether it is temperature, voice or anything, in real time when you are capturing that signal is in time domain. Okay, it is providing only time domain information. But if you take all EEG or ECG signal, any signal, suppose if you want to detect any abnormality of any human being, based on the frequency, we are classifying whether he is having normal or abnormal, whether it may be heart attack or brain stroke, anything. Okay, all standard values of frequency values are available. It is violating that one, then we say he is having some problem. But by using your time domain analysis, only it is giving time information. Okay, it is not giving any frequency information. Okay, generally it is used for stationary as well as non-stationary signals. I will explain what is meant by stationary and non-stationary within 1 second. And coming to frequency domain. Okay, now all of you are aware what is a frequency domain. So if you take Fourier transform of any signal or Fourier series. So for converting any time domain signal into frequency domain, either you can use Fourier transform or Fourier series. If it is a periodic signal, we will use Fourier series. If it is a periodic signal, you can use Fourier series, Fourier transform. Okay, so but you can't use Fourier series when the signal is aperiodic. But you can use Fourier transform for both periodic as well as aperiodic signals. Already you studied all those things in second year itself. Okay, so by using that one, by using either Fourier series or Fourier transform, you can convert any time domain, whether it may be continuous signal or discrete signal or digital signal, you can convert into frequency domain. Okay, you will get frequency content. So now I will explain what is meant by stationary signal. Stationary means if you calculate statistical parameter, for example, if you want to calculate mean, standard deviation, okay, variance at two different time instants, okay, T1 and T2. For example, you are getting the same. At T1 also you are getting mean, standard deviation, all those things are constant. At T2 also you have to get the same thing. Then we say that the signal is stationary. If it is not satisfying that condition, we say that it is non-stationary. Okay, this is the difference between stationary and non-stationary signal. Okay, coming to now, I already mentioned you can't use time domain and frequency domain. It is giving only time information. In frequency domain, only it is giving frequency information. So I want both. For example, I want to check any person is suffering with epilepsy. At the incident, I have to know at what instant it happened and what is the frequency of the signal at that instant. I need both. So because of that one, I am initially time, frequency and domain. That is, that one sometimes we are calling a short-term Fourier transform or Gabor transform. The scientist Gabor discovered that one. Because of that one, we are calling that as Gabor transform. Okay, or otherwise we will call it as short-term Fourier transform. Simply we are multiplying your Fourier transform with window. Okay, so window. Already all of you are aware you are having various types of window. Once you have selected your signal, you can't change your window. Okay, irrespective of stationary signal or non-stationary, or slowly varying or fastly varying. That is the main drawback of STFT. Okay, so and width of the window also. Width of the window also, once you are selecting that one, that is not in our hand. So for avoiding these two problems, we are going for wavelet transform. So in wavelet transform, that name itself is indicating wave. Wave is already all of you are aware. Wave is it is oscillatory, and if you calculate the energy of that signal wave, already all of you are aware, sinusoidal signal. If you calculate energy of sinusoidal signal, it is having energy is infinite. Average value is 0. Let, what is meant by let? I am considering wavelet instead of existing from minus infinite to infinite. I am considering signal such is only, I will show once. Okay, so for example, you see all of you. So in this case, this one I am calling as wavelet. You are having different types of wavelet families are available. It is also like oscillatory, but it is existing for finite duration. And if you calculate average value, it is satisfying. Average value is 0. And if you calculate energy of the signal, it is producing finite energy. Whenever it is satisfying these two conditions, then we call that as wavelet. Okay, now if you go back to wavelet. Already here you are having various types of wavelet families are available. Continuous wavelet, transform, discrete wavelet, multi-resolution wavelet. Suppose if it is image processing, during that case we are using two-dimensional discrete wavelet. Okay, SWT. So for different applications we are using wavelet transform, denoising, compression, signal analysis, signal detection, biomedical. Okay, in all these cases, we are using wavelet transform. All of you, I mentioned already what is the shortcomings of Fourier transform. Okay, so it is not, it is excellent for giving frequency information. But what is my aim? I want to get frequency information as well as time information at a time. By using my Fourier transform, it is not possible. Because of that one, we are going for wavelet transform. So if you take continuous wavelet transform, this is the equation. So you carefully observe the difference between your Fourier transform and continuous wavelet transform is here in the case of Fourier transform, in place of psi, you are having e power minus j omega t. Okay, so your frequency is fixed in that case. Okay, so now in this case, what happened here? I am having t minus b and a. So based on my signal characteristics, these two parameters, translation as well as scaling, are in my hand. I can control. Okay, so that it is covering my entire signal. That is the beauty of your wavelet transforms. So you see here. So now here what I am considering my wavelet. So based on my signal characteristics, I can change my wavelet, scaling and shifting. See, each time scaling and shifting and calculating average value. Okay, whenever both are meeting at one point, the average value is more. Okay, same as your correlation concept. In correlation also, one we are keeping one constant, one we are shifting. Okay, so here also in the by using that equation, we are calculating those parameters, translation and scaling. Okay, so now initially I have used amplitude threshold technique to detect. I already mentioned my aim is to detect spikes. Whenever spike is occurring in my signal, I want to detect, and at the same time I have to count also how many. For example, I am considering signal duration. I have implemented all these things by using MATLAB. Okay, so my duration I consider 20 to 200 milliseconds. It is including spike as well as slow wave both. Okay, so now when I considered amplitude thresholding technique, I already mentioned I am using 16 channel EEG. I have collected data from IEEE Hyderabad, real time data from patients. Okay, so now as the amplitude is changing, the spike count is changing. Okay, I am not sure whether it is normal or abnormal. As the amplitude is increasing, it is becoming normal. I am not sure whether the person is normal or abnormal. That is the main drawback of amplitude thresholding. And what threshold I have to use, whether it is fixed or whether it is variable. So for avoiding all those things, I have implemented all these things by using all these are waveforms of normal and abnormal by using amplitude threshold technique for various thresholds. Okay, so so now afterwards I have that problem. For avoiding that problem, I moved to continuous wavelet transform. In this continuous wavelet transform, I already mentioned I am using multi-scale decomposition of the signal using appropriate wavelet basis. Okay, separate the signal and noise at each level. Each level means I already mentioned scaling and translation parameter. Based on your signal, you can change those parameters. All those things are in your hand. Okay, and one more important point is not only that one. In this case, I have used basic classifier for selecting my threshold. Okay, so basic classifier is very good in selecting threshold value. Automatically based on that signal characteristics, threshold will be selected. Okay, after using continuous wavelet transform by using Bayesian classifier, I got my results. Almost my results are equal to whatever doctors are. Actually, I sat with doctors and counted for 10 minutes by seeing that waveform, how many spikes they got manually counting, and by using my algorithm also, I got the same thing. When I used CWT as well as base classifier. Not only that one, in wavelet family, we are having various wavelets are available. So now in my case, I have considered similar to dB2 and HAR, biorthogonal 1.3, biorthogonal 1.5. I have considered these wavelets. When we are choosing wavelet, we have to choose the shape of the wavelet should be same as your signal. So why I have considered only these 4 or 5. So if you see these four, actually because of more slides, I have eliminated few slides. The shape of all these 5 signals is almost same as my EEG signal. So because of that one, I have chosen these 5 signals and implemented my CWT for all cases. And after implementing all these things for normal as well as abnormal, actually I have done this analysis for 77 patients and 39 abnormal. Okay, so I have implemented for all these patients. When I have done, this is the waveform, okay, by using biorthogonal 1.5 for normal case. Okay, the same thing when any person is having epilepsy, during that case the spike count is very very high. And so this is also one I already mentioned. I am considering at that time when I implemented, actually I did my PhD during 2009 I completed. During that time, so Excel maximum limit is 65,535 rows only. Okay, because of that one, I considered 65,535 samples, and duration is 20 to 200 milliseconds. Okay, this is by using, I compared amplitude thresholding and wavelet transform. Okay, these are the results of my analysis. Of all these things, biorthogonal 1.5 is giving good of all. Actually, I have now here I presented very few results, but of all the data, when I compared, biorthogonal 1.5 is almost very close to the doctor's interpretation. The same thing I have concluded. In conclusion, of all 5 types of wavelets used in the present analysis, the biorthogonal 1.5 wavelet matches the clinical results in all the 78 subjects. Okay, so because of that one, it is efficient compared to all other wavelet family. And I already mentioned, compared to amplitude thresholding, CWT is good. Okay, so now after doing that one, I want to validate. When we are doing any biomedical applications, you have to validate your results, whether it is correct or not. For validating your result, we have to use statistical tools. Okay, so now in that I have used maximum likelihood estimate. Why I have used maximum likelihood estimate, I will explain 1 second. So in that, so what I am doing is I am calculating MLE. MLE is 1 by mean of interspike interval. Okay, so now how I am calculating, see, already I am having, for example, I am explaining with one example. In this case, I got spikes, see here at different instants. Okay, 1, 297, 445 like that. After getting this one case, I considered one case for how to calculate MLE. So after taking spike instants, I calculated, I arranged in ascending order. Okay, so afterwards I calculated mean of T1. That one I am calling as mean of T1. So after calculating mean of T1, I am calculating lambda. That one I am calling as lambda. And everyone should get doubt. Why are you using maximal likelihood estimate? Why can't you choose other many techniques are log estimator is there? Okay, so why are you choosing exponential is there? When you are doing that one, you have to check, okay, which distribution your data is fitting. Okay, when I am taking in ascending order, if I plot this, it is matching to exponential distribution. So because of that one, I am considering MLE for classifying my data. Okay, everyone has to check which, for whatever analysis you are doing, you have to check for what distribution your data is fitting. Based on that one, you have to choose the distribution. We should not take randomly. So in my case, my data is fitting to exponential distribution. So because of that one, I calculated MLE. Okay. So now I calculated lambda. So I am having already, I have my values. So if all my values are available based on this value, I am comparing all these values. If it is greater than this value, I am treating that as abnormal. If it is less than, I am treating that as normal. So now I am classifying my entire data of 16 channel. Instead of values, only I am classifying as normal as epileptic. In the case of this is normal data. In normal data, okay, if it is sometimes your electrode is not properly fixed also, during that case, you will get abnormal. Okay. So while fixing electrodes, you should take care. Okay. Similarly, for abnormal case also, by using my MLE, I calculated, I converted all my values into E's and N. Okay. So afterwards, I have implemented chi-square analysis. Okay, the same. Now in my table, I got E's and how many, for example, if you take normal data, how many normal subjects are classified as normal and normal subjects as classified as abnormal. Like based on that one, so here see this one. Chi-square analysis, I am calculating, see normal 23, for example, if you take one case 23 and normal 2, in 2 cases it is classified as abnormal. Okay, in the case of epileptic, all epileptic, it is classified as epileptic only, there is no normal. Okay, based on that one, we are calculating, actually we are having formula. By using that formula, we are calculating chi-square. So after calculating chi-square, I am calculating 2 more parameters, C, V and C star. Okay, these are also some of the statistical parameters. By using chi-square equation, we have to calculate these parameters. Okay, in this also, C star is giving better results compared to C and V. Okay. So now C star values by using pooling technique. Okay, I have used pooling technique in forward direction, reverse and random direction, C star based. Okay, so now, so here in previous case, by using, initially I started with 16 channels and I need 16 channels to classify whether subject is normal or abnormal in the case of CWT. Even though CWT is producing good results, but it requires 16 channels information to classify whether subject is normal or abnormal. But when you go for C star based analysis, during that case, instead of considering all 16 channels, by using 4 channels, okay, that is T3, F7, F4 and F8. Only these 4 channels are enough to classify whether the subject is having any problem of epilepsy or not. Okay, now I am able to reduce number of channels from 12 to 16 to 4. Okay, that is the advantage of MLE classifier. That is the advantage of classifier, which I have proposed. Now afterwards, I have implemented principal component analysis. So now in principal component analysis, what we have to do is, I have combined all, actually I am having 78 data, normal, abnormal, each, already I mentioned, I am using 65,535 rows. Such a data, I am having 78 subjects. I have to add all these data. I have to make entire data into one data set. Instead of analyzing each data at a time, I want to pool. I have to combine. Okay. After combining, actually initially now we are having systems having lot of capability to combine such a huge data. But when I did PhD during that time, we don't have that much capable systems. Okay, so now one of my student, proud student, at present he is working for Synopsys. He has done that algorithm by keeping data in not only in one dimension, he kept in multidimensional. What is my aim is I have to calculate correlation coefficient, correlation matrix, irrespective of number of rows. Okay, my data is having 16 columns. I have to get 16 by 16 matrix, correlation matrix. Okay, that boy Balakrishna at present he is working for Synopsys. He is able to do that and able to extract 16 by 16 matrix. Okay, by keeping data in multiple dimensions. Once I got 16 by 16 data, so remaining procedure, whatever I did in previous case, entire analysis I did by my data. Okay, I have calculated once again new data by using principal, whatever correlation coefficient I got from this. Okay, so I generated new data by using PCA. For this data also, once again I calculated spike count, entire whatever process I done up to now, once again I have done for that. So when I used this, okay, principal component analysis, only I require only one principal component is enough to classify whether any subject is normal or abnormal. Okay, so these are the some of the results, either by using 11th principal component or 15th principal component. Okay, by using these two principal components, you can analyze whether any person is having problem or not. Actually, entire principal component analysis depends on your eigenvalues and eigenvectors. Whatever you are studying in your engineering, mathematics, that is very much important when you are implementing your principal component analysis. So based on your eigenvalues and eigenvectors, so we are considering only significant eigenvalues. So only remaining one we are discarding. Okay, afterwards I have implemented discrete wavelet transform. All of you are aware the difference between continuous signal and discrete signal. So the same thing in continuous wavelet and discrete wavelet. Okay, so I have implemented discrete wavelet transform. In discrete wavelet transform, we are decomposing signal into various levels. Okay, so when you are decomposing into various levels, actually all these, even though we are having built-in functions are available in MATLAB, we should know what it is doing, each and every step. Okay, so now when you are decomposing into various levels, you have to check whether you are able to reconstruct back your original signal or not. For example, in this case, I am showing only one level decomposition for top diagram. In the top diagram, I am showing one level decomposition of DWT. So I am considering 512 samples of my EEG signal. First passing through, actually it is subband coding, similar to your subband coding in multi-rate signal processing. Okay, so now you are passing through set of low pass and high pass filter. Afterwards, you are downsampling by factor 2. Okay, based on your frequency component. Okay, in my analysis, I have further decomposed into analysis coefficient further. Okay, why be my entire information lies in low frequency components. So because of that one, I am further decomposing my analysis coefficients. Okay, so now here see, this is analysis. When you are passing through low pass filter, whatever coefficient you will get, that one we are calling as analysis coefficient. So after passing through high pass filter, you will get coefficient, that one you are calling as detailed coefficients. So when you want to reconstruct back, so this is downsampling. Actually, this entire thing we are calling as decimation process. Low pass and downsampling together we are calling as decimation. Coming to reconstruction, this one we are calling as interpolation. Upsampling followed by anti-imaging filter. This one we are calling as anti-imaging filters we are using here. Okay, so those concepts you will study in your multi-rate signal processing. So the same concept is used in your DWT. Okay, now you have to check when you are decomposing. Here for understanding purpose, I kept only one level decomposition. If you are doing multiple level decomposition, you have to check if you are able to recover back whatever signal here, EEG, you are applying, at the receiver side also you have to get the same signal. The error should be as minimum as possible. For example, you are decomposing into 5 levels. Error is more. You have to, this one you have to check trial and error only. Okay. So now here I have decomposed into 4 levels. Why? Because CD4. So now based on my CD4, okay, that is falling in gamma range. Okay, based on that one, I am able to
Hello? Ma'am, we can't hear you.
So if you see carefully, in this range, the amplitude of the signal, if you consider, it is clearly showing, okay, the variation of normal as well as abnormal subject. Okay, the variation. Based on that one, we are able to actually, during that time, in published results I compared with, so I got good results when I am comparing, when I implemented DWT, and I got very good results. Okay, the same thing I have implemented by using DSP processor. Now at the time we are having 6711. In our lab we are having TMS 320 6711 processor. I have implemented algorithm by using TMS 320 6711. Okay, I also have done hardware also. What actually I have collected data from hospital. So I want to make our own system. For doing that one, I have developed this system. Still, my one of the student, they are working on real-time implementation of EEG signal. Still, they are working on this. Okay, this is my talk. So I already mentioned the importance of wavelet transform compared to amplitude threshold technique, and different wavelet families of all these things. Biorthogonal 1.5 is yielding best, and for validating I have used MLE. Okay, and by using MLE, instead of considering all 16 channels, by using 4 channels, you are able to save lot of space and time also. So afterwards we have developed a PCA algorithm. So by using PCA, still you are able to reduce the memory compared to MLE. Okay, and in gamma range also, we can detect based on amplitude or power of the signal, we can classify whether any person is having epilepsy or not. Okay, so I have implemented, actually I didn't show all these waveforms. I have calculated mean, standard deviation, all these parameters, and I am clearly it is showing variation between normal subjects and abnormal subjects. We also have designed and developed dedicated system using DSP processors, and the hardware unit is already in the process. And one of two of my scholars, Vijay Kumar and Nageshwar, is working on that. And one of my scholar recently completed her PhD. Now she will give her talk now. So I want to stop my presentation here. If you have any queries, I will answer.
Ma'am, Varun Kumar is asking, ma'am, are there any non-invasive sensors or electrodes for tracing EEG waves in the present world?
All at present, all signals captured by using non-invasive only. All the data, whatever data we are collecting, okay, all the data is non-invasive. Only when when they are using invasive, when any person is suffering with brain tumor, during that time they will take signal from brain. Remaining all other time they will take signal from scalp. Okay, so they don't insert into the brain. Only on the surface of the brain they will keep electrodes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, one of my PhD scholar, recently she has completed her PhD from JNTU Hyderabad, and fortunately she is also my student and my colleague. She is a student of mine in during MTech from NRVJIT and also PhD. I am guide. So I request Praneeth, please introduce Rajni ma'am. She will take session. So today only you are having less break. Rajni, are you there? Hello? Hello, Rajni.
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I have given rights. Praneeth,
Okay.
are you introducing Rajni? Okay, I will introduce. I already mentioned Rajni is Dr. L.V. Rajni Kumari. She is working for VNR Vignana Jyothi Institute of Engineering and Technology as assistant professor in ECE department. Okay, she completed her PhD from JNTU Hyderabad. Okay, she wants to share her experiences in ECG signal processing. Rajni, could you share your screen? I have given.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, it is not selected, ma'am.
I have given.
But it is not.
It is there.
Ma'am, I am not getting permission, ma'am. It is not. Hello?
Ma'am,
Is it visible?
yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Rajni, keep in presentation mode.
Okay, ma'am. My topic is good afternoon to all. My topic is ECG signal processing techniques. And these are the outlines. In introduction, I will discuss what is ECG signal and what are the characteristics of ECG signal. Later in pre-processing, how to remove the noise from the ECG signal, what are the methods to remove the noise, and later what is the importance of R-peak detection, what are the methods for detecting the R-peak, and extract the features from the ECG signal, and then classification. So before classification, the data need to be ready, so we can use the cross validation techniques to decompose the data set into training and testing. And here ECG signal is the electrical activity of the heart, and the right side signal shows the ECG signal. The signal contains different peaks and valleys named as PQ, R, ST. Each wave shows the heart function. Okay, so here to explain the wave functionality, the left side I consider the heart figure. Heart contains 4 chambers: right atrium, right ventricle, and left ventricle. All these are working parallelly. So if here the P wave in the ECG signal, this is completely one interval of ECG signal. The P wave indicates atrium depolarization. So the duration of P wave indicates the atrium depolarization, both the right atrium and left atrium. And in the same way, QRS wave indicates the atrium depolarization and ventricle depolarization, and P wave indicates completely ventricle repolarization. That means each wave shows some heart function. We know signal contains some information, so ECG signal contains heart information. So how can we can use this important information to identify whether the person having normal ECG or abnormal ECG. From this, it is only one interval of ECG. Actually, ECG signal is continuous and periodic, and this complete one interval is considered as one beat. Complete one beat. It is one heartbeat. So in one heartbeat, it contains this much information. It contains all the information about the heart. So we need to extract this information to identify the disorders of heart. And if there is each wave has some duration. For example, P wave has 60 milliseconds to 80 milliseconds. That is normal range. In normal person, the P wave duration is 60 to 80 milliseconds. And QRS width is 80 to 120 milliseconds. Each wave has some normal range. So if there is any variation in that range, that indicates there is a problem with heart. Okay, all this information is already available in the ECG signal. Then why do we consider this as research work? Cardiologist can detect the heart disorders by seeing the ECG signal. But still, it is very important, important research domain. The reasons are, if there is any variation in the waves, if there is any minute variation or small variations in the waves, for example, P wave is 60 to 80 milliseconds. If P wave is changed to 90 milliseconds, and it is milliseconds, the human eye cannot identify that minute variations in the waves. That is one thing. And one more thing, in some cases, long time recordings are required. For example, so 48 hours recordings and like that. In some cases, long time recordings are required. So in such cases, cardiologists will face difficulty to verify the long time recordings in limited time. So these are the reasons. Computer analysis, automated computer analysis is required to identify the cardiac disorders or heart disorders at early stage. So to identify the cardiac disorders, ECG signal processing is required. So we need to extract important information from the ECG signal and then classify the cardiac disorders. Based on that information, we can classify the cardiac disorders. And these are the normal values of, these are the ranges of each wave and segment. In P wave is 60 to 80 milliseconds, and PR segment in the previous figure in the graph. So this indicates PR segment. So here, actually, here in this figure, it is not, in the heart figure, it is not shown. ECG signal starts at SO node, sinoatrial node, and it moves to AV node and atrioventricle node. So in AV node, hello. In AV node, it takes some time to pass the signal in AV node. So that is nothing, that is represented as PQ segment. So in that way, each segment and interval has some specific function of heart. So the PR segment is 50 to 120 milliseconds, and PR interval is 120 to 200. PR interval is starting of P to end of starting of R. So this is PR interval. So and QRS segment. So these are the values of normal person's ECG. And we consider the RR interval also. So RR interval range is 0.6 to 1 second. And here, based on the information, we can classify whether it is a normal ECG or abnormal ECG. So heart, we know heart beats regularly, and it is in normal case 72 beats per minute. If there is any variation in the intervals, for example, in the previous slide, signal is shown. So in the ECG signal, if the variation, if there is any variation in the T wave, that means the T wave duration is changed. Here, if the T wave duration is changed, what happened? The entire interval, the duration of entire interval is changed. This so in 1 minute we get more number of heartbeats. So in normal persons it is actually 72 beats per minute. So if there is any variation in the T wave is reduced, then entire interval is reduced, then more number of heartbeats occurs in 1 minute. That means heart beats fastly. That is called tachycardia. When heart beats faster way, that is the tachycardia, and we know what is the T. The T functions, the T indicates the ventricle repolarization. So there is a problem with ventricle, that is ventricle tachycardia. So ventricle tachycardia is life-threatening problem. It starts with without any intimation, and it is converted to ventricle fibrillation within no time. So heart with ventricle fibrillation cannot pump blood to brain and other organs. It is sudden cardiac arrest. So we can identify all these disorders at early stage by analyzing and processing the ECG signal. So here in this, we know if heart beats very fast, that is tachycardia, and heart may beat slowly, that is bradycardia. That the corresponding disease is bradycardia. And what is arrhythmia? Here I introduce one term, a new term, arrhythmia. That is arrhythmia is irregular heartbeat. So here, these are the features corresponding to arrhythmia. If in normal person, we know what is QRS duration. QRS duration is 80 to 120 milliseconds. If QRS duration is greater than that, and the absence of Q wave, that indicates it is normal. It is not normal beat. It is left bundle branch block beat. Due to left bundle branch block, this beat occurs. That is left bundle branch block beat, LBB beat. And when LBB beat occurs, the corresponding disease is arrhythmia is myocardial infarction. So that is nothing but bradycardia. So if QRS width is greater than 120 milliseconds, the entire interval is increased. So in 1 minute, we get less number of heartbeats, that is bradycardia. In the same way, we can analyze all the features other than normal values. If there is any variation, QRS duration is greater than 120 milliseconds and decreased R wave, wide S wave, this indicates right band RBB weight. And this corresponds to myocardial, and that is bradycardia. In the same way, abnormal P wave, PR interval is less than 120 milliseconds. And actually, it has some range. If it is less than 120 milliseconds, abnormal P wave. P wave is corresponding to operation of atrium. So that is comes under that the beat, corresponding beat is premature atrial contraction, and the corresponding disease or arrhythmia is atrial fibrillation. So this is the problem with atrium. And here, in the same way, we can analyze the signal features, signal characteristics. We can conclude what is the disease it contains, what is the abnormality it contains. And these are the different, I considered only some different 6 types of beats to show what is the difference, what are the differences in the characters. To show that, I consider only 6 types of beats. But so many number of almost in a standard database MITDAH, total 15 types of beads are available. But here we consider I showed only 6 beads. So this is normal bead. It has P wave, and here I consider the samples in the MATLAB and draw the figure. So that's why it is looking like, or otherwise I cannot copy from any standard. So that's why these are the variations. So in P wave, it is P wave, and this is QRS complex, and this is T wave. And in left band, you can clearly identify the difference in the characteristics. So in QRS complex and P wave, in all the waves, you can in all the beads you can identify the difference between the characteristics. So in LBB, the QRS complex is widened, and the S wave. See, the S wave is goes down when compared to normal. And here also in on RBB, QRS complex is increased and S wave is goes to negative value. And in PVC, there is no P wave, and QRS complex is inversed. So in atrial fibrillation, and actually atrial fibrillation is similar to normal, but T wave is not present in the atrial fibrillation. This is spaced beat. So these are the differences from the figures. We can identify the difference between the beats. And this is the general ECG signal processing system. And in this system, first extract the ECG signal from the subject. And during extraction, the signal may contain some noises. So the first stage is remove the later we will discuss what are the noises. So during extraction, the ECG signal contains some noises. Those are affected in the frequency range of ECG signal. So the frequency of ECG signal is 0 to 100 Hz. It is very low frequency, low amplitude signal. Madam already explained. Biomedical signals are low frequency, generally low frequency, low amplitude signals. So its frequency is 100 Hz, and amplitude is also very low. So the dominant peak in the ECG is R peak. It is 1 millivolt. Okay. So during extraction of the signal, noises are affected, or these noise components are existing in the frequency range of ECG. So which changes the characteristics of ECG. So it is difficult to extract useful information from the ECG signal. Even though we extract the information from the noised signal, from the noised ECG signal, so it gives wrong conclusion. The normal person having abnormal ECG, or abnormal person having normal ECG, that it gives wrong conclusions. So what is the first step after extracting the ECG? First, pre-processing stage. Not only in ECG, in any biomedical signal, the first stage is always pre-processing. So we need to remove the noise from the signal. So in pre-processing stage, remove the noise from the ECG signal, and then extract the useful information from the denoised ECG signal. So we know what is the important information in ECG signal. Each and every interval or wave or amplitude of the wave, those are important to classify the arrhythmias or heart disorders. Okay, so we can extract that information from the ECG signal, and based on the extracted information, classify the arrhythmias. And in so what are the noises in ECG is already Anta Shira madam explained noises in biomedical signal. So here in ECG particularly, we consider some, these are the main noises affected in ECG signal. Actually, here the noise means unwanted information. See, in the third electromyography, EMG signal, it is actually muscular voltage, muscle voltage. EMG signal is muscle voltage. But in ECG signal, it is not required. It is unwanted information. So we consider it as noise. What are the main noises? Power line noise and baseline noise, electromyography, EMG noise, motion artifacts. And in power line noise, what happened? So we know the frequency of power line is 50 Hz in India and 60 Hz in the US. So during extraction of ECG signal, the frequency of power line includes interference or inference with the this ECG signal. So due to that, there is a spike occurs at the 50 Hz or 60 Hz. So we can easily remove this power line noise. In general, a notch filter with 50 Hz or 65 Hz is used to remove the power line noise. And next one, next major noise is baseline noise. So in baseline noise, during extraction of ECG signal, we place the electrodes on chest in clinical environment, and for experimental purpose, we place the electrodes on arms and leg, left leg. We consider left arm, right arm, and left leg. So we have different types of systems: lead 1, lead 2, lead 3 system for experimental purpose. But for clinical purpose, we use 12 lead ECG system. So in experimental, we use these 3 types: lead 1, lead 2, lead 3. Out of that, lead 2 is more familiar, most frequently used system, lead 2 system. So in during extraction of ECG signal, we place the electrodes on arms. If there is any movement in the hand or leg or even breathing rate also changes the ECG signal. So what happened? The signal level, the baseline of signal is changed. So the frequency of baseline drifting is 0.5 Hz, and we can eliminate this. So we simply use a high pass filter with a cutoff frequency of 0.5 Hz is used to remove the baseline noise. And these two are comes under deterministic noise. So Madam Antashila Madam explained this, what is the deterministic noise and what is random noise. And these two comes under deterministic noise. So it has particular frequency. And here we consider EMG, and third noise is EMG noise. In EMG, I told this is muscular depolarization voltage. So during extraction of ECG signal, we place the electrodes. We place the electrodes. The electrodes picks up the ECG signal. Along with ECG signal, EMG also extracted. So because heart is surrounded by muscles, even though when we place the electrodes on the arms or leg, so it collects the EMG signal also. So it is not used in the ECG signal analysis. So we have to remove that noise. And there is in EMG, see the graph, this is original ECG signal, and the second figure contains some noise, that is EMG noise. So for EMG noise, there is no fixed frequency, it occurs randomly. So this is the example of random noise. Okay, and it occurs randomly. So we have different methods to eliminate the noise of EMG noise, this noise. And next one is motion artifact. So this is also noise. So if there is any movement in the electrode, there is a change in the electrode skin impedance. Due to that, the baseline is changed. This is motion artifact. This is called motion artifact. So this is also random noise. So we have different methods to remove these noises. And in pre-processing, noise ECG signal noise is removed from the ECG signal. So different others propose different methods to remove the noise. So in that, most frequently used method is empirical mode decomposition. So in empirical mode decomposition, after in empirical mode decomposition, what is the basic thing is, the algorithm EMD extract the oscillatory information from the given signal. So it separates the higher oscillations and lower oscillations. So how can it separate it? It decomposes the signal is decomposed into smaller parts. Those smaller parts are called IMFs, intrinsic mode functions. So in how to decompose the given signal into smaller parts are IMFs. So first we consider the ECG signal, noise ECG signal, and in that we identify the local maximas and minimas of the noise ECG signal and draw the envelopes using maximas and minimas. So we have one envelope using maximas and one envelope using minimas. So then compute the mean of that. So using maximas and minimas, we have two envelopes. Compute the mean of the signal m of t equal to x maximus plus x minima by 2. We get the mean. So this mean is subtracted from the noised ECG signal x of t minus m of t. We get new signal and verify whether the new signal is IMF or not. How can we verify? IMF has some properties. We need to verify that properties. If the signal satisfies that properties, then it is considered as IMF. So what are the properties of IMF is the difference, maximum difference between number of extremas and number of zero crossings should be 1. That is the first property. And the second property is at any point we generate the envelopes maximas and minimas. At any point, the mean of those envelopes is 0. So if the new signal satisfies that property, then it is considered as first IMF and subtract the first IMF from the denoised signal x of t. We get residue signal and verify whether the residue signal is monotonic function or not. What is monotonic? Whether the residual function is constant or not. That means whether it has any oscillatory information or not. We verify that if it has some information, oscillatory information, then we proceed the steps, the same steps on the residue signal. And what are the steps? Again, compute the maximas, minimas, and compute mean and subtract the mean and verify the second IMF. So in that way, this procedure is continuous until the residue signal becomes constant. So if it is constant, there is no other information is extracted from the R of t. Okay, after decompose the signal into smaller part into IMFs and each IMF now we can remove the noise from each IMF. So here most of the others propose different methods to implement this to remove the noise. So here each IMF is passed through low pass filter based on the noise it contains. So based on the noise it contains, design the filter, and that filter is used to remove the noise from each IMF. Then after removing the noise, recombine all the IMFs to get the denoised. And one more method is wavelet. Padma already explained wavelet transform. It is very important where wavelet transform is suitable to biomedical signals. So one of the in wavelet transforms we have two types: continuous wavelet transform and discrete wavelet transform. Already, madam explained. I am not taking much time in this. So here, one of the application of DWT is denoising. So it is most frequently used. Wavelet is DWT is most frequently used for denoising. So in denoising, what happened? We pass the signal through low pass filter and high pass filter. Low pass filter coefficients are after passing so the signal is decomposed into subbands. So the subband from low pass filter is approximation coefficients and the high pass filter output is detailed coefficients. So after that, again, in the first level decomposition, we get approximation coefficients, level 1 approximation coefficients and level 1 detailed coefficients. Again, approximation coefficients are decomposed into further, we decompose it decomposes to further. Then we get level 2 coefficients, again approximation and detail. So the level of decomposition is always depending on the length of the signal. And it is so what is the in case of denoising, what is the frequency of noise? We considered that. What is the frequency of and until that we decompose the signal. For example, power line noise. So power line noise is existing, there is a frequency component at 50 Hz. So until that we can decompose the signal, there we stop level of decomposition, we can stop that, and we identify that what level contains that frequency component, 50 Hz frequency component, and then apply the thresholding on that. So here we consider, in the reconstruction part, we consider the last level approximation coefficients and all the levels detail coefficients. So you can verify, it clearly shows the detailed coefficients contains most oscillatory part. And we know noise is affected at high frequencies. So it is most, this information is related to high frequency part. So for we consider detailed coefficients to apply the threshold. So a thresholding technique is used to remove the noise here. After decomposition, simply use threshold techniques to remove the noise. So for what coefficients we consider, always we consider the detailed coefficient and recombine all the, after apply the threshold to the detailed coefficient, recombine all the threshold coefficients with last level approximation coefficient. We get the denoiser signal. So coming to frequency, this is this figure shows signal graphical representation, and coming to frequency, my signal frequency, for example, my signal frequency is 24 kilohertz. It is decomposed into, in the first level, it is decomposed into 0 to 12 kilohertz and 12 to 24 kilohertz. And later, again, we consider 0 to 12 kilohertz low frequency components, and then it is decomposed into 0 to 6 to 12. So until the last level of decomposition is concerned. So this is the way to in wavelet denoising. So this is the decomposition level. So after that, we can apply this threshold concepts to remove the noise. So how can we remove? I explained we consider the detailed coefficients to remove the noise. So this in threshold concept we have two methods: soft threshold and hard threshold. In soft threshold, what is the procedure we follow? In each detailed coefficient. So in previous example, the signal is decomposed to three levels. We have D1, D2, D3, right? So each level, number of coefficients are existing. That how many number of coefficients are existing is always depending on the length of the signal, level of decomposition, and order of the filter, order of the wavelet. So in DWT, we have different families, Simlet, Debigis, and bioorthogonal or wavelet. So we can choose that wavelet based on our signal. How can we choose wavelet? It is always based on the signal, based on our signal, we can choose the wavelet family, mother wavelet. So here each detailed coefficient after decomposition, each detailed coefficient threshold is applied on each detailed coefficient. If detailed coefficient is greater than is less than threshold, then it is considered as 0. And if detailed coefficient is greater than threshold value, then subtract that threshold from the corresponding detailed coefficient. So in that way, we apply the soft threshold after decomposition. And coming to hard threshold, in hard threshold, what is the difference? If magnitude of detailed coefficient is less than threshold value, then it makes it as 0. And if it is magnitude of threshold is greater than threshold, magnitude of detailed coefficient is greater than threshold, then we consider as it is, we consider the detailed coefficient. Okay, so this is the concept of thresholding. And how to choose this lambda? Lambda is threshold, and DJ is the updated. This DJ is updated detailed coefficient. How to choose this threshold value? So that there are different methods are available to select the threshold value. In universal method, we consider this is the threshold value. In the universal method, this threshold is always depending on the number of samples, that is length of the noisy signal, and change in the noise. So it is always depending on these parameters, and this equation is used to compute the threshold value. So we use the threshold to remove the noise in soft or hard. And other method is rigorous sure. In rigorous sure, threshold is computed based on the scheme's unbiased risk estimator. So what is the concept here? We consider the detailed coefficient vector. I have a vector. You consider here W is detailed coefficient vector. And in that vector, first we compute the risk value and identify which coefficient contains a minimum risk value. The corresponding coefficient absolute value is considered as threshold. So that is the thing in rigorous sure. So this is the way to compute the lambda and rigorous sure. And one more method is heuristic sure method. So here in this, the threshold is always, it is combination of universal threshold and universal method and rigorous sure method. And lambda 1 is threshold selected from universal and lambda 2 is from rigorous sure. So how can we consider in heuristic sure? Lambda is minimum of lambda 1 comma lambda 2, and what is the condition we consider? A is less than B, then we consider lambda equal to minimum of lambda 1 comma lambda 2. If A is greater than B, then we consider lambda equal to simply lambda 1. So we can compute A and B using this, and N is the length of the signal vector. And one more method, it is frequently used method. So most of the others implemented adaptive algorithms to remove the noise. So this is the structure of adaptive filtering. In this, we can identify what is the structure. See here, D of n is desired. In our case, D of n is the desired ECG signal, and X of n is noise ECG signal. And here the Y of n is the obtained output. So the obtained output is compared with the desired ECG signal. If there is any gap between these two, we compute the error signal, and the error signal is used to update the filter coefficients through adaptive algorithms. So the structure is same for all the signals, and this is similar to the procedure is same to remove the noise in all the algorithm, but adaptive algorithm is different. How can we update the filter coefficients is different. And these are the filter coefficients, and in this way we compute the output of the filter and compute the error function, and we use that error function to update the filter coefficients. So these are the different algorithms we are useful to extract to update the filter coefficients in the adaptive filter. So the first one is least mean LMS algorithm, least mean square algorithm. So Wn plus 1 is updated filter coefficients, and we consider the current coefficient filter coefficients. So this is updated based on what are the correction factors here in least LMS algorithm. Mu, this is correcting factor, and X of n is input signal, and E of n is error signal. So we consider this these factors to update the weights. So here mu is step size, and it is how can we choose? Always the mu value is in the range 0 to 2 by lambda max. What is lambda max is maximum eigenvector of input signal. So always we can choose the value in that range, value of mu in that range, and update the filter coefficients in LMS algorithm. So the next algorithm is normalized least mean square algorithm. So in this, the filter coefficients are updated differently. Here we compute mu of n normalized. This is normalized. So we consider the signal, input signal, and it is normalized. We consider that factor to update the filter coefficients. And the next one is sign data least mean square algorithm. So here we consider a sign function. Why? Because here the filter coefficients are updated based on the error signal and input signal. If error signal is negative, that means error goes to negative. Filter coefficients are the current W of n minus this one. E of n is positive, then it is added to E of n is added to W of n. So this sign indicates main role in this area. So in the sign data least mean square algorithm, we consider the sign of the input signal. We consider the sign of input signal. And next algorithm is, so only difference is how the weights are updated. That's it. So in the next algorithm is sign error least mean square algorithm. So in that we consider the sign function to error signal. So we know what is sign function. Sign function is 1 for positive values t greater than 0 and t less than 0 it is -1 for continuous. Okay, and this is the we apply the sign function to error signal, and that is used to update the filter coefficient. In next one is sign least mean square algorithm. So in that we apply the sign function to input signal and error signal also, and update the filter coefficient. Last one is a recursive least square method. In there, this is the procedure to update the filter coefficients. Only adaptive algorithm is different, but the procedure to remove the noise is same in all the cases. So after remove the noise, extract the features from the ECG signal. So in feature extraction, the first in feature extraction of ECG signal, the first stage is always R peak detection because it is the dominant peak in the ECG signal. So first we, after extracting the ECG R peak from the ECG signal, we can easily identify the intervals. From with respect to that point, R peak, we can use that index of R peak and extract the information from the ECG signal. Okay, so the first step is always R peak detection. For detecting the R peak, so many methods are available. I have implemented so many methods in this. Even in pre-processing also, I have implemented not only adaptive wavelet and EMD, I have implemented SCOLE, and so many methods are implemented. And in R-peak detection also, mainly concentrated, most of the frequently used methods are wavelet transform. Even in R-peak also, for R-peak detection also, wavelet transform is used. So in wavelet, here R-peak detection, DWT and CWT is also used to detect the R-peak. Whereas in denoising, always we consider DWT, discrete wavelet. Here, most of the others apply the DWT to detect the RP and decompose the signal into some levels, and level of decomposition always depending on the frequency of QRS complex. So here we are concentrating around the RP, that is QRS width. So we consider the frequency of RP, it QRS width, that is around 22 Hz. So we consider that frequency until that decompose the signal, and then consider the detail coefficients and combine some of the others, combine that detail coefficients and apply the and compute the power spectrum, and then use threshold techniques to to detect the RP. And in some papers, after applying the DWT, compute the power spectrum or Shannon energy, and then apply the Hilbert transform to detect the peak. When we apply the Hilbert transform for detection of any peak, what happened at the corresponding position of peak, there is a zero crossing, positive zero crossing occurs. So in forward direction, we can identify the positive zero crossing. So in this way, we can identify the RPEAK, we can detect the RPEAK. So here, not only existing wavelets, DWT or CWT, we can design new wavelet for detecting the RPEAK. That is, it comes under CWT, continuous wavelet transform. Okay, we can design new wavelet for detecting the R peak, that is the pattern adapted wavelet. In pattern adaptive, this pattern adaptive wavelet is used to verify the patterns of the signal, identify the patterns of the given signal. So we can design new wavelet under this. And what is the basic concept to design the adaptive pattern adaptive wavelet is, first we consider the pattern. So what are the things we need to identify to choose the pattern? So in our case, in this work, we are concentrating to detect the R peak. We are concentrating around the QRS complex. So we identify the shape of the QRS complex. In the similar way, we choose the pattern. In the same way, we choose the pattern to design a wavelet. Okay, first choose the pattern, and then for constructing the wavelet, fit up a polynomial fitting with the help of least square method. See here also least square method. Using least square method, first generate the polynomial equation from the given data set using the least square method. So this is the, we can write polynomial from the given data set. This is the polynomial, and here k is the order of the degree of the polynomial, and ak to a0 are coefficients of the polynomial, and n is number of points we consider from the pattern. We already considered the pattern. From the pattern, we consider some data points. Based on the data points, we consider the degree of the polynomial. The degree of polynomial is always less than the number of points we consider from the data set, from the pattern. And E is error. So we write the polynomial equation, and here the main aim of least square method is to minimize the variance, the difference between the values computed from the polynomial and the expected values from the data set. So that is the thing we consider here to design the wavelet. And here we compute the coefficients of the polynomial ak to a0 in this way. First write the linear system equation ma equal to b, and these are the matrix m corresponding with this matrix, and a is this one and b is this one, and from that we compute the coefficients ak equal to this is the equation to compute the coefficient. We can compute ak to a0 using this. So here determinant of m of mi. What is mi? See, how can we get m naught? So this the first row is replaced with the information of b. See, mi is the matrix of m, with the ith column is replaced with the column vector b. So we replace the corresponding column and compute the determinant and then compute the coefficients. So these are the data points we considered from the pattern chosen, and then write the equation. This is the procedure. We consider 8 points, and then order of the polynomial is 6. It is always less than number of points considered. Then write the polynomial, and then using the above procedure, we get approximate the polynomial. We get the new data set. So use this new data to draw the pattern. So we get new pattern. After this, we get new pattern and verify whether the new pattern satisfies the properties of wavelet or not. These are the properties: whether the pattern is exactly 0 outside the interval, and whether the pattern satisfies the admissibility condition. If these conditions are satisfied, then we consider it as pattern adaptive wavelet. Then it is used to identify the R peaks. So this is the way we can design new wavelet. Always the basic thing is how can we design? The basic thing is it is based on the signal shape. Based on the pattern, we can select the pattern and approximate it using least square method. That's it. And after identify the R peak with respect to with the corresponding position with respect to R peak. So we consider the index of R peak and then extract PR segment, PR interval, ST segment, and all the important information. Whatever what is the information we require to detect the layers. That information we extract from the ECG signal, and so those are the features. Okay, so here these are the some of the features: RR interval, QRS interval, ST interval, PQ interval. These are peak amplitude. And not only we can extract the features in the time domain, all these are the time domain features, and extract the features in the frequency domain and time frequency domain also. So here the stop చేయను ఇప్పుడు. Okay, these are the features we consider from the ECG signal, and this information is used to detect the arrhythmias. And after extracting the features, this is the feature set. More number of data samples are advantage to identify the peaks. So here in classification, if we use machine learning algorithms, more and more number of data samples are required, but not more number of features. There is a difference between feature and data samples. So all these in the previous slide, all these are the features. And from each bit we extract this information. If I consider lakhs of bits, 1 lakh bit or 1.5 lakh bits, it is very advantage for detecting the bits, but more number of features are not good. So what is the reason for that? If we consider the more number of features, the model is trained on more number of features. It is habituated to each and every feature. It sees each and every feature. Whenever we give the new data, it cannot identify that new data. So that is the problem. So when we after extracting the features, we need to reduce the dimensionality, or we need to reduce the feature set. So that is nothing but dimension reduction technique. So because of lack of time, I will go fastly. So in dimension reduction techniques, we have two types. Two types are available: principal component analysis, linear discriminant analysis. So in both the types, what happened? The large dimensional set, or the data set is existing in a large dimension. It is converted to smaller dimension without losing any important information. And so for ECG signal processing, ECG signals are available in standard database MIT BIH. There total 48 records are available. Each record duration is half an hour. And each record is named as 100, 101, like that. A total 48 records are available, and 15 classes of arrhythmia beats are available. Not in one record. For example, in the first row, 100 record, it contains normal beats and atrial fibrillation beats and PVC beats only. Only 3 types of beats are available in 100. Like that, total 48 records are available. Different total 15 classes are available in MIT BIH. So after taking that data from MIT BIH, we can implement these steps, pre-process the data. Already it is noise removed data only, but even though we implement noise removal algorithms, if we consider the real-time data, then we implement the pre-processing steps and RPIC detection, then extract the features. Then my feature set is ready. Then what we will do for using feature set? The feature set is decomposed into training data and test data using cross-validation technique, hold-out method, double cross-validation, leave-out method, and k-fold cross. I am not explained clearly because there is no time. So a frequently used method is k-fold cross-validation. In k-fold cross-validation, the entire data set is decomposed into smaller parts. And we consider, for example, k equal to 10, then it is decomposed into 10 parts. First part is considered as test data, and remaining 9 parts are considered as trained data. And in the later time, we consider first 9 parts are considered as training data, and last part is test data. We build the models in that way and verify the performance of the model using test data. And in machine learning, so for classification, we use machine learning algorithms. In machine learning, what is the definition of machine learning? We know. So always make the computers get into learning mode.
Rajni,
Ma,
conclude చేయమ్మా, అందరూ వచ్చారు అది.
Okay, we apply the machine learning algorithm. So here the data is labeled data. Already labels are given in the database. So we can apply supervised learning, or if the labels are not available, we can use unsupervised learning. For real time data, we can use unsupervised learning also. And this is the structure. For the first training data is used to develop the model, and then performance is verified using test data. And these are the methods: KNN and decision tree, random forest. And these are the extreme learning machine. Not only we have so many methods, SVM, we can implement those methods, and finally we compute the performance of the model. So these are the parameters we consider to compute the performance of the models, accuracy, precision, we call like. These are the techniques. Okay, thank you. Any questions?
There are no questions in the chat box right now, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Padmasai ma'am, for spreading awareness on how signal processing is used to greatly benefit patients suffering from epilepsy. And thank you to Rajni Kumari ma'am for agreeing on such short notice to give this talk on how signal processing is being used to effectively monitor and detect heart problems. We are very grateful you could take the time out of your hectic schedule to be with us here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, participants. Sorry for the delay. We'll be starting the panel discussion very soon. Thank you for your cooperation.
Hello, Pratyusha? Hello?
Yes,
Maker as
ma'am.
panelist, yeah.
Pratyusha, you start the program.
Okay, ma'am.
Amit sir? Amit sir?
Yes, madam, I'm there.
Actually, yes, Rao sir is available in the attendee. I am unable to make sir as a presenter, sir. Make panelist.
But who is handling the system?
I am only handling. I am able to do for all, sir, except sir.
I don't know, because I cannot see where all others are there. He's a panelist, right? First pull him in the panelist and then you make him as a presenter.
Here. Hello?
Yes, yes.
There is some problem.
You cannot pull him in as a panelist.
Yes, sir. Once
You
again,
give him the joining link for panelist only then.
okay, sir. Pratyusha, you start. Meanwhile, I will.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the panel discussion. It is said that ideas are easy, but implementation is hard. We are here today for the panel discussion on the topic Challenges in Establishing Startup in Healthcare Domain. I, Pratyusha, welcome the respected panelists, moderator, and participants to the final panel discussion event of the SPS Summer School program on topic IoT for Biomedical and Healthcare Applications. We have Dr. Ainampudi Subbarao, Dr. Amit Kumar, Dr. Ramji Pallala, and Mr. S.V. Narayan Rao as our panelists, and moderator for today's discussion is Dr. Subhadra. Let me give a brief introduction of all these eminent personalities present here. Our first panelist is Dr. Ainampudi Subbarao. He is the founder and president of Indian Innovators Association. He is providing mentoring and lobbying support to the Indian innovators from past 18 years with this IIA platform. He has done his bachelor's from NIT Calicut and MBA from XLRI Jamshedpur. He has also been the executive committee member of International Federation of Inventors Association IFIA since 2014. Dr. Subbarao has done 3 projects in different fields like VLSI design and innovation. He has also published 3 books titled Andhra Entrepreneurs, Past, Present and Future, Promoting Innovation in Cluster and Patent IPR Licensing, Technology Commercialization, Innovation Marketing, Guidebook for Researchers and Innovators. Sir has also been an advisor for Government of India for about 20 years. He has also served as director at Vignana VJIT from year 2013 to 19. It is our honor to have you here with us on this platform today, sir. Our next panelist is Dr. Amit Kumar. Dr. Amit Kumar is the CEO and Chief Scientist Officer of BioAccess DNA Research Center, BDRC Private Limited. He served as Vice Chair of Technical and Professional Activities of IEEE India Council and convener of Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Skill Development Ad Hoc Committee at IEEE Region 10. He is a member of Gaining Global Perspectives on Conferences and Events Ad Hoc Committee of IEEE. He is currently the chairperson of IEEE Hyderabad section and a professor at SJB Research Foundation, Bangalore. He has published more than 30 research papers at peer-reviewed national and international journals. Under his guidance, BioAccess DNA Research Center successfully reached the nomination of Leaders of Tomorrow 2010 awards by ET and India Mart. His research interests are reverse vaccinology, forensic bioinformatics, DNA forensics, rational drug discovery, forensic criminology, and police administration. We are really proud and happy to have you among us today, sir. Our third panelist is Dr. Ramji Pallala. Dr. Ramji Pallala holds a PhD from CSIR IICT Hyderabad, postdoctorate from Busan National University, South Korea. He also holds IPR from Nalsar University, Hyderabad, and MBA from Pondicherry University. Dr. Ramji is the COO at Atal Incubation Center of CCMB, supported by Niti Aayog, Government of India. He was also the Chief Manager, Grants Management Division at IKB Hyderabad and working closely with the Biotechnology Ignition Grant of BIRAC, a Government of India enterprise. Besides, he also manages various national and international grants that support biotechnology, R&D startups as well as academicians and individuals. We are glad to have you here, sir. Our fourth panelist is Mr. S.V. Narayan Rao. Mr. SVN Rao is highly experienced in working with reputed multinational companies ILTI, Motorola, and HP, and played a diverse set of roles in technology and management domains. He is the co-inventor for 2 published and 2 granted patents. He is currently the co-founder cum director of Salicit Technologies, where they developed a digital advisory system for chronic respiratory diseases. Salicit technology has been recognized for its impact on community health and was awarded a grant by Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. It was awarded as one of the top 20 digital health startups in India in the year 2019. We are really happy to have you here with us today, sir. Last but not least, our moderator of the day is Dr. Harivardhagini Subhadra. Dr. S. Harivardhagini Subhadra has over 16 years of experience in teaching and is currently the head of department of EIE at CVR College of Engineering. She has published 11 national and international journals and has attended numerous conferences. Her areas of interest range from control systems and nonlinear control to IoT and sensors and transducers. She's the treasurer of IEEE Affinity Group Hyderabad section. She won the IEEE Best Paper Award at the IEEE Conference 2015 in Malaysia. We are happy to have you here, ma'am. With this, I would like to request Subhadra ma'am to begin the panel discussion. Ma'am, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Pratyusha. I hope I'm audible. Am I?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Thank you. Before beginning, I'd like to thank all the members for inviting me to participate in this great forum. Even during this pandemic, I'm happy for Padmasai ma'am to take the initiative and conduct this particular summer school for past 2 days and today the third day successfully. And I take it as an honor to actually be the moderator among the 4 eminent panelists. So before I begin, a very good afternoon to you all. Shall we start with the questions, sirs?
Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. So first, let me begin this way. The topic of today's panel discussion is challenges in establishing startup in the healthcare domain. So a good topic because amidst this pandemic, which is related to the healthcare, I think this is going to be very useful for the present scenario too. So the first question which I would like to put forth is, what is the basic idea or what is the unique idea that should be present for an entrepreneur to bring his or her idea into a product in this healthcare domain? What is the unique characteristics you feel? I would be first requesting Dr. Ramji Palela sir to answer this, to give his ideas.
Yeah, so thank you, first of all, Dr. Padmasai, to invite for this wonderful conference, and of course, a special topic for young innovators, young minds here. Yes, this question, typically every one of each entrepreneur, all students and even faculty members, if they want to actually set up a company, they would like to think what are those prerequisites that to be accumulated to start with. And just to start this kind of activity by forming a company, etc., I feel that particular individual should have a kind of strong enthusiasm and passion for it to start with. And again, whatever the idea that they are thinking to work with, I think the idea need to be validated. There is a kind of legwork to be done, and a kind of in-depth analysis is very important. Being an innovator, an entrepreneur, and the third most important quality is that go along with the people, go along with the water. That's very important. Actually, you have to align yourself So these kind of basic characters to start with. I think other members can add some more.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Mr. Narayan Rao, sir, would you like to give your suggestions? Your suggestions, please.
Sure, yeah. Good afternoon to everyone. I think, in my view, the very first important thing is really understanding the unmet need from the customer perspective. I mean, basically, at least based on my personal experience, with two startups, and also, my own two startups, and also with other startups. Generally, what happens is that we assume that the problem what we are working is actually going to solve a bigger issue, and it will have a lot of impact and all. But as Ramji mentioned, we actually will not pay a lot of attention to really validate whether whatever we are thinking the problem, is it really the problem? Is there someone who is facing a need for a solution for that kind of a problem? Am I right? If you don't do that thoroughly in the beginning, you will land up in putting a lot of investment, your own effort, money and all, but you may not see really the product reaching the market.
Thank you, sir. Amit, sir, my question to you, if you can give your suggestions. There are few misconceptions for starting a startup or for beginning a startup in this domain. Can you list few, like what do you feel are the prime misconceptions among the entrepreneurs when they want to do a startup in this field?
Thank you very much for having me to this panel. And I think after long, I am attending an IEEE program where we are discussing about life science and the startup and biotechnology. So thank you very much, Padma Sai Madam, for having this workshop. In fact, this is a very interesting question which you came up with. First mistake what life science startups or people who want to start a company do is they compare the startup of a life science with any other startup from the IT field or any other domain, which is actually totally upside down. Startup strategy, thinking, vision, everything has to be a bit different than any other startup which you do in the field of life sciences or any other startup you do any business or you do any company, because the first thing which is there in the life sciences domain where you are building a company is, as the other panelists also said, that you have to do the market survey, and the market is not that huge as you see in the IT services, which is very general. Every kind of consumer will have the requirement of an IT product or IT service, which is not true for the life sciences domain. In fact, even if you have life sciences startup which you want to do, you have to be very focused. You want to go towards healthcare, you want to go towards biotechnology, you want to serve the pharmacy sector, you want to serve the education sector, you want to serve the product sector. All those stuffs are to be very carefully examined. And another problem which I see is that startups are usually done by the enthusiasts with younger age. And in that younger age, again, the problem is in IT sectors or other sectors, you go and work for a company for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, you gain some experience, and then you come back and then you think, okay, I can pick this problem and solve it. But unfortunately, startups in the healthcare side, the young guys specifically who are going and trying to do the startup, they don't have much experience because there are not many companies who will employ them before a good PhD degree or maybe before a good practical skills which they need in the laboratories and all those stuff. So the maturity level of a life sciences startup as compared to any other startup in any other domain, it remains a bit lower side. So I think for the startups which are going to be into the life sciences domain, they have to find out that what are their skills, if their skills or interests are matching with the market or not, and even if they are matching, does market require it or not at that time. There are several skills which will be market ready. It's not that a skill is bad. Maybe it will be market ready only after 5 years or 10 years, depending upon the government policies and other awareness side. For an example, I'll end up with this. Like if you see the field of molecular diagnostics, which is one of the very promising field in India now also. But if you go 10 years down the line, people were not much aware about molecular diagnostics, that they have to go to a DNA level and they have to go a PCR test and all those stuff. They were going for traditional test into the laboratories and people were happy. But now from the time this molecular diagnostics came in, it has actually overcame all those, most of the traditional tests where DNA technology can be used. So this is another stuff that maybe today the technology which you are developing, it is not market ready, but after 5 years it will be there. So you need to sustain that. You need funding for that. You need to have support system for that. And funding in life sciences is completely different from any other sector. Funding in life sciences is the requirement is too huge if you compare with any other startup or any company to do. I think these are some of my views.
Thank you, sir. I think Mr. Subbarao sir is there. Sir, can you throw some light over this? Padmasai ma'am, is Subbarao sir there?
Ma'am, sir is not joined. Still,
Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, I'll continue, ma'am. No issues. Yeah, Ramji sir, can you explain to us few threats which are specifically there in this healthcare industry? There are threats in several industries, but something that points or targets the healthcare industries as such.
Yeah, in fact, may not be threats, of course, as Dr. Amit mentioned about some of the pain points, and also what is happening around, we should know, first of all, and a kind of survey need to be done for yourself as well as your idea or the project that you're working on, where you stand, which level, that is very important. And if you don't know, that's the biggest threat for an innovator, because starting from your incubators or universities, whoever is trying to support you, and they will understand that, I think you did not do enough legwork on this particular project. So I think, considering that, each and every innovator, first of all, need to actually thoroughly address the problem and possible solutions with a proper legwork, and they need to actually have all these things on their fingertips. If you don't have it, I think you should be having a problem. So another threat, when you mentioned the word threat, yeah, team. We got a lot of problems with the different team members within a startup. So identifying the right team member who is actually adapting to good phases as well as bad phases, and who is multi diverse, and of course multi diverse expertise, or maybe so competent enough to suit to the business or your project technology. And another thing is that you need to have wonderful synergies with all the team members and also with the outside stakeholders. So if you don't have that, I think it's a biggest trouble that you're going to face. And, other than these two, of course, I can't actually directly correlate with a life science or a healthcare startup as a threat, but a kind of understanding of different landscapes is very important. The regulatory landscape, what kind of permissions and regulatory licenses, etc., you need to go through, and IP landscape, for example, and the competitors landscape, and also you have to do the market landscape. I mean, as other panelists mentioned actually, if you are not actually working on these particular aspects, there will be a serious problem. And this is the biggest threat. Other than that, funding, not the threat. Okay, stakeholder support, not a threat. Okay, and what you can say, customer channelization or partnerships, everything is available. Only thing is that these are the parameters you need to work out properly. I think obviously funding will be in your way, and scaling up also will be. Scaling up is another pain point you need to work out what are the strategies, etc. So briefly, I can mention on these points. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Narayana Rao, sir, I would like to get your suggestions. Like, what are the support? What is the support that the government of India is giving to young entrepreneurs? Not only young, for entrepreneurs who wish to start up in this field. Is
Okay, I mean,
as how our Ramji sir said, are the funds easily available for the new startups to evolve in this particular domain, sir?
oh, well, I mean, the kind of support the government of India is providing is really excellent. I mean, it's
that's good to hear, sir.
Just not from a funding perspective, but through the entire ecosystem of through the incubators and various other grant partners, in nurturing the entrepreneurs, in getting their idea validated, and in providing regulatory support and validation support. Name it. I mean, basically the entire ecosystem the government has around is really one of the best at this moment of time. Okay. Though yes, at times, it might take a little longer in getting the funds and all, but that's part and parcel of the game. You have to live with it. But otherwise, overall, the ecosystem what we have in India, especially for healthcare startups, is really wonderful. I mean, I'm actually a direct benefit of. I don't know, I mean, like in the tune of about 1.8 crore rupees funding from Government of India.
That's great, sir. That's very great to hear that.
Some of it already we got it, and some of it yet to be received. But yeah, I mean, basically that's the kind of support what we have received. And the regulatory, like what Ramji has mentioned, is like very, very, very important thing. Basically, one of the biggest mistake all of us do is that we don't understand the regulatory requirement. Even today, our company, I don't think we fully understand the regulatory requirement outside of India, especially in various other countries and all. Okay, if you don't understand regulatory requirement, especially for healthcare products in the early in the cycle, you are bound to see a failure, and it's a very, very costly failure.
Okay, sir. Amit sir, would you like to give your views? I think it will be similar to what Narayan Rao sir has said, but some things that you have seen in your experience about the contribution of government or the support from the government.
Yeah, I think, yes, now if you see 5 years back, the support system of the life sciences companies are, or maybe life sciences startups or life sciences ecosystem is increasing, and it is now satisfactory. But I slightly have bitter experience if I see the funding part and the financial support part, because when I started in 2006, at that time, in fact, no support system which exists today was there intact. You have to go in the industry academia mode where you have to submit a project or something like that, big scheme, and all BIREC all came after that, and they were establishing. So with big and BIREC schemes, now things have been much better. But now also, if I see the proper information which is there from the last some years, I think 35% or maybe more than that, around 40% of the companies are still bootstrapped, and they are bootstrapped in life sciences sector. I'm telling you that 40% of the companies are bootstrapped because they lack proper funding. They lack proper sufficient support from the whatever system we have from the government. And if you see, it is good part or bad part, but we do not have many startups as we have in the other fields. But still, more than 40% of the company which are bootstrapped, it itself says that the support which government is extending these days, it is definitely good and very encouraging. But I think it has to still reach to a larger sector so that people have faith in the startup ecosystem, specifically for the life sciences startup sector. Because even if I see from very close, I have so many friends who who were established in the other fields, but if somebody wants them to invest in the life sciences market, that is not the first preference. In fact, not first. I think that will be that's not exactly the last preference, but that preference is really not that keenly utilized by them if it comes to a life sciences sector investment. So I feel that yes, government is supporting. The government has come up. The private parties also, they are coming up, but still I think there is a long way to go when we can say fruitfully that life sciences startup system in India, or maybe the nearby nations of India, like smaller countries, developing countries, have come to a good margin or good say.
Right. Can I just add?
Yes, please, sir. Ramji sir, yes.
I agree. The scenario before 9-10 years is totally different than today. With a lot of, BIRAC itself is, for example, supported more than 1,200 crores or about 1,100 crores exclusively through different grants. And yeah, I mean, every level of innovation is different. The student level innovations are different. And again, what you can say, faculty level and startup level or industrial level. So yes, I mean, compared to the early stage, you need to actually target the relevant grant or scheme as per your company or your idea, and you should have all those prerequisites in proper so that you can hit the goal of. So adding to Mr. Amit's point is that the early stage funding to set up, as we are talking on the setting up of the enterprise in healthcare, so the early stage funding, okay, to set up companies and all, I think we are good enough for startup grants as well as startup fellowships, EIRs, like NSCDB and other, even tied EIRs, and BIRAC also having SPOSH fellowships. Just if you are a graduate and postgraduate, whatever, just approach that fellowship. So they will actually nurture you and guide you vigorously to actually make the company more successful. So the point here I would like to highlight is that the early stage funding is there, but there is a kind of big gap or problem that we are seeing in raising the funds after that. Somehow all these government grants, they're trying to actually encourage entrepreneurship and trying to motivate a lot of enterprises in India. Big number it's coming up, but the startups are somehow failing to actually raise funds. So investors in the life sciences, as he's mentioning, life science healthcare sector, a bit less when you compare with other fields. So I think that is really challenging, I would like to say. I think for that, probably kind of acceleration programs are really helpful. I mean, our incubator, for example, we could able to streamline a couple of acceleration programs that we are trying to help through that way to raise funds. Yeah, so that's what I would like to add.
Thank you, sir. Actually, BIRAC was in my list of questions, actually, because recently after this COVID situation, we could see that BIRAC asking for solutions which are feasible for this particular scenario. Thanks for exaggerating on that and explaining it to us. Now, the next question which I would like to ask is, what is the average timeline that is needed for a startup that is to be started in this healthcare domain? I know it will be greater than the other domains, but what is the average time that is taken for us to begin the startup and help us reach the final product? So if Narayana sir can say suggestions first, it will be good, sir.
I definitely I don't have a complete exposure on all kind of healthcare domains, but very much specific to the kind of area.
Yes, sir. Like if you're able to share your experience with your specific.
What we are working on, I understand. What we are working on, we are actually trying to come up with a screening system for respiratory devices, respiratory diseases based on the machine learning technology. Am I right? Okay. So essentially, it is a substitute to a spirometry, which is considered as a gold standard for any respiratory problem screening. Okay, so for people like us, if we really want to hit the market and get accepted by the clinical community, I can say anywhere between 4 to 5 years is what it will take. Because essentially you need to develop the model, you need to get a lot of data, build the model, and make sure that you are able to really identify the patterns and so on, kind of. I think that's the first level of development, and then you need to build a POC and get that POC validated, and after that there is a huge expectation in terms of clinical validations, like how robust your clinical validations are. Really, do they stand out in terms of mitigating all the risks in terms of the end user usage, like depending on whether the patient is going to use the product or the doctor is going to use the product, your expectations of the risk mitigation will change. So to really address all those things and be in a position to go and make it commercializable solution, yeah, I mean minimum it takes 4 to 5 years. I mean aiming anything less than that is too ambitious.
Yes, thank you, sir. Ramji, sir, your views?
Setting a company is just like that, but with all these prerequisites, when you ask the question how much time to form the company, how much time you should think of or whatever, but a post company formation to reach to the POC or validations, etc., that I'm just trying to address this way. So company formation, as I told you, the team and scope of your work and incubation, where do you want to go for the incubation in case, or if you don't want to incubate, where do you want to actually do those works, where do you want to execute, and who are the primary customers, what are the surveys that you have done, and what are the relevant grants that you want to focus or fundraising, etc. So a kind of 8 to 10 months, I suggest every students or faculty members or wannabe startups to work out on these idea validation parameters to do to address about 35 to 40 questions, and it will take at least kind of 6 months to 8 months of time. I think meanwhile anyway, company formation is just overnight nowadays. Okay, you just tell a CA that you will be giving or blocking your name, company name by next day or a couple of days. So my point here is that if you have all these things in place, then you actually, when parallelly you may form the company, or then you can form the company. But once you plan all these things strategically, then you start your works. Okay, maybe you bootstrap or you get the grant, whatever. Then depending on the product, it will take time. So the core biotechnology kind of deep tech interventions, probably it may take about 4 to 5 years or even 10 years. That's if we can talk about. But basically the medical electronics, all these devices or diagnostic kits, and even some of those app integrated technologies. So they may take at least 2.5 years or 3 years. You can actually launch the product. I mean, if you are really strategic enough and if your funding is really in place. So time duration, I think Subbarao garu online, I guess. Yeah. But anyway, so I think one point here I'd like to add is that although you may be focusing and targeting on one particular product, you need to also think, do you have any other low-hanging fruits to sustain? Okay, so that's also making you to actually lead your company for next 3 to 4 years or 5 years. So you have to actually exercise on all these things, but that duration, it depends. Sometimes the regulatory barriers may actually drag you to next 1.5 years or 2 years. So that actually duration is not as such we can't predict, but yeah, I think it depends on the product development and what are the add-on value that you're creating to that product. That depends actually. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Amit sir, like if we want, yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Participants lone unnaru.
Okay, ma'am.
Please ask sir. From there only he will answer.
Okay, okay. Welcome to the panel discussion, S. Rao sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The question is that, am I audible?
Yeah, you are, sir. You are, sir.
Wonderful. I'm
So
happy.
welcome, and good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the panel discussion.
Wonderful.
Sir, can you give some idea about, like, earlier I had asked you questions. One question which I would like to ask you specifically is, sir, what is the basic necessity that is required to make an idea into a product in this domain? I ask this to everybody, so would like to hear your suggestions too, sir. How to make an idea into product? What is the specific quality that is necessary? One or two qualities which you find is mandatory in this domain, sir.
Wonderful. Good. So I could hear our Ramji and Narayana. That's good. Good to hear them again. Yeah. So, what is so special about the medical devices? Are they very different? Right? Idea conversion to prototype. The one clear difference is that this is governed by a lot of rules and regulations, unlike other one. I can start a website without any approval to find a hospital. The moment I go into a hospital, whatever I do inside is required by law. There is a rule, regulations, everything like that. The science and engineering probably is not much different. It's not very different. It takes more time to convert an idea into a prototype because the testing and then the way we do it and everywhere you have to require a lot of test facilities, everything like that. But conversion of an idea into a prototype, it also depends on what exactly you're trying to do. Are you trying to do something for implant? Obviously, it's a very different process. Are you trying to do something for a wearable one? It's a different process. Are you trying to convert an existing knowledge into a knowledge base? That's a different process. Depending on what you are trying to do, the process of converting an idea into a prototype will be very different. Can I give some examples?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, please, sir.
Yeah.
We'd like
Let me say, yoga is very popular. I want to make a mobile application for yoga. Assuming Ayurveda is also a health, right? So when you say medical, we do not mean only the English one, Ayurveda, and then the everything Chinese, all the historical alternative medicines are also part of medical healthcare, right? So if you want to make a mobile application for yoga, well, the process is the same thing. Whether you make a mobile application for yoga, you make a mobile application for any other thing. It's not very different, right? Now you want to go a little more into the particular thing, and let us say you want to go for the Ayurveda and make it a ICT enabled Ayurveda, right? What the people say the Ayurveda 2.0, right? So, and when you go to the Ayurveda, the doctor, he will ask you many questions. What was your intake inside? What did you eat yesterday? What is all the health questions? He'll ask very many questions. Then he'll take your nadi. Then together he'll try to make a diagnosis, right? So if you're trying to automate it, because now the Ayurveda is a very old science, but ICT is new, and we are all talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, and IoT, everything like that. So if I'm going to try to make a product out of it, asking questions is easy because there's a database, and we got artificial intelligence which will help you to connect and then ask as many questions as you want it, so that you'll be able to make a knowledge out of this particular thing. Now, can you do something for Nadi, the nervous system, measuring the particular thing which the Ayurvedic guy is doing for the last 5,000 years? He puts 3 fingers and then he makes a assessment of the Nadi, your wavelength, and then how the signals are moving in the nerves. People are trying to do the same thing with a scientific base. You got imagination, you got sensors, you got signal processing. So, can you create a wavelength? And then based on the wavelength, can you make a decipher like the traditional Ayurveda practitioner is doing? That's very challenging because you are talking about converting the traditional knowledge into a non-traditional one, but science-based one with the signal processing. That takes a lot of experimentation, huge amount of experimentation. But there's this opportunity. So a larger number of people have been trying on this particular thing, saying that you try to take something and a new idea, which is very new idea. I mean, idea new means Ayurveda is not new, but Ayurveda IoT is new, right? So if you do this particular thing, the conversion is definitely possible, but it takes much more effort and a lot more chances you have to go on doing it. Many repeated trials are required. But then world over, people are doing this particular thing. Alternative medicine is got more opportunities today for the startups compared to the traditional way of looking at the implants and all those particular things, which requires much more thorough amount of a certification, right?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us, along with an example of IoT with Ayurveda. That's something which would be unique in India because Ayurveda was developed here, practiced here. Thank you for giving us with an example, sir. Amit, sir, I'd like to ask you a question. Whatever be our startups or however innovative we try to come up in this healthcare field, do you feel that the threat from other developing nations around us boss over us, they try to sell to us at a much cheaper rate, and does that affect our startups, the growth of our startups, sir?
Yeah, this is an interesting question, actually. See, I think this is happening. It's not only China. It's other countries also. If I see,
I didn't want to name the country. Yes, sir. Please. Yes.
Yeah. No, I think, but China is actually you have to give them the credit that what support system they have built. I think this is an example for the world. And if people can copy that, I think it will be a tremendous thing for the whole life sciences industry specifically. If I see the consumables part, even if you see a test tube, even if you see the PCR tubes, which is used in the laboratories, I think there are many companies, but the kind of cost which the companies in China are able to offer to the supporting laboratories or the institutions in India, I think it's very difficult to match with them. But when we come to the consumables part, and if you have a good consumable vendor who is giving you a quality product, which is accuracy wise, also the solutions which you are getting from them is having a high accuracy. Still in India, we do not have that kind of manufacturers whom many companies are relying or many laboratories are relying. And that's not just relying, it's the results also are there. If you use a Promega, if you use any other established player which is there in the US and the other countries, the results which are there, the accuracy wise, FDA approval wise, or any other legal system approval wise, it is very easy to actually stand along. But again, if you use a vendor who is established in maybe in near around you, or maybe some other country which is giving you at a cheaper cost, there are several instances, there are several results which can see that the accuracy wise, the results are not at par, what is expected. So yes, I think the nearby countries, specifically who are the manufacturers of the consumables in the life sciences field, they are selling a lot in India. And this is the time when a government also has to come very firmly and they have to support the product ecosystem of especially the life sciences sector, apart from the medical devices and the IoT and the AI based products, that the consumables part, the solutions part, the chemical industry in India also, the kits part in India, which is like, if you see the kits is a big business actually. You talk of any disorders, you talk of any laboratory practices, now people rely on kits and they don't want to go for the traditional methods. But still the standard kits are there, which are not actually established players are not there in India. So we have to always import, and that's how this market of the other countries are gaining much more than what an Indian market can get. So I think this is a problem, and maybe soon we will soon, if government is giving a good focus towards this area also, and the product manufacturing also is happening at a rapid speed. So I think still some of the startups or maybe some of the companies are yet to come and make their name into these fields that we do not use. We start exporting also to the other countries so that the economy also develops with these kind of fields.
Yeah, thank you, sir. That's very true. One recent which I faced, I will tell you, recently we had purchased about 40 to 50 thermal scanners, that is the digital thermometers. And after it was purchased, only when we saw that is to screen whether anybody has a higher temperature before allowing into a particular place. But later when we saw that thermometers, everything was made in China, made in China, made in China. So the bulk manufacturing over there is so amazing, or I should say amazing only. It's so fast and so huge that they are able to manufacture in great quantities, whereas India, I don't know, we are lagging somewhere. Now I'd request Mr. Ramji sir, Dr. Ramji sir, to share your suggestions, sir.
Yeah, I think good points by Amit. Basically, we are now opened our eyes. Thanks to Corona, one side, of course, we lost so many lives near and dear, but especially in the innovation and the solutions for Corona, be it diagnostic solutions, be it a tracking solution, be it a surveillance monitoring solution. There are app techs and deep tech based solutions. India could able to work with all the ministries, work together since March this year, and trust me, now from the PSA's office, Principal of Scientific Advisor to Government of India, Professor Vijay Raghavan initiated several of the cluster engagements, Bangalore, Delhi, Mumbai, and Pune and Hyderabad. See, in order to encourage manufacturing and also scaling up the indigenous technologies, and these clusters are working, and Gates Foundation and Find Organization FIND, they actually joined the hands, even Rockefeller University as well, to support uh, optimization and validation of indigenous diagnostic kits and kit components, also consumables including chemicals from ICER Pune, and also other device related things from other agencies. So this is one initiative already started. And just for your information, I'll share an experience of our incubator called Huel Life Sciences. They do RT-PCR kits in different, many other diseases, and the COVID times, they could able to supply to at least half a dozen states, and make, business of around couple of $1 million, especially for this corona times actually. And this company also started, starting from the small reagents, kit components, each and everything were made by that company itself. They are not importing any single component related to those kits. And they started another manufacturing center by another sister company of theirs called Sirf Bio. Sirf Biology. The company name is Sirf Bio. That's at Mallapur. In that manufacturing center, they have the injection molds, they have the plasticware facility, and they also make devices. If any of your students or innovators want to fabricate a small device that can be automation, for example, because that Sirf Bio company is making automated nucleic acid extraction device. This is one example I'm telling, but yes, I think we already started. India is now probably by next 3 to 5 years, I think it will be the leader. At least top leaders, maybe 2 to 3 leaders in manufacturing, and you will be actually hitting the goals more efficiently. And we have a lot of examples, and government, central government, also state government, at the same time, the institutions and the funding agencies and all these philanthropic agencies are joining hands to support this indigenization. That's very much in place. That's what I would like to add.
Thank you, sir. Thank you especially for giving us a positive and optimistic future in this field. Narayana, sir, would you like to share your comments on the same topic, sir?
Just to understand, can you just repeat that exactly the point?
Actually, like about the threat, not actually threat, about the competition that we have from our neighboring countries. they they are not allowing us to emerge completely because of the low cost or substandard products which are available from the exported from the other countries. The startup in India, basically it should have been maybe exponential curve, but maybe it is turned back into a linear or less linear curve. So your suggestions on that, is it true? Do you feel that it is true, sir?
Well, I mean, to some extent that is true, but essentially being a startup, one thing which everyone need to be aware of, how do I actually have an entry barrier, which actually makes it difficult for someone to copy and reproduce what I'm kind of like doing. Am I right? That protects you from other guys getting into the same thing what you are developing. That is very important. That innovation or that entry barrier is very important to create. But having said that, at least in our own experience, we did not come across that kind of a problem what you mentioned. As I mentioned earlier, for us, the threat is more in terms of, not really the threat, the challenge is really more in terms of understanding the regulatory requirements of the respective countries. Basically, you see, especially in the developed countries, the regulatory requirements are a lot more stringent, but whereas in the other developing countries, the regulatory requirements are a little more easier. So maybe that's where the Indian startups also should look at as an opportunity to go and really make their product offerings available in those countries. Kind of thing. I mean, to be very specific to your point, I mean, I really don't have much to say.
Thank you, sir. May I request Rao sir to give sir suggestion?
Yeah, the competition from neighboring countries alluding to China.
Yes, sir.
You cannot wish away China. If China disappears, there will be Vietnam. If Vietnam disappears, there will be Indonesia. If Indonesia disappears, there will be Bangladesh. Competition is a reality. And since they are manufacturing at a lower cost, or at least they are supplying at a lower price, doesn't mean their products are inferior. China has got a graded system of products. You get a product every price. You get a product at iPhone price, you also get a product at very low cost also. So it's not really low quality. And this Indian government, all of us tried to have a cluster policy, which Rameshji is referred to. It did not work out. What earlier we tried was that we said, let there be a cluster. There are clusters in India, manufacturing medical devices. Let there be one knowledge center like CCMB. So we have, and it will be typically government. One of the government body will be called a knowledge center. He will be bringing all new technologies. He will bring new blood into the technologies. He will upgrade the technology and he will take over China. It did not happen.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. So Ramji is capable, but still it not work that way. It will never work. The startups can be no better than the small scale industries. You cannot have. We have to learn from the Chinese to beat the Chinese. Chinese have come with a beautiful concept called secondary innovation. First level of competition by imitation, bringing it on par with the existing competition is easier part of the game. If you are keeping quiet, then you'll be flooded with a lower price because there is always a reduction because people want to kill the competition. That's very obvious. To move up and to survive, you have to come with a next level incremental innovation, which the Chinese call it a secondary innovation.
Yeah.
Unless you come with a secondary innovation, you will never be able to compete with China. I'll tell you, you'll never be able to compete with Bangladesh also in the coming years. So innovation, and we are not talking about a dramatic innovation. We are talking about incremental innovation. What they say is the secondary innovation from the perspective of the usage, from the perspective of the trade or user perspective, from the hospital perspective, from the doctor perspective, from the nurse perspective. You have to look at their perspective and say what adds value.
Yes.
That only will give us the survival and also growth. Government cannot do because government is trying to move away from this particular so-called knowledge clusters to what they say is a production linked incentives. And medical devices is one of the field where you cannot give a production linked incentive because you do not manufacture billions of pieces. You manufacture thousands only. So production incentive, which the government is today very much into it, is not applicable to medical devices. I think we have no choice but to innovate from the user perspective or buyer perspective to compete with China. And don't worry, China. I think we should go and
Yes.
buy from China and do something more than that.
Yeah, sir, thank you for your insights. Just to add from my side, uh, there are a couple of articles. Have you gone through or not? I'm just telling about the audience, not you, sir. I think, if you, as sir is mentioning, if you completely lose the competition, I think you can't actually survive. And that is a very good point that sir actually nailed it. And but adding to this, the agencies, government alone won't do, or the center of excellences like CCMB alone won't do. But identifying at least those potential companies, or making identifying those companies to make them potential, we have to actually show their way and connecting those dots. I think that is what is very much important, that this happened in these past 6 to 8 months. We have been to this kind of we are part of this Niti Aayog kind of agencies. At least we know where is what, and the speeding is, the acceleration happened where these companies easily understood. Okay, if I need this particular component, or if this kind of process to be depend on, I think they have that information ready now. So this is what I would like to mention, that everything we cannot solve, but still there are some initiatives, that recent initiatives can actually lead to this kind of engagement, where we can actually uh, accelerate the incremental innovation, sir. I totally agree. We may not be focusing on the disruptive mechanisms yet, but still I think there is a huge scope that how we can actually do it ourselves. Okay, that is the point I would like to mention. Yes, it may happen not immediately today overnight, but yes, it takes some time, but we are on par with China, I can say. Probably I may not be telling that we can defeat China in manufacturing and production, but yes, maybe in next 3 to 5 years, I think I'm just anticipating so much of change in this line. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Ramji, just, ma'am, I just respond because since
Yes,
he
sir.
got the year of Niti Aayog now, I'll tell you one of the stakeholder which is neglected in India is the Bania, the trader, stockist. So I think we disown them. You cannot manufacture medical devices in the country unless the traders, the stockists, the sales and service guys are into the manufacturing loop. So traditionally, we think these are the people who are culprits and they are the bad guys, and scientists are the good guys. So the good guy versus bad guy is a bad is not a right thing. I think we should respect the
Sir,
traders, stockists, and all the people.
sir, your job and my job is to matchmaking, between these guys. That's what only I can say, because the manufacturers that are there in the medical device sector, at least a few hundreds of companies in Ahmedabad, for example, we have to match them. We are part of those committees, and we have to actually connect to these companies like CGCRI and other CSR labs or DBT institutes. I think, yeah, we have to. That's our job, to actually do this matchmaking to foresee how our country can actually advance in these lines. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. It was much a good of discussion in this particular topic as such. When I had just browsed few questions of what I can ask in this particular topic, one specific area which interested me was like the marketing strategy. After after a startup is done, the people have worked, the ideas have been put into product, everything is done, but what should be the marketing strategy? Is there any unique strategy that has to be followed in this particular field? May I request Amit sir to first give his suggestion. Is there any specific marketing strategy that has to be used for this domain, healthcare domain? I think Amit sir is not there. Yeah, Amit sir is not there, I think. Narayana sir, can you give your suggestion, sir. Are there any specific marketing strategies uniquely for this domain?
Well, I mean, see, again, like, I cannot give a very specific answer about unique to, the healthcare domain, but very unique to what we are doing, I will be able to provide.
Yes, sir, please.
So, for example, you need to do a very, very thorough and professional study of both primary and as well as the secondary market research. Okay. Really, you need to understand, what problem you are solving, and who are going to be paying for your solution, what you are going to develop, and more importantly, especially in the healthcare, so how do you integrate your solution into the clinical flow? Am I right? So if you are getting into the B2B kind of a business, okay, your product must be integrated into the existing clinical flow. Otherwise, it will have a very temporary use, and after that, it will not be used at all. Okay. So, integrating into clinical flow is not at all easy. It's not a cakewalk. You need to really understand whether you are integrating in the primary health center, or you are integrating in the secondary, or you are integrating in the main clinical hospital. All that you need to understand, okay, thoroughly. And then, like, for example, that there are these distributing partners, or these marketing partners, with whom also you should be very open to work with, in terms of really taking your product to a wider audience, instead of narrowing down only to the kind of bootstrapping marketing which typically a startup does. You should be very open to explore those kind of opportunities. And more importantly, the biggest challenge which I see, especially in the marketing, is I think all of us try to push the product. I don't think we create that kind of a pull impact. Okay, so you definitely need to really understand that particular pain point, which will have a pull effect rather than pushing too much into the market. Okay, because as a startup, you can only do a certain thing in pushing the product into the market. Okay. Beyond that, there has to be real takers. Otherwise, it has no value. Okay. How do you create that pull impact, or the pull effect is really what the biggest the challenge which I see in terms of understanding the marketing gap.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Rao, sir, would you like to share your views on this, sir? The marketing strategy, is there anything specific for this domain?
Right. Nothing specific about the domain. Let me just tell one thing.
Yes, sir.
All multinationals, they recruit persons from IIEM Hyderabad. Let me say, just an example. They take the best and the brilliant of the persons. Then after recruiting them, they say, you forget everything you studied in MBA in IIEM. Go to the shop, go to the market and sell the toothpaste, soap or fairness cream. So same thing here also. You have to go to the market and start selling. Start selling competitive product, start selling substitute product, start selling complementary product. Unless you are in the market, your knowledge will be illusory. You'll never know. And that's where the biggest problem of the startups, they are so emotionally attached to the product and their idea, their prototype, their innovation, their technology. They think the customers are going to stand in line. Unfortunately, there is no line anywhere in front of a startup. Maybe the VCs are standing, but not the customers, right? So you have to go and sell in the market. The best is that medical devices. I said, you go, you import the product from Taiwan, import the product from Germany, import the product from China. Nothing wrong with this particular thing. And start marketing the product, start selling the product. You understand the market. Substituting the product is easier rather than substituting the theory, right? First, sell the product in the market. Then after that, you can always substitute your own product. And that is the best option. And that is the only thing that works. Without being in the market physically, without selling the product. In India, you have a problem, no? Customers are very nice people. Indians are very polite people. No one will give you honest feedback unless he is paying for it. You take any feedback, you ask for any references, everyone says very good, very good, very good. And he asks you to write a check. Then he'll say, this is not my job, it's some other department, some other department, some other department. Right? So since we do not respond to the queries honestly, we are too polite, so you are taken on a imaginary track. So that's what is the minimum viable product says. He is writing a check for you. If he's giving a check for you, if he's giving a check saying that he deliver after 1 month, if he's giving a check saying that he deliver after 10 months, then it's a genuine buyer. If he's saying excellent, I'll give references, I'll talk about in the Facebook, then he's like me. Right? We have got many good well wishers, but very few people who really buy with cash. Go and sell.
Ramji sir?
No, I think
Yes.
Subbarao sir actually, nailed it about, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Any other question for me, or about that particular question you're asking me?
No, it's the same question, sir. If you have any.
Subbarao sir is already mentioned,
Yes.
Earlier when these kind of exercises are happening with startups, even now also, just please get out of the room kind of situation where if you are in your lab, in your room, and that's why the MVP is now MLP, minimum lovable product, and you have heart and kidney, liver, everything is close to your product, but ultimately you have to get out of the room and talk to those people, relevant customers, which are those segments, and do surveys and talk to those particular channel partners. The strategy when you're talking about the healthcare sectors, I mean, who are the different levels of stakeholders involved in that particular complete channel. So I think that will help, and there are some agencies also who can actually do your marketing kind of thing, but still you have to understand being an innovator and why I'm just making this, and who is going to buy this, and which area, which location, which segments. I mean, you have to be very specific, and that's why the market strategy, that is before you before you actually start working, the market landscaping, and again, once you start working, again, how to actually find your first customer. I think these are actually common to all kind of products and domains, but still you have to actually tune yourself according to the situation. That's what I would like to add from Dr. Rao's comments.
I think the participants, the young students who are listening to this would be finding this part of the panel discussion very beneficial, I think. Thank you, sirs. Now, one common question which I'd like to get a response from all the panel speakers is any idea or any startup that has impressed you when suddenly I asked this, any idea or any startup that you have read or that somebody who had applied has just popped up in your mind. If you can share it with us, then the participants who are there also can get better ideas, like what all domains, this healthcare domain, where all it is interconnected. So any one or more specific ideas which has felt like this is a really good one. If each of you can share your view, it will be helpful. Okay, to start with, Rao sir, will you say any specific idea that you have come across which has made you feel like that's one of the wow idea, a very good idea?
Yeah, as I said, I am very fond of this Ayurveda too, right? Because this is a very new field. This virus time, we have started talking about the overall health, right? And I'll give one example, which I like very much. In Telugu, we say Tayattu. No? I think scientists, probably Ramji and other scientists, they said a bioelectric shield. Am I right, sir?
Yeah,
right? So
absolutely. And also you can say implant.
So there is a guy in USA who is selling this bioelectric shield tied to puppies and dogs at $180. I'll tell you, you do this. This is where I'm saying, see, the market is there, the belief is there. Science is a question mark. You add science, It's a billion-dollar business. Every product that is there, which is they historically believe, people believe in it, but they know science. Now you add science, then $180 for a tayatu for a dog. Think of it. That's my great idea.
That was very, I mean, really it was an out of box idea, sir. Ramji, sir, would you like to mention any one that you have seen, sir?
I'm sorry, but being a biologist, I don't have ideas in the biology sector, but I can talk about non-healthcare kind of ideas. I can say even just
yes, sir.
I don't know,
Anything, any idea for that matter.
Just to throw some light, you know,
yes,
while I'm driving to Secunderabad and to Kukatpalli, Miyapur, the metro line is really amazing. That the crevices of the metro line, for example, the pillar to pillar or to the metro station to station, that crevices, I don't know how much load it will take. Whether it can be taking three people cable car that can be traveling from one metro station to other metro station, so that the metro station points will be the ambulance points where the patients can be moved in that surrounding. Any innovator can actually have an app with a network of a few hundreds of hospitals, so that cluster wise, each segment, each metro station nearby area, or they can actually simply drop the patient at that particular station. The cable car can actually take him through that metro line beneath the train, actually, what I mean to say, so that they can actually deliver the patient quickly in few minutes, and the next point, again through this app network, the ambulance is ready to the nearest hospital. I mean, just telling within the city, this is one idea, but I have several such ideas, but just to work out on the brains of these young minds. Yeah, thanks.
That's a good thing, sir, like to escape from traffic. At the same time, utilize no much extra work. Whatever is existing, we just try to add cable car in the existing place.
But again, just there is a disclaimer: is that L&T or the engineering guys, they will say no, the train is going upside. How can? So these are the nitty-gritties. At least you need to think of, what kind of load that is extra that is you're adding to this particular thing, and I mean, you have to think through all these things, but there is a kind of idea that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Narayana, sir, would you like to share some unique ideas or unique startup ideas that has come across the table, or you have seen that which you would like to share with us?
Well, I mean, I think you are not asking about the unique idea I have. Am I right? The unique
anything,
idea
sir. You want to share your idea also? It's fine. Or you have come across any idea which you found like it is great and it's something very nice, something like that, sir.
Yeah, sure. I mean, basically, one thing which I really take this opportunity to credit is the Solbots team at Vignana or Jyothi, which they have done a prosthetic hand. I mean, it's actually, if you look at their journey, long back, when they were in second year, they are trying to understand the problem, whether it can be really develop some kind of a prosthetic hand, and they did a lot of research in terms of identifying what kind of technologies are already available in the market, and that kind of stuff. And then when they got the first support from IISc Bangalore, and that gave them a lot of confidence. When they were in third year, that 1.5 lakh rupees of support which they received from IISc Bangalore. With that, their motivation levels really got jumped up, and they developed one very premature prototype kind of a thing. And after that, then they went and applied for the BIRAC grant. I still remember even Ramji was there. Basically when they faced the interview at Delhi, there were so many questions about, can these guys really deliver the product, and develop whatever is going to be funded, kind of a thing. But and then further, what happened is they have their own internal. Of course, BIRAC finally took a risk, and they granted the fund for this particular company. And after that, they had internal challenges in terms of even the team. I mean, basically, within their team members, some of them have left and all. But at the end of the day, they really now come to a level where they've completed the prototype development, they tested the product on the real patients, and very soon they partnered with the one company, which is actually going to take their product to the market, and maybe in few months, they will be selling the product. Am I right? So basically, all that what you require is that kind of attitude that, yes, I can develop it, and I am actually solving one problem which I have myself, or maybe I have seen people experience it, and that kind of a confidence, if you have it, you can really deliver it. Of course, their market is small, but that doesn't matter for a startup. Even if you are successful in really making a decent amount of revenues, even for a small market, that itself is a great achievement. I mean, I really take them as a solid team to kind of like take on a challenge and really execute it with the kind of passion what is required as an entrepreneur.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Prosthetic arm is something which really is, and as you said, their journey of getting funds and getting recognized, everything, it's so inspiring. Actually, in the chat box, I had Mr. Somnath Pal, I think he would like to give few suggestions on this. So if the panel members accept, can I ask him also to share his experience or his views on this? He had requested me.
Sure.
Yeah. Mr. Somnath Paul, are you there? You can unmute. Yes, sir, you are. Yeah, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. You wanted to share your few suggestions.
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Actually, I was working in Indian Railways as assistant professor in Signal and Telecom department. Okay. And after retirement, I have fully devoted to safety and reliability of Indian Railways, and I have presented some papers in international railway safety conferences. And at present, I am member of Safety Culture Working Group of UK.
Great, sir. Great to hear
I think
from
about
you, sir.
20 years back, I gave some very simple projects to some of the students of Osman University and others. But I didn't find anyone to take those things, and everyone thought that I'm mad. My first suggestion was that nowadays a lot of senior citizens are staying alone, or only husband and wife, children are either in different cities or in different countries. And many times it is found that in the morning or after 1 or 2 days that someone has already expired, but no one was knowing. So I gave a simple idea that if on the bed, both sides, I can have some sensors, then because if anyone is alive, even in deep sleep, after 3 to 4 hours, he will just turn. So from the turning, if suppose, say for 5 or 6 hours, he is not turning, the people in apartment will be helped if this sensor gives some alarm to the watchman. They can come. Or these type of things can be, even nowadays IoT has come, connected with some colony security person like that. This is number one. Number two, I thought that everyone is having problem with children. Why at the midnight they can start crying, and they don't cry in the same way, different type of crying. So what is the meaning and why they are crying like that? So I told that initially EEG can be taken, and with the crying sound they can be just connected after analysis and doing that this type of crying is for this pain or this pulse, like that. Number two. And number three, I gave even again for the very little children just after birth or something. And nowadays everyone, parents are doing work or otherwise working from home. They are very busy. Now it is not known when they are urinating. Even though nowadays you have this Huggies type of thing, but still it is not very much healthy. So what I suggested that a small type of sensor can be used, that as soon as they urinate, a small alarm will come. So 20 years back, no one thought that this can be done. But now with this IoT, with that interest, I have attended all the sessions in this IoT, because whatever is being told here, almost most of the things I suggested to Indian Railway hospitals for implementing, but no one listened to me. But now I have got some background with all the information collected from here. I will meet South Central Railway General Manager to suggest him that this type of solutions are now available. So Indian Railway can do this. And fourth vital point is that regarding the train drivers, because now there are so many wearable sensors. So train drivers, I have presented, they can have some 40 to 50 types of diseases. So if these type of sensors are connected to the train drivers while on train through IoT, anything abnormal can be immediately reported in the next station. And because train driver is a very, very safe, safety-oriented job, so that will be a great help for the all over the railways. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you mainly for volunteering yourself and sharing few ideas which covered a wide range from elderly people till the infants. It was very nice to hear such ideas. Thank you very much, sir. And thanks for, we are happy to have you in our panel today. So I think these are the questions which I had in my mind, and every panel member had contributed immensely and shared your ideas and thoughts to us. I thank everybody. So before we conclude, I would call upon Sangeeta Singh, madam, to deliver the concluding remarks.
Thank you, Harivardhagini ma'am. In this pandemic period, we all have understood the importance of health and the necessity of firms working in healthcare domain. And with this panel discussion, all the participants got enlightened with the process of initiating a startup in healthcare and also with how to approach for funding and converting their ideas into prototype. The experience and suggestions provided by all the panelists is definitely going to help many to come forward with unique idea and overcome all the challenges which might come on their way to achieve their goals. Thank you all the panelists for providing detailed insights on how to successfully sail through the challenges and sustain a startup in healthcare domain. And a special thanks to Dr. Harivardhagini ma'am for coming up with such brilliant questions and making the panel discussion so much intriguing. Thank you. Over to Padma Sai ma'am.
So Hari, please ask all members to switch on their videos so that we can take.
Yes. So if everybody can turn on your video once, then we can have a nice virtual group picture.
I'll send my photo to Padma Sai for insertion. Insert my video also. I contribute.
We will add it, sir.
Sangeeta, can you take photograph?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Done, ma'am. Oh, yeah. Please, 1 second. I'll take it.
Ramji sir, where is Ramji sir?
Ramji sir is there, ma'am.
Narendra sir?
I am here, madam.
Yeah.
I am unable to see all of you.
Yeah. Yeah, done, ma'am.
So thank you very much for this opportunity, Dr. Padma Sai, and also, of course, wonderful moderating by Dr. Hari. So, so fantastic to have other panel members here today, and wish you all the best, students, and a great year ahead. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Wish you all a very happy New Year 2021. Thank you all. Thank you, Padma Sai,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Sir,
Thank you,
we
ma'am.
are presenting virtual moment. Presenting virtual moment, sir. Please accept our moment.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Really brilliant. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
Wait, sir. We are presenting one by one. Hari,
Yes, ma'am.
are you able to see?
Yes, yes, I'm taking a pic also, ma'am. I'm clicking also.
Yes, ma'am.
Photo is
We
there.
are Ramji sirs.
Now I am sharing Hari's.
It has not come, ma'am.
Still, it's Ramji sirs only, ma'am.
Now?
No, we didn't get anything, ma'am.
It's not seen, ma'am.
Now?
Your PPT is seen, ma'am.
I will close. Are you able to see Hari?
Yeah,
Subharam
yes,
sir.
Rao sirs
Yes,
is
sir.
there.
Okay, sir. Thank you. We are unable to bring into panel. So sorry for that. Okay, thank you, sir, for valuable sessions. Ramji, sir. Hari.
Ma'am, thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks for everything. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Amit, sir. Mine. Sir Narendra, sir.
Yeah, thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Wonderful panel discussion. Thank you to all panel members and Hari and Sangeeta also for taking lead in organizing this event. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all. I request all the members to join at 3:45. Only 5 minutes break.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, ma'am. Bye.
ఇప్పుడు అక్కడ ఏంటంటే ఎంసీబీలో అవి తీసుకురావాలి ఏసీవి ఆ 2 గదుల్లో అక్కడ మా ఇంటి దగ్గర అవి మీరు వెళ్ళగలరా మీరు ఎప్పుడు వాచ్మెన్ చెప్పాను నేను మీకు కనపడతాయి కదా ఇది మన మా మాస్టర్ బెడ్రూమ్ లో వెళ్ళగానే మీకు రైట్ సైడ్ లో ఉంటుంది మీరు ఇట్లా వెళ్తారు కదా ఇట్లా వస్తారు పాయింట్ పెట్టింది ఉంది సార్
నేను చెబుతాను.
చివరి గదిలో ఉంటుంది
Hello,
Hello.
Sadia.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Should we start?
Sir joined.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. How are you?
Fine, sir. Very happy to see you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank
Sir,
you, Satya.
for accepting our invitation.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. Yeah.
So we'll get started.
Please go.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Sadia.
So we have finally come towards the end of the 4-day IEEE SPS Summer School program on Internet of Things for Biomedical and Healthcare Applications. We hope everybody here has gained a lot of knowledge over the past 3.5 days. Now we have our keynote talk on recent emerging tech trends in biomedical engineering and healthcare by Dr. N.C. Shivaprakash. It is my privilege to introduce such a dynamic personality. Mr. Prakash is a professor at the Department of Instrumentation and Applied Physics at Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore. He has a teaching experience of more than 35 years. Dr. Prakash has published more than 160 papers and has been a technical paper reviewer for many national and international journals. During his professional career, he was awarded with Young Scientist Award by Karnataka Association for Advancement of Science, Professor N.A. Nikam Science Gold Medal, Professor S.B. Bandade Gold Medal, and many more. We are really honored to have you here today, sir. Kindly start with keynote talk.
Thank you. I want to share my PPT.
Ma'am will be giving you the right, sir.
Share, right? Yeah, you have to give me the right or share the content. Or you have to make post. Make me post.
Given, sir?
No, it is not active.
No, sir?
No, ma'am.
Not yet. No. Maybe you have to make me post.
Yes, sir. Now you're the presenter.
Yeah, think so. So start presenting. I see many screens, but my screen. There are so many. I see screens which doesn't belong to me. How do I choose my file, please?
So you will see the PPT in the tabs below, right?
PPT. So many are there which doesn't belong to me. Whiteboard, other application, share file.
So you'll have share screen, and whatever application is open in your computer, it will be seen over there.
So yeah, I opened. Let me open again if it required, possibly. Sorry for this delay.
It's all right, sir.
You are from ECE department?
Yes, sir.
Good, of course. Let's see. Let me try now. Share. Yeah, what I opened, I am not seeing. No, I see micro. You can see. No, is it only Microsoft Word, Google Chrome? Where is mine?
So is the PPT open in your system?
Yes, I just now opened.
Do you see an option share entire screen or something like that?
No, I'm seeing share content, screen 1, start, Microsoft PowerPoint, Teams.
Microsoft PowerPoint, yes, sir, that one.
Microsoft PowerPoint.
So,
no,
you're sharing the whiteboard, sir?
And now we can see Microsoft Teams.
Then I should press share. Share my screen or share my file screen? Huh?
Screen.
Whiteboard screen. Okay. Then I can see my desktop. Is it visible now?
Yes, so we can see the desktop.
Okay, good. Slightly bigger can I make? Okay. Shall I start?
So oh yes, perfect, sir.
Yeah.
Please start.
Yeah. Thank you for your introduction and for good words. How do I get out your screen so that I see only this? Otherwise, it's hiding my slides. Okay, doesn't matter. Let me. Good evening, everyone, and it's my pleasure to be the last speaker of the IEEE SPS. Always I have privilege. Last man has got a last laugh. So I just give an overview of the recent emerging trends in biomedical engineering and healthcare, which is very important. Since I'm going to come back for valedictory at 4:30, first slide I will just reserve that for the other one. So I've gone through the brochure and I found that very, very interesting things have been taught or discussed, debated, last over 3 or 4 days. The first one being latest trends in healthcare technologies. There are many technologies have come in medicine. So that I am sure that many talks that were relevant. Deep learning, somebody, my friend was telling what is deep learning. He was sleeping and I asked, why are you sleeping? And I said, no, I'm thinking. I'm deeply thinking. So today is all machine learning, deep learning. They're all, got into the biomedical healthcare applications. The main source of course, noise is going to be a problem because the signal that we get in medical care, that removal is a big challenge. I understand that there was a talk on that. Communication protocols are very important because today anything we talk is Internet of Things. Some people are telling what is not Internet of Things. So therefore, IoT is very important. And having said so much, if anything of your body has to be scanned, finally you need some sensors. Even if you go for ECG, they put 12 electrodes on your body to get a signal. So therefore, the sensors are very important in IoT. And artificial intelligence is playing a major role, especially a deadliest disease like our cancer, what we call in our daily life, very scary. So they call in terms of medical term oncology. So today artificial intelligence is playing a major role, just not in education but very much in medical field. The edge cloud, we all thought of only the cloud computing. Cloud is very far away. So therefore people now today they are thinking of doing computation from fog. Of course, if you go to Delhi, you may have to do smog. It's neither fog. Smog is smoke. Smoke is giving this pattern, which we call as a smog. So the computation can be done even in that area. Ethics is important in healthcare. A little story which I will tell you in the valedictory. I will just postpone that. Mobile to cloud computing is a major. Any today, any of my medical information can be there in the cloud. Any doctor, wherever I'm in the cloud, can access my data with my permission, which is very, therefore telemedicine plays a major role. Case studies, Internet of Things enabled healthcare was also a topic, and most interestingly, wearable IoT. I will possibly show you some examples that is picking up very fast in recent days. So there were sessions on EEG, ECG, and panel discussion. I hope that has led to something to establish the startup. Very important. The startups in the health sector in India, will have a very important, will play an important role in future. And so therefore, what is left for me, I was thinking, wonderfully designed and, done by our VNR, VJIT. So education, of course, I'm not going to detail. Today, mere lecturing has gone, and today in Education 4.0, we talk about innovation. Why I said education is education encompasses your teaching, research, consultancy, anything that you do. So therefore, all of us have to be innovative in whatever we do. Why? Because Industry 4.0 is also parallelly there with all of us. If you go back in history, 18th century, we started Industry Revolution 1, where we used to make, produce a small machines which are either powered by the water or steam, very primitive one. Later, in beginning of the 20th century, in the Industry Revolution 2.0, we started seeing the mass production. Railway engines were on the road. But in 3.0, all of you know that electronics and information technology has made a very big impact, and then we started seeing the autonomous production. We don't have to go to railway station to book a ticket. You don't have to go to bank to draw the money. So that kind of a revolution took place. And the next important today we talk about 2.0. This is all about what we call it as the cyber physical system. So anything that you have can be get connected with it. So this is what we are today. So therefore, the conference or school, whatever you call it, that you have done last 4 years, I'm sure that most has been dealt with these cyber physical systems. So therefore, education gives knowledge, know-how, wisdom, and character. I'm sure that in the last 4 days, many aspects of the research in these areas have been understood. And also by now, everyone, all participants got 3 more important characteristics, namely know-how. Know-how is to do things rightly. That is very, very important in research. And wisdom, to set the priority. That is what exactly, I think, I'm sure that in the next 4 days, you must have gained some character also to make trustworthy. Everybody should say, I am a proud alumni of VJ IET. That is this. So therefore, the IoT, when we are talking today, Industry 4.0 expects, be it a teacher, be it a student, be it a researcher, we need to, all of us have to think critically. We have to solve the complex problems. We have to be creative, and we have to have, network. Without networking like this, there are so many, the last one that I skip and then say cognitive flexibility. We all have to adapt ourselves to change, depending upon the situation, because the jobs that our graduates, they take up industry, we are all stuck to one institution for last 40 years. That is not going to be the scenario in future. So therefore, flexibility, we should be able to quickly adapt, and then adaptive filter is what you talk in our. So some of the biomedical instrumentation, as all of you know, IoT in biomedical instrumentation is very important. Maybe a couple of minutes I'll spend on that. IoT is going to be the future of pharma, and IoT is also there in future of healthcare, which I think predominantly in the last 3 days you talked about it. Some of the examples that I will try to give you on IoT and IOMT we talk these days. That is Internet of Medical Things. IoT is a very general across every walks of life, but if in a medical term, they call even these days IOMT. And medical imaging using IoT is very, very important. The best example that all of you are saying, because any doctor doesn't want to take any chance with any of you. Say go and do MRI. Of course, you need money to do that, but those who can afford, whole body can be scanned. Of course, don't try to do that. You get exposed to radio frequency, which is not a good thing. Unless it is mandatorily required, you please do it. Otherwise, the kind of technology that we have moved, what we were about 20-30 years ago, bypass surgery means reopening the whole body, and then people used to take 3 months, 6 months. But today, our operation people are ready to walk after a couple of days, from ICU. That is the kind of a medical, revolution that has taken. Patient monitoring and clinical efficiency. I will talk about 2-3 minutes about it. Today, most of the time, now today, especially COVID, people don't like to go to hospital. So how do we get things done at home is all about patient monitoring. You can set up things if you can afford at home itself. And of course, lastly, about IoT startups, which is very, very important. I'm very happy to see in your program that there was a panel discussion on this thing. So what is biomedical instrumentation? All of you know what it was and what it is today and what is going to be the future. Earlier there was no gadgets were there. If you go to any specialist, they used to talk to you and then find out your pulse. But today everything is mechanized. So biomedical instrumentation is an area, of course, in engineering, where all that we do is the application. This is an all that we study in this technology to solve the problem of living biological systems. So therefore, it has got a very important role in diagnosis, treatment, and more importantly, prevention of disease. The prevention is better than cure is always what we talk about. So this is how things are developed. Any human, any part of the body, you can get the appropriate signal, convert them, and then get. So therefore, the IoT is very important. Again, internet. IoT has not come overnight. In 90s, I myself in 83, when we want to connect through internet, we used to even wait for half an hour to dialing the phone. So that was the scenario. And today, all of you know, we don't know how to live without a mobile. That kind of a feel, good or bad, it's up to you to deliberate. So as I told you, Industry 4.0 is all about cyber physical system. So therefore, any physical objects, we call it as things. That's how the name Internet of Things. So all that we do is we embed with sensors, software, and other technologies for the purpose of connecting and exchanging the data over Internet. This is all what encompasses the IoT. So the Internet, here multiple technologies have come. And it has to be done in real time. It cannot be offline. Many a times, in a critical situation, things have to be done in real time. And, a lot of analytics is required. Machine learning, tools like machine learning, deep learning, which in this present school has dealt, is very, very important. And commodity sensors are playing a major role today. And wireless sensor networks, of course, where you cannot access, especially military applications, for instance. And they are all very important. Control systems. See, few examples that I can think is automation, smart home. If you forget something and go to your office, you can control everything from there. That is what was not possible 30-40 years ago. So whatever that we talk today, everything is in the smart world. So just to recollect what cyber physical system is, it's a computer system basically. All that we do is a mechanism to control or monitored by a computer based on some algorithms. This is all the physical system, cyber physical system means to all of us. So this, the one example on IoT I thought I can give you is today, pulse, if you want, you can just go to, when you go there, a nurse will put a finger, a small device like this, and then instantaneously she says your pulse is 95, 96. Which is, all of you know, in the COVID, it's not the temperature which is very important, the pulse. If it goes below 90, 95, you may have to go back, you have some symptomatic problem. So therefore, pulse oximetry is a non-invasive. They don't even do any damage to your skin. All that is a method which, gives you basically oxygen saturation, peripheral oxygen saturation, they call it as SpO2. And also another arterial oxygen saturation, SaO2. They are very, very important, parameters to monitor the health, the good health of any human being. So this is one example that I thought I can give you on wearable things. The second example, today I was just reading about a month ago. Engineers done now thinking of, it's in the research stage, possibly it will come so in another 6 months or 1 year. Two great people, Ling Zhang from Penn State University, USA, and Cheng Lab, and also Harbin, they have come out with things what you see on the screen. You can print. How do you print? Don't you think anything? A technique where we print, we call it sintering. Sintering takes place at higher temperature normally. And when you go to higher temperature, 80 degree, 100 degree, I don't think anything a pattern can be put on the skin. But they have come out with a very, very innovative idea. What they have done is sintering is done at the lab temperature. In the normal room temperature, by taking your polyvinyl alcohol, what they have done is, it doesn't, since it is only about 22 degree in which they have taken this calcium carbonate and then make a small layer, and then, it's foldable. Today we talk about what we call as a flexible electronics. All that we do is a screen and the TV can be bent. And all the variable things that you see, a watch on your hand, which can give anything you want. How many steps that you have walked, how many kilometers that you have, how many calories that you have burnt, any parameters of that. So they're all, earlier days you have to hold in the hand, and not even hand. A computer could find out. But today you can just a band on your hand can give you information. This is where today we talk about an area called flexible electronics. So just with an air blower, they have shown with an air dryer that normally people use at the bath, that they have used, and then with the centering technique at the lab temperature, they could achieve this. This is the kind of a technology they are available in the healthcare today. Very, very important. And also this, you can even reusable. Now they are now working on this where it can be taken out and then put to the next patient without any problem. Reusable, because in ISRO, any material that you use as a racket and it goes, the material cannot, but today we have a technology where a satellite which goes and comes back, the items that are there can be reusable. The idea is to reduce the cost of any satellite launch. So at least I understand from the literature that whatever the technique that I have told can be reusable. The other example, today, of course, all of you know we are going through the pandemic COVID-19. So therefore, especially the sensitivity, the sensitivity of the skin is very important. This works, I am told, even for baby to an elderly man as old as 80 to 90 degrees, because the skin complex, skin texture changes, and also the sensitivity which changes. So IoT in pharma is fantastic. I was hearing a lecture by World Health Organization long ago in 1980s, and it may be true even today. What they were saying is about 36 medicines are good enough to cure any disease that we have. But at that point of time, they were mentioning India has got 60,000 formulas. You know that the quality checks that requires about you have to be in the queue for about 2 years. So by the time in the newspaper today, you may see a barrel gun is banned, but the man got the approval, already got the quality. In 2 years they would have sold and then damaged many people's body. But that is the kind of a situation where we are. So you see, for instance, COVID, if any vaccine that you want to do, the normal period that always takes is 4 years. There are vaccines are not there for many viruses. So therefore, it's a long process because you have to go through. But since COVID is a pandemic, not epidemic. Epidemic is one, belongs to some region. Pandemic is all over the globe. So then also you see today COVID, which was there in March, it has changed. The China COVID is what now we used to call for so many months. Now it has come from Britain. So it is changing its things. Therefore, vaccine making is very, very difficult. So this is where lot of opportunities are there. So in healthcare, this is one watch. This is just not a watch. It can give you many, many information in the background. As I told you, A wearable watch can give you about how much calories that you eat, how much you have burnt, how many steps, how many you have walked, and so on. And also, this one other example for IoT is personal digital appliance. Yes, it's like a computer. If I can share with you, in 1982, the first computer that I bought was about 4.7 megahertz, costing me 1 lakh. Today, everything is there on your palm. A palm computer. Even the mobile that you use is as more powerful than the computer, mainframe computer that we have in 1960s and 70s. So wearable technology, this is what I was talking. They're all called smart wearable. It can also even, there are wearable technology has gone to a stage where it is not just gives you, but it can correct you also. Smartness comes where it will tell and it will also take action. That is where the smart materials that people have. Some more example, if I like to give you on wearable technology, heart rate, as I tell, you can find out. Earlier we used to rush to the hospital to find out, but you can have it one at home. Calories burned, steps walked, blood pressure, you can measure yourself. Of course, may not be as accurate as one analog machine is, but it gives you an idea, fairly well a digital one. And certain of biochemicals that goes out of our body also can be measured today by handheld small gadgets. Time spent on exercise, seizures, very, very important. We call it as a disease called epilepsy. Suddenly they fall down while walking. This is very dangerous. Some surge of electrical activity happens in the brain and then they collapse. So now you have, there are indicators where through if a wearable things are available, where a signal immediately go to your nearest doctor, or your family doctor, where action can be taken, or to a police station, or to some healthcare system. So physical strain, all these things which used to have a very sophisticated instrument in those days, where you used to go and pay so much. But today, of course, a poor man cannot afford, but those who can afford, things are available. The other one I thought I can give you is an implant. It is an implanted neuroprosthetic. People who have hearing loss, modified sense, sound. Those people also think so. See, the people of a differently abled person needs more care than anybody else. So those who don't have limb, those who don't, they can't hear you, they are deaf and dumb, all these things in a sign language they can use, and then still be able to manage. For instance, that how powerful machines, gadgets have come where hearing impaired. If something goes wrong in your drum, you have a canal hearing aids. Of course, they're little expensive till today for common people. I was mentioning about IoT and IoMT, the Internet of Medical, which is also today we call it as smart healthcare. So a remote, I was mentioning about remote patient monitoring. If you can afford, you can set it up at home, so that if somebody has to be on the bed for days and weeks, you don't have to go and get admitted in the hospital for routine job. So remotely, like an isolation ward we used to have for TB, etc. So if people can monitor in the healthcare or health center or the nursing homes, but the patient can be still at home. Of course, as I told, it's still not affordable for common man. Medical imaging is another area, as I was mentioning. These simple X-rays, CTs, and now today the MRI, where the brain into any part of the body possibly can be mapped, and then it definitely uses with the aid of artificial intelligence, diagnosis and also treatment. There's a surgery, for instance. If you go cataract, there used to be a huge time lag from hospital to home. Now today you can go get a laser surgery done, and then after half an hour they will ask you to go home. So this is the kind of a impact that this has made on the health sector. Patient monitoring, similar the one which I have said, where you can use for diagnosis, and also a research laboratory focused on basic science. So science, engineering, technology have brought this monitoring and clinical system where it helps the doctors. Voice user interface, spoken commands, the people who can by gestural. You must have seen by gesture you can give command so that handicapped or differently abled people also through voice, if they can talk, or through gesture you can even control and then convey to. So therefore the whole of IoT has now moved to e-health. It's all started about 20 years ago after the after our internet medicine came. Earlier we started talking about telemedicine. To us is earlier people used to go all the way to America to get the surgery done. Now today you don't have to go. Send everything. The doctor in USA can advise our doctor here while doing the surgery in situ. So that is what is all a remarkable change that we have seen in M-Health or E-Health. Everything is e-commerce, e-health, and so on. Another one is M-Health. All M-Health is mobile. The information, today you don't have to go to really play health centers or hospital to give your blood test. People come home and by evening your record, in the mobile, they will send you the data. So these are all possible because of the electronic information. What is important things that it has done is elderly work. People in cities who are elderly, they are alone, they need more comfort and safety. So therefore, home automation is what I was mentioning, is all not only helping the gadgets to be switch on and switch on, elderly people can get the the attention whenever they require. So it also use energy conserve, disabled people, it is more useful. And this works, this is not just for electronics and information technology or computer science or electronics. Even if you go to electrical power, today we talk about power system. What we call it as a power system have become smart grid. What it means is renewable energy. Energy not only comes from your normal things, the thermal, hydrothermal, nuclear, wind energy, solar energy, all can be put into a grid. So when you're doing the green one shows earlier, we used to have only one way of doing things. And we have only one tower and things like that. But today in the smart grid, it can take action. They are all decentralized, made as smart. Each, the fault can be identified at a given point. And then now, those days in 1970s, if power goes, whole country, if it is in one grid, power is to be restored. It was taking long time to restore the power. But today, a restoration can be done within no time. So this is what exactly happens in your smart grid. So all that it happens in the first layer is a smart connection level and data level. Third one is a cyber level. Fourth is the cognition level and configuration level. So these are the 5 levels in which today we talk about smart meter. Suppose you want to control your electricity bill, you can, like your mobile charge, you can put a smart meter, put 1,000 rupees. After that, it will automatically cut off your thing. So therefore, smart meters, people don't have to come and take a reading at home. People can get the reading wherever they are sitting in the electricity board. So these are all some of the example I thought I can show it to you all on this. So technology, fantastic things are happening in the last 5 years. So I always fond of writing this equation, whether I like it or not. IT equal to is badly wrong. But what I meant is information technology yesterday plus information technology today is equal to the information technology tomorrow. So therefore, in 2000 we had information technology. Now we moved to biotechnology. Now geotechnology. So geoinformatics, bioinformatics. So today's research is tomorrow's technology. So therefore, I'm sure that the school that you had last 4 days, I'm sure that all of you have presented will lead to the tomorrow's technology. India, country like India, we have to spend time on agriculture, health, drug, infrastructure, climate, and so on. Very, very, very important. So therefore, a lot of things can be done in this area. So I told you in the beginning that AI is playing a major role, especially if you take education, personalize. A student has to be tracked whether he's learning. AI can be used. That's one example. And today, because of the COVID, you know that it is online assessment, online examination. So therefore, proctor system is required. So AI will be handy. So artificial agent robo is being used across. This AI is not just in education. You go to film field, music, cyber security. Even all of us will interact with AI, maybe without even knowing it. But AI will recognize all of us, even if we don't know, if we don't recognize AI. This is how things are happening. And now we don't know how to live with mobile asset. Artificial intelligence is going to play a major role. So therefore, future research is all going to be, transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, whatever the language in which you want to call it. So now IoT, IOMT I spoke, now we call it as IIoT. It is industry. Industry plays a major role. Industry Internet of Things is what we call. Efficient decision making is important. Huge data is required. So therefore, AI is going to play a major role even in medicine. As I mentioned, today, artificial robots can do surgery, of course, with the help of the doctor. Without that, it may even damage, but with the control of a human intervention definitely is required. So the technology, as all of you know by now, I just mentioned a few: artificial intelligence, IoT, robotics, cyber security, data science, quantum computing, 3D printing and design is what we call as additive manufacturing, blockchain, augmented reality, virtual reality. These are some of the examples that you can see. Just I spent a couple of minutes. I still have 3-4 minutes before 4:30 your function. Artificial intelligence, I already explained that a lot of application. Genetic engineering is going to play a major role. I just wanted to one example of AR, VR. Today, the students are not able to come to the school, colleges, so you can create a virtual lab. About a month or ago, many people, IIT Bombay, IIT Madras, they did virtual convocation. This is all because of augmented and virtual reality. So therefore, not that technology, a teacher cannot be replaced. Technology will not replace the teacher. Teacher is definitely going to, you can supplement and augment. Autonomous vehicle, is going to be a major play. Though in India, driverless cars, is not in near future. But what is more important is the electric vehicle. In another 5 years, you will be seeing electric bus, electric trucks, no petrol bunk and diesel filling in future. You may see only the charging station. Electric, wherever you go, you get charged and then start moving. A lot of potential in that. Hyperloop, where you can go even faster than the aircraft. Japan about 3 months back, I have gone 500 kilometers in 10. It's underground. People have done in Europe. Even in India, in a small, we have done in, and hope that Hyperloop plays a huge role. Smart cities, definitely in the next 10-15 years, huge potential for all people, not just for electronics, computer, IT, even civil, electrical, good roads, good infrastructure, good building, good healthcare, good communication, and so on. So therefore, future India is great. Made in India, your past, now, today, make in India. It's all investment from foreign, job for our people. We make profit, part of it only we have to give them. So this was Digital India. So we have already started creating the digital infrastructure. We have empowered the citizen. I'm sure that in the next 5 years, Government of India would take care of this. So the last slide perhaps maybe an IoT startup. So I'm very happy that this school, you had a panel discussion about the startup. Startup, I thought I can share this slide where startup, if you look at it, first, yes, any startup should be successful. And it will not be without T, that is technology. And A is nothing but agility. You have to move fast and access. You cannot, things are moving very, very fast. Technology is changing very fast. R, re-engineering, where Korea is, where Japan is. So therefore, tinkering labs are coming all over. And I enjoyed, visiting. I was doing performance auditing at VJIT. I had an opportunity to visit electronics lab. I would adds up, and then in fact at least 25 places wherever I went after that across the country, I shared the good practice. Even today morning I was looking at on my table VNRVJIT best practices. The document that you gave still is with me. That I was recollecting, and then I was and teamwork is very important for startup. Unique approach. Without that, no startup can take place. Persistence, patience, important. Finally, the last yes is very important. Anything you take up societal. Now this school has dealt with healthcare. Very important. I told you, agriculture, health, climate, infrastructure, they are important. So I'm sure that there are venture capitals, there are banks, financial, government, NGOs, so many ways that we get funds for this. So therefore, incubation, innovation, and I would, is very important for to achieve the quality. Definitely, we need to work together, collaborate with each other, tolerate the differences. We are all academicians. We definitely have differences and respect the views, because none of us are as smart as all of us. I'm sure that all the people who have joined for this school from Monday till today certainly would have gained something, and to go back, network, do something useful to the country in this sector. And I would like to stop here and thank the organizers, Dr. Naidu, the principal, the management, and of course Dr. Padma Sai, who is the architect, for the ability to get me into this, and all the deans, HODs, faculty, students, participants, and everyone. And thank you so much for your attention. Over to Dr. Padma Sai. Over to MC.
Yes, sir. I think ma'am has.
Okay, you are there.
With some
You are the
work
boss
because.
today for us. Yeah, no problem. I understand.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. We'll see if there are any.
Yeah. Please, if they want to ask quickly something, they are most welcome.
So I don't see questions here.
No questions. They have understood everything, whatever I said.
It was as clear.
Thank you. Sadia.
Okay.
So what
Since
next?
we're also running out of time and it is time for valedictory session.
That's why I also hurried up. I don't want to delay your valedictory beyond 4:30. So I'll wait for a couple of minutes. Just ask, and then I'll get. I'm there, and then tell that. Just inform Dr. Padma. Then we will have that. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Ma'am has come.
Yeah.
So there's a question.
Yeah, please tell me the question.
When can we see everything automated? What do you think is the time frame that I'm trying to get hold of this question? Okay.
Yeah.
So when can everything get automated? Like people usually make predictions like 2030 maybe or 2050 maybe, when everything we use will be automated. So because of your rich experience, what do you think? When is everything going to be automated and dependent on internet, and how safe is it?
Okay. Three things. One is Murphy's law. Anything you do, it will go wrong. Number one. Number two, fantastic. Things are moving so fast. See, I don't like to see where everything is automated. Then, e-lunch, you can't eat e-lunch. So, therefore, I don't, it can only, technology should only support us. Why we call artificial intelligence? Because it is not real intelligence. The real intelligence is with us. So, therefore, again, I see automation is good, but automation 100% is not good. I don't want to predict that if you automatic, everything will become automatic. There is no life. So therefore, I don't want this to be automatic. See, for instance, whatever automation that we have done, from industry 1.0 to 4.0, still without human, can you make anything without us? We need, brain is required. So therefore, it is always, now in the olden days, 100% to 0%, I would even think 70 to 30. Automation should play only up to 30%, and our contribution should be 70%. Teaching, research, innovation, making food. If you give it automatic food, you don't even eat. If you prepare your food, you enjoy the food. Of course, once in a way you can go and eat pizza, but every day you can't eat. That is what I was saying. So in the later way, I don't like everything to be automated.
Okay, very beautifully put, sir. We don't have any more questions. Dr. Padmasai ma'am, are you here?
But she should be catching us.
She was here.
I'm there.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, Dr. Padma.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, over to you.
Hello, thank you, sir. So.
Thank you, Dr. Padma Sai. I should thank you.
So, Sadhya.
Ma'am, do we have the virtual momento ready?
Sir, now itself we can give.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I'm there. You can start your valedictory. No problem. I will be there 10-15 minutes. Don't worry. You can start your valedictory.
Firstly, I'd like to thank you, sir, for putting the entire topic and so many applications so beautifully. I'm sure many of us will apply the concept of know-how in our journey of learning. Thank you for throwing light on cyber physical systems, IoT and biomedical instrumentation, IoT and future of pharma, future of healthcare, wearable technology, and many more.
Thank you.
So,
valedictory, does it take a little more time, Dr. Padma?
We'll start, sir. We'll start.
Yeah, you start.
Okay, sir. So,
thank you. Thank you. Well done. The best MC that I've seen.
Oh, thank you so much, sir.
Good. Well done.
So this is a token of gratitude that we would like to present to you. Sad that we couldn't give it to you in person, but nonetheless, please accept our gratitude.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Very nice, pleasant, very good. Fantastic. Thank you. Send this picture to me, my WhatsApp.
Okay, sir. We'll send through mail, sir.
So kind. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, proceed with the next.
A very good evening and a very happy new year 2021 to all the dignitaries, participants, and my dear team. I, Sadia Hassan, invite you all to the valedictory ceremony of our IEEE SPS Summer School program on Internet of Things for Biomedical and Healthcare Applications, organized by Vignana Jyothi Institute of Engineering and Technology in association with IEEE Signal Processing Society, IEEE Hyderabad section, IEEE Women in Engineering Affinity Group Hyderabad section, and IEEE Vienna VJIET student branch. The time has come to draw the curtain to our program as we come to the close of it. It has been a stupendous 4-day fully virtual program with such eminent speakers and the wonderful audience, and not to forget all the members who supported us throughout this program and the ones gracing this valedictory ceremony with their presence here today. This summer school, as the name suggests, was planned to happen during the summer, but then this year has shown that everything in this world can be so unpredictable. Our institute coordinated with IEEE SPS and postponed this event thrice just in the hope that we would be able to conduct it offline and on a larger scale, but as it happens, we had to go ahead and conduct it online. Nonetheless, I'm sure many here would agree that this program was indeed excellently planned and executed. despite so many challenges. We had 2 panel discussions, 14 talks, poster presentation competition, a live demonstration of 3 outstanding projects, and a dazzling music performance in these 4 days. Now, without any further delay, let us start off by inviting Dr. Y. Padmasai, Chair, IEEE Women in Engineering Affinity Group, Hyderabad Section, Professor and Head of Department, ECE, and Dean of Student Progression, Vignana IET, to give the audience a brief about this 4-day IEEE SPS Summer School program, which started on 28th of December.
Thank you,
Ma'am, go ahead.
Sadia. Wait, Amit sir has joined once.
Sure, ma'am.
Dr. Naidu is joining, Dr. Padma?
Yes, sir. Sir will join.
Very good. Very good. Well done. Excellent. You know, it's not an easy task for 4 days to sustain and to continue. Still, with the same zeal till the end, you have pushed. Very nice.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Closing remarks, 4-day virtual event, IEEE SPS Summer School on Internet of Things for Biomedical and Healthcare Applications. It's a great pleasure to speak to you today at this closing ceremony of 4-day virtual event. Distinguished guests, speakers, participants, organizing committee members, ladies and gentlemen, all of you welcome to the valedictory function of organized by IEEE Hyderabad Section, IEEE Signal Processing Society, IEEE Women in Engineering Affinity Group, in collaboration with VNR Jyothi Institute of Engineering and Technology. The program is sanctioned by IEEE Signal Processing Society. On behalf of all of you, I would like to thank all the distinguished speakers and panel members. Their presence has been invaluable and without any doubt has helped make the event a grand success. I also appreciate the participants from various organizations who have been able to take the time to attend this important event. I am grateful to the members of advisory committee and organizing committee who have ensured the success of the event. The summer school mainly focused in creating interest among the participants working in areas of IoT and biomedical engineering. So as an emerging industry, the technical and industrial and application foundation of the IoT has grown exponentially and suggests a huge potential for further growth. I am aware that you are the conclusion of this event, and I am sure that the knowledge you have gained will enable you to be able to apply this technology in the respective fields. Even though we planned this event very shortly, I am very happy today. So we are able to complete all the tasks as per the program, and we are executed all events without any deviation, and we have included 1 or 2 more talks in between, and all the talks we have invited eminent speakers from IITs and NITs and industries, and panel discussion also. We arranged 2 panel discussions. Both are well received by all the participants. So really, I thank our section, IEEE Hyderabad section members. All the time, whenever I am having problem, I used to trouble Bala sir and Venu and Amit, so that our event is going smoothly because of 3 people behind this entire show. Even only I am doing back end, but physically they are helping me to execute the event successfully. I wholeheartedly thank all my team members of IEEE Hyderabad section for making this event grand success. So I welcome all the speakers for valedictory, so for sparing their valuable time with us, and I thank all my colleagues. They have spent a lot of time to live telecast the event. Even though we have planned cultural program also in the evening, yesterday actually because of WebEx, we are unable to telecast through WebEx, but We have telecasted that program through YouTube. Even our students also responded very positively, even though in this pandemic situation, when we asked for that, they came forward for the inaugural as well as yesterday also they performed Cresendo team one performance. Actually, every time we used to perform many programs, but only we arranged 2 programs during this event, 4-day event. And Anudeep, I would like to thank each and every member, Kishore, Sangeeta, Hari, all our WI team members of IEEE Hyderabad section, as well as all IEEE Hyderabad section members, Nokala Srinivas sir, Vijayalata ma'am, Sri Lakshmi ma'am, Vijayasagar sir, each and every member, Arif sir, all members helped Vamshi Krishna. Directly or indirectly, they helped me. Whenever I am organizing many events, I am able to execute during this year, especially because of pandemic. We are IEEE Hyderabad section organized many events. WI also organized many events with the help of all the members of section. In addition to section, our college members also helped me to grow like that. So I would like to thank Channakeswarao sir, principal sir, and Sanjay Kode madam, DN Rao sir, Harish garu, all not only faculty members, section members, student members also, all IEEE student volunteers of our college, Sadia Hussain, Sai Kamal, Tarun, Lavanya, Pratyusha, Darshan, many. Without all their support, it is not possible to show this event, 4-day event. This I can say grand success. So without deviating time, we have organized all the events on for time. So I don't want to take much time of you. I thank all the members who supported me to execute this event. I thank one and all. I welcome you for the valedictory function. Thank you, Sadia and team. Thank you, Tarun. Thank you, sir. Shiv Prakash, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation.
Thank you, Dr. Padma. Wonderful sum up. Good. Well done.
Thank you, sir. Before concluding, I want to, actually we have organized post presentation also. So I will announce top 3 prizes. First prize goes to Santoshi Reddy. She presented poster on health monitoring and tracking system. Second
Congratulations.
prize goes to Durga Kartika, stress recognition using ECG pattern.
Excellent.
Third prize
Good.
goes to Harikishore, affordable quality healthcare. These are the
Very
3
nice.
prizes we have given for poster presentation. So thank
Wonderful.
you. Congratulations to poster presentation winners. So thank you one and all. Sadia, can you take the session?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you, ma'am, for summarizing the 4-day program so well. I'm sure it served as a good debriefing to all the participants and gave an ample idea to the ones who couldn't be with us during the program. Thank you for the kind words. Now, we would like to invite Dr. C.D. Naidu, Principal of Vignana VJIET, to address the gathering.
Sir not joined it.
Okay.
Okay, I will do fill the gap. Then you can do my. Can
Sure.
I speak for a couple of minutes with the permission?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So now it gives me an immense pleasure to be part of this conference. And Shajia said, summer or winter, everything is changed in COVID. Very nicely put it. And I had a privilege of visiting VNR VJIT. So I already told you that a lot of things I learned. Today on my table saw the information that they gave me, the practices of VJIET I was going through. Fantastic. Very, very nice, very proactive. if anybody in the country wants to do good, they need some characteristics. One is called innovation. You have to be innovative. You have to, innovation with teamwork will lead to excellence. And if you want to do, then, you need a joyful. Anything you do, you should enjoy. The joy is very important. And finally, you become victorious. Whatever I spoke so far, they are all there in VJ IET. V for victory, J for joy, I for innovation, E for excellence, and T for teamwork. So from 1st January 2021, of course, your name also is good. Vignana, Jyothi. Vignana, fantastic. Jyothi, light. And Institute of Engineering and Technology, that remains. But the new, name that I would like to give from tomorrow for your institution is Victory, Joy, Innovation, Excellence, and good teamwork. So fantastic. I'm very happy to have got associated with that. I know how much they mean it. It is not just I myself physically went around. I saw the research laboratories in your institute. I think the beneficiaries are the students. So this conference, they have done the poster session, presentations, invited talks, and panel discussion. That shows the interest that they have. Of course, the coincidence is Dr. Naidu's student. I was a PhD examiner, and also Dr. Padma's student. Yes, Dr. Naidu?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Namaskaram.
Namaskar. So, a lot of commonality. So, therefore, you have been doing extremely well. You have done well. You have ended the year with a great note. So, keep everyone start thinking differently. Okay, I will tell one little half a minute story, and then I will hand over. Think differently. This story goes like this. VNR VJ IET invited 5 greatest scientists for a conference, hypothetical one: Aristotle, Newton, Einstein, Heisenberg, and Pauli. So this conference, at the end of the day, they were all staying in the hotel, and these 5 people are walking around, and one of the journalists in Hyderabad caught them and asked a very peculiar question, because journalists always are peculiar. The question that is asked was, he saw a chicken crossing the road. Of course, everything crosses everywhere across the country. So the question was asked first to Aristotle, why chicken is crossing the road? Aristotle said, that is in nature of the chicken. So then comes the turn of because his research is all about understanding the nature. Then came the turn of our great man Newton. Newton said that if chicken is at rest, it will be at rest. If chicken is moving with velocity, then he started deriving F equal to ma. Then came the turn of Einstein. Einstein said, I don't know whether chicken has crossed the road or road crossed beneath the chicken, depends on frame of reference. Fixed frame, moving frame, theory of relativity. So the question is same, but each one is thinking differently. This is what the research is all about. The 4th man was our great quantum physicist, Heisenberg. He said, chicken was moving with a very high velocity. I could not measure accurately. Uncertainty principle. No 2 parameters can be measured accurately. Lastly, Pauli, great Nobel Prize winner. All of us know little chemistry in high school. He said, chicken has not crossed the road. There is already a chicken on the other side. No 2 electrons can occupy the same energy state. So the beauty is, in the last 4 days, I'm sure that everybody thought differently, different concepts, new ideas, new networking took place. He ended the year excellently. So the reputation of VNR, VJ, IET is in the hands of Brahma Maheshwara. That is, who is Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwara? One is, of course, I don't name. Of course, principal has to be Brahma, management, principal, and all the deans and HODs. And IEEE, Dr. Padma said 3 people have helped. I call them also Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwara. 3 students who are helping. Of course, the Brahma is there here, Sadhya. He has been doing wonderfully well. So I take this opportunity to thank the Dr. Naidu, Dr. Padma, Dr. Shajia, of course, Dr. Sandhya, very smiling face. Many of them I met physically. One of the best places that I visited in India. I hope the new year. I wish in advance all of you a very happy, COVID-free New Year 2021. Thank you very much for your time. Take care. I stop here and over to Sajia.
Thank you so much, sir, for the words of wisdom and encouragement and abbreviation especially, and such a beautiful story. I'm sure many of us as engineers over here and also not would be able to relate to it. Thanks a lot. And because Dr. C.D. Naidu, our principal, is here, we'd like to invite him to address the gathering.
Thanks, Amma. Sir, good evening, sir. Sivaprakash garu. Namaskaram.
Namaskaram, namaskaram.
Great to see you, sir, virtually.
Yeah. So what to do?
Because of 2021, we have to meet only virtually. So thank you, sir. Thank you for joining this conference, including function, and Professor Sandhya Madam and our Director R&D, Subhananda Rao Garu, Padma Sai have done a great job in conducting this 4-day event, a very apt event on IoT and its applications. So I hope all the participants might have been benefited through the deliberations from the experts from different institutions. I also thank IEEE Telangana section for sponsoring this event financially and supporting from different corners to identify the experts. I congratulate the Department of EC and Dr. Padma Sai for organizing this conference. Thank you one and all for all the experts for joining this event in 4 days for delivering lectures. Thank you one and all. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the kind words and incredible support you've provided us with during this journey. Now, I would like to invite Mr. P. Bala Prasad, Secretary, IEEE Hyderabad section, to share a few words.
Okay, let me switch on my video. Thank you. I believe this was a wonderful program which has been conceptualized right in the beginning of the pandemic situations, and now it has been
Your audio is not
of different needs. Is my audio audible or not?
Some small, Yeah, go ahead. Please go ahead. Maybe you can switch off your video. Some bandwidth problem is there, possibly,
Video then.
Yeah.
Let me switch off my video. Hello. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. And respected Professor N.C. Sivaprakash Garu and Padma Sai Madam and other respected dignitaries, thank you for gracing this valedictory functions. On the behalf of IEEE Hyderabad section, I really congratulate the VNR VJIT management team who has meticulously executed this IEEE SPS Summer School on Internet of Things for Biomedical and Healthcare Applications program for the last 4 days in such a way that it has really oriented and resonated the need of the healthcare and its importance by leveraging the technologies like IoT, biomedical information systems, and other areas, and also bringing in some of the important digital technology concepts like fog computing, edge cloud, artificial intelligence, and mobile to cloud computing, and ethics, which is playing a very important role, and how the wearables in the IoT sensing can play a dominant role in driving the things, and also giving a deeper insights into signal processing techniques was also very, very important. I really appreciate the kind of a concepts you have brought in associated to the poster presentations on the biomedical applications, which really brought out some of the innovative things, as Shiva Prakash Garu said. It's all about bringing the innovation into the context and applying the creative thinking into the change. And the change is very much needed. This year has brought in certain good things, certain challenging things for us, and we have really graced this particular occasion by leveraging technology and riding upon it. And the Hyderabad section also stood up to these particular challenges, which provided the platform to create around 1,350 events in this particular financial year, which was not possible. And sometimes the challenges really extend our capabilities to do certain things beyond what we are capable to do. And really, these challenges helped us to bring certain more creative way of reaching to the people. And this virtual mode of reaching to the people and creating an impact really played an important role. I wholeheartedly congratulate all the volunteers who really supported this particular program. I congratulate all the resource persons who played an important role in bringing their experiences and sharing their thoughts as part of the sessions in the panel, and played a key role to the success of this program. And thank you everyone for making this particular program a huge success. At the end of this year, we will be signing off with a very, very satisfying outcome of this entire financial year. Thank you. Over to you, Sadia.
Thank you so much, sir, for acknowledging all our efforts and for the inspiring words. And thank you for the incredible support you've given us from the section also.
Yeah, pleasure.
Ma'am, do we have Amit sir with us? I don't think he is in the...
It's like not.
Okay. So, since Dr. Sandhya Kode is here, we would like to hear from you. I'd like to invite Dr. Sandhya Kode, who is the founder director, Enhance Edu, IEEE Hyderabad, and director of Vignana Jyothi, who is also a panel member for the panel discussion on empowerment of women, challenges and opportunities, to share a few words with us.
Thank you, Sadia. Again, it's wonderful to see you again. It seemed like just a couple of days ago you were hosting it right in the evening, this, and I really appreciate the effort of the IEEE section, Dr. Padmasai, and the whole team. I think it's an amazing effort that has been put together, especially in view of the pandemic. They have not cut short on the quality and the contribution of the people, and it's wonderful to see our chief guest. And thank you so much for your very warm welcome, Shiva Prakash Garu, and
Thank you.
your continuous comments and our new words for VNR VJIET. We appreciate that. And it is very interesting that you note this, because these have been kind of fundamental for what VNR VJIET actually stands for. The fundamental running principles have been of joy to attain excellence, innovation. So there's been an innovation hub, and you've seen participants of that and benefactors of that also be participating in the panel, which was very nice today. I was fortunate to be part of that for a little while, and then other demands took me away. But when you look at what it is that students need to get, and what is it that participants need to feel out of a conference, out of a school, you had all of the components there as part of the design, and you executed correctly. And I think I, for one, who participated in your panel discussion felt it was awesome. And it was great to see panelists and colleagues from across the world participate at that time. Colleagues who have met and known for a long time, Takako from Japan, Nita from US, and all of that. It was really wonderful. So I'm sure every single session had their own special experiences and special valuable takeaways. And I really appreciate Padma Sai for hanging in there from early morning till late night, probably not getting any sleep whatsoever, as does the rest of the team as well, but always looking fresh and wonderful, which is really great. I think a big kudos to that, to the whole team. And I really appreciate ending the year 2020 on a wonderful note. I think the real key is that VNR VJIET stands for a lot of good things. And that has been shown by the efforts, the continuous efforts of the whole college in terms of the shift to online teaching and learning, the systematic way in which everybody has adapted to being able to go online and work, and also how the student community, the student branch has stepped up several notches and taken ownership of their own role in this aspect, and partnered along with the faculty and the members of the IEEE in order to execute on this. It just shows that there is so much more learning and execution that's going on, which is really appreciating, what the huge miles that they have come across. This in itself is a big boon for the students, because in real life, this is what you get to actually see. It's not just listening to lectures and writing exams, but actually participating with people, being able to interact with people, being able to see what it is in a virtual way and still be able to absorb and take away the things and be able to do things. And I hope that all of the innovations in the healthcare that have been discussed in these sessions, all of the efforts that have been put in also somehow make it to our VJ Hub as well. And there will be more takers for coming up with newer ideas, and can partner and learn from people like Shiv Prakash Garu and many others who have come and helped out, both in terms of giving talks as well as the doing of the things. And each and every one of the heads have also supported. I see Manjula Sri and others that all pitched in, and it's Signals and Society. It's not about one branch. And that's the other thing about VNR VJIET is it's always encouraged cross-domain research and development, as is visualized by all of our labs and all of our collaboration. And the teaming for excellence has been a running thread that's been all across. So when you said E and T is excellence and teamwork, that's been part of our blood for a long time. So I appreciate that. And Joy, I cannot say more on that because our own special Dr. D.N. Rao Garu had come up with the happiness formula, and we have been working on imbibing this, because at the end of the day, we need to be happy doing what we are doing, and we need to be joyful. And it's not that something else external will give us joy, because that's always a rat race. You get something, you're happy, but then there's something more to get, and then you are again unhappy, and then you get happy. It's not about that at all. It's about your being happy, period. And then pursuing these as goals to literally lift you to another level, to see how you can contribute and support the larger community. And that has been also shown by very ably by all of the activities, especially this one you can see is a prime example of that, reaching out and touching so many people. And you can see also the contributions. The speakers have come across the domains from multiple branches. You know, there's Kiran from EIE and so on. So I don't want to go through the whole program. Padma's already done that. Padma Sai has. But I just am so excited about the fact that none of whatever is going on, the pandemic, the COVID, has affected the lifeblood and the enthusiasm with which the program has been conducted. You know, the smiling face of Sadia is such a joy to always see. And thank you, Sadia, for all your contribution and efforts. It's really been, you know, very well acknowledged. And big hand to you. It requires a lot for somebody to be on camera and for someone to be able to do things with presence of mind and be able to continue. And that is a real life skill. And I can speak from experience in industry that that is something that you need. And I've been very fortunate to have been associated with DNRV JET for a long time and work with all of the teachers in making the shift in teaching and learning to online. And now the real test has happened because nothing happens without a necessity, and the pandemic has brought that necessity. So there was a need for the shift. Until then, it is a nice to have. So nobody was really doing it in a full fashion. But when the shift needed to happen, then it just happened. And that's the beauty of it. And each and every step that has been sown in the summer school, I hope they serve as good seeds for many future trees to grow as 2021 comes along and more. And I hope that each of these sessions have given you special takeaways and you all benefit from that. And I thank you for the opportunity for sharing these few words. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the very kind words and the acknowledgement. It is always so inspiring to listen to you. And if, as a student, I can speak, I think I can speak on behalf of the other students also when we say that if we are developing today, it is only because of people like you, our faculty, and our management who has provided us with so incredible support. So, thank you for being here today. We acknowledge your hectic schedule. You still took out time for us, and thank you for your presence. We hope to see you on campus, and even Dr. N.C. Shiva, sir, too, on campus.
Thanks for your invitation. I'll come in 2021.
I'm sure we invited you earlier, but this happened.
We look forward for your presence, sir. It's just wonderful.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll come. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now, I invite Dr. A. Subhananda Rao Garu, Director of R&D, Vignana VJIT, to address the audience.
Good evening, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Loud and clear.
Fine. Professor Siva Prasad, other dignitaries and participants. DNR VJIT is celebrating this silver jubilee year this year. And we have a dynamic lady, very super active lady, Padma Sai, who has been spearheading the activities of IEEE in Hyderabad. And the way in which she has conducted is simply awesome. I was not fortunate to participate in these events, but the way in which it was conducted flawlessly and very disciplined way, it is really kudos to her. Now, the symposium is a very apt, that is summer school on IoT for medical and healthcare appliances. So this IoT in healthcare is like a magic now. Actually, it has opened a new world of possibilities in medicine. Yes. And simultaneous reporting and monitoring is the characteristic of this IoT in healthcare devices, especially wearables.
And a number of smart devices have come for cancer treatment, continuous glucose monitoring, closed loop insulin delivery, connected inhalers, ingestible sensors, connected smart contact lenses which will measure the tear glucose and find out whether the particular diabetes is there. Then Apple Watch app that monitors the depression and the coagulating system, whether the blood is going to coagulate or bleed, and research kit for Parkinson disease and asthma monitors, like whatnot. Many devices have come in this healthcare system using this IoT. All these devices use IoT, a small sensors powered by even Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. And this is making our world simpler for doctors and for the patients. So that is why there are so many benefits of this, like simultaneous reporting and monitoring, as I said, the end-to-end connectivity, data assortment and analysis, tracking and alerts, and remote medical assistance, redundant emergency, drug management, whatnot. So many advantages are there with this healthcare, and IoT is playing a major role in this. And some of the challenges I am seeing when I go through the literature, this like data security and privacy, this integration of multiple diseases and protocols, data overload and accuracy, especially cost, and lack of standards for tagging and monitoring with the sensors, reliability and complexity, privacy. These are all some of the challenges. I hope all these things would have been discussed in these 4 days. I am not aware of the program, what has happened, but still, I believe that all these things have been discussed. And I once again congratulate Professor Padma Sai, for wonderfully conducting this conference. And as you know that, as Shiva Prasad said, our institute is special focus is on research and innovation. It is a big differentiator for in all the engineering institutions in Telangana. That makes this institute as number 1 in Telangana. So we focus on innovation, we focus on research, and with this, by conducting this summer school, I hope all the students must have been activated, and the faculty and the participants must have been taking away many number of things, many number of technical knowledge along with them. And once again, I thank Padma Sai for bringing our flag high in domain of IEEE and everywhere. Like what Shiva Prasad said, I am very much impressed with what he has remarked and the new definition for VNR. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Like you mentioned, all the challenges and the opportunities and so many applications, they were discussed during the last 4 days. And we wish you would have been here to witness it also, but we acknowledge your hectic schedule again. And thank you for the wonderful words. And it goes without saying, Dr. Padma Sai, she is a dynamic personality, and true that it wouldn't have been possible without her presence over here. Thank you so much for being with us here today. I would now like to invite Dr. B. Chennakesava Rao, Director for Advancement and Dean of Academics, Vignana IET, to address the gathering.
Good evening to all of you. Respected Dr. Shiva Prakash Garu. Sir, hello sir, how are you, sir? Namaste.
Yeah, I know, I remember. Yeah. I think now, not virtually, I have seen every one of you. Good.
Exactly. Thank
nice,
you, sir.
Nice, so nice to have friends, so many friends in Vienna.
Subhanandra Garu and Padma Sai Madam and all heads of departments, deans, and my dear faculty, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the department for organizing this 4 days summer school. I think on the first day itself, I told you that IoT is one of the very important technology. I think especially in case of healthcare and biomedical and agriculture sector also, a lot of research is going on in this particular area. So the main objective of this school is only actually how to bring the new technologies and how to improve the research culture in VNR VGIT. That is the main objective actually. Nearly, sir, we have 140 faculty members with PhD qualification, and another 185 faculty are pursuing PhD. And we have even NDF scholars also, 6 NDF scholars at VNR VGIT, full-time scholars. And they're all doing, especially they're all doing AI, machine learning, and deep learning, and IoT technologies only, sir. Even some people are doing even the blockchain also. So that way, I think you're given right definition. That is a VJ IET. V is the actually vibrant, sir. So that is normally we used to call it as a vibrant. And J anyway joyful, because our presidents are used to say that. So first of all, if everybody is happy in the campus, definitely I think a lot of improvement will be there in teaching and learning process. So that is the main objective actually. And the third one is, I think, VJ IET. I is innovation, incubation, inventions. I think we used to call it as innovation, invention also, sir. So that way I think we are there in AIR ranking between 6th to 25th, sir, at all India level. And even NAC also, sir, they were given a very good grade actually for VNR VGIT. We got 3.73 out of 4, sir. I think you're all aware about all these things. But I think during the last 4 days, a lot of deliberations happened here. And I would like to thank all the experts. I think without their support, without their cooperation, it is not possible to conduct this type of training programs at VNR VGIT. And at the same time, I think for conducting of any event, actually, we need 3 components, sir. One is the actually experts, and the second one will be the delegates, also equally important, because without delegates, I think we cannot complete the process actually. And third one is actually sharing of the knowledge is also very, very important, sir. So in this connection, I think whatever the knowledge that I think gained by our faculty and as well as the delegates, definitely they're going to share this information to other fellow friends. That way, I think we can share the information across the globe. And so as for VNR VGIT is concerned, sir, actually, as on today, we are we are doing nearly 37 R&D projects worth about 3.5 crores, sir. And recently, we have published nearly 1,000 publications, sir, during the last 2 years, especially most of the publications either in Web of Science or SCI journals only, sir, and Scopus. And 50 patents during the last 5 years, we have published 50 patents, sir. So these are some of the credentials of our faculty and our students. I think they're all doing extremely good job. But at this moment, I think I request all the delegates, I think it is your duty to see that you have to produce the quality solution. Especially healthcare is a vast, I think, area. I think you can concentrate. Those who are pursuing PhD, please concentrate and try to provide quality solution to the citizens of this country, because everybody is looking for affordable solution. Okay, so that is the main objective of implementing the new technologies. So here we are calling all these technologies as measuring technologies, sir. So our DN Rao sir used to say that these are all the new technologies, emerging technologies, and all these technologies we are implementing at VNR VGIT since 2008, sir. Some of the technologies already we have implemented at VNR. So the center credit goes to all our management members, and Sandhya madam is also, she is here, and Subhananda Rao sir. I think all these people, they are supporting us actually to implement whenever the technology is there. Actually, our DN Rao sir used to say that first we have to implement at VNR VGIT. So that way, I think we have support from all the members, sir. And but in this connection, sir, I request you, sir, because being a intelligent person here in this platform, sir, we need support from you also. We want to explore some more research areas in the IoT and AI machine learning, deep learning also, sir. This year we have started 4 UG programs at VNR VGIT. One is IoT is also there, sir. Computer science with IoT, and computer science cyber security also we have started, and AI machine learning and data sciences. These 4 programs we have started this year, sir. And we need your support in designing a curriculum in such a way that I think it should be an innovative curriculum and it should be useful to the society, sir. I thank once again Padma Sai madam and all other people, whoever is involved in making this function a grand, sir. Yes, sir. Finally, at the end, I think I would like to request all the delegates, please keep in touch with us and see that whenever we are conducting the programs, I think you are responding. Definitely, I would like to thank each one of you for showing interest whenever we are conducting event. So I once again thank you all. I wish you all good luck. Wish you all happy New Year in advance. Thank you.
Now that you said, I give my offer to be the special invitee for your academic council. Whatever little I can contribute in this couple of years.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
If you need, you have plenty of people in Hyderabad, I know.
Yeah, we need it. When I was there in CBIT, I used to interact with you, sir.
I know, I remember you. I mean, we know.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
I know you are happy to be in Vignana.
Thank
of course, you are there in CBIT.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, sir.
World is small. I met him there. One of the institute assignment, I was there in the CBIT.
Exactly.
And, enjoyed his hospitality.
Thank you.
Over to Sajia.
Over to sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you for the generous offer you've made. Vignana VJIT would surely be very happy to have you. And thank you, Dr. Rao, for giving the valuable insights about Vignana VJIT, its statistics, achievements, and also the projects undertaken at our institute. We hope we'll get to organize more such events in the future, and hopefully with the support of such wonderful resource persons and dignitaries, Vignana VJIT will soar to greater heights in the near future. I now invite Dr. Arifuddin Sohail, Member of Executive Committee, IEEE Hyderabad Section, to share a few words.
Good evening to all the dignitaries present here. I would like to just say a few words in the sense that the IEEE Hyderabad Section is having around 10 society chapters: signal processing, communication systems, circuits and systems, robotics and automations, and all the others. And every society chapter has got a summer school of its own. They generously sponsor amounts up to $10,000 for conducts of these type of summer schools. And because of pandemic, that might be not really necessary. But what I would like to request Padmasai Madam and all the management members of VNR VJIT is to please start as many chapters as possible of IEEE in your college. And for every chapter, we can go ahead and bid for organizing these summer schools and winter schools and benefit all the IEEE community and the non-IEEE community also. Benefit not just the students, the faculty, and everyone involved, because we are able to get international and national expertise through these forums. So this is going to be a wonderful opportunity in future. I would urge the management of VNR VJIT to look forward in this direction and aim to conduct at least one summer school or winter school every year. Please try to have this as one of your annual goals. This is one recommendation from my side. Apart from that, as you have already mentioned, the principal and the director and deans, that you have been doing really good research and publications and patent and everything. I would like to convey my message through this channel to all the participants that having listened to such wonderful talks, what I want you to do is not just stop here, but convert these sessions that you have heard. I'm sure they will be providing the recordings into projects. So your BE students and ME students and PhD students should be able to take up projects in these advanced areas. These projects should again get converted into very good research papers, not just at VNR VJIT, but all the participants who are attending this session should take it back. And in fact, that is the purpose of IEEE, because the tagline of IEEE is advancing technology for humanity, and IEEE Hyderabad section is one of the best recognized chapters in India. We have won the R10 Outstanding Chapter Award, large section chapter award in 2015, 16 and 18. So 3 years with a gap of one year each. And we have a very good international presence. And it's programs like these which are going to consolidate our position at the Asia Pacific level and at the headquarters level. So with that, I would like to conclude. Sorry, I have kept my message restricted to the IEEE applications and IEEE orientation, because I felt as a member of IEEE, it's my moral and official responsibility to talk more about IEEE, and that's what I have done. But I would like to thank the entire organizers for having me over for this valedictory session. And I wish you many more such sessions in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sahil sir. Thank you for the valuable suggestions. We'll surely try to implement these, and with the support of section, we'll hopefully be the host to one of summer or winter school every year from different chapters. Thank you so much for being here and gracing this occasion with your presence. With this, we have come towards the end of the valedictory ceremony.
Yes, Dr. Shiv Prakash Gar.
No. Just when he told, I remember 5 P's: problem, project, product, patent, placement.
Yes.
So hope some of these will become these 5 P's. Repeat, Sajia. Repeat 5 P's.
I remember project. Could you please come again?
Problem.
Problem, yes.
Problem, project, product, patent, placement.
Okay.
Okay.
Should I?
No quiz question.
I can do it, but okay.
And Sadia, for the purpose of actually making things happen, you can add process to it.
Yes, process.
We have 6 P's.
Yes.
That is going in an order. Problem, identifying
first order is problem. Yeah, problem. Finally, you can order them. Okay, don't worry. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. And with this, we have come towards the end of the valedictory ceremony and of the 4-day event. To conclude this event, I request Dr. P. Kishore, Program Chair, Vignana VJIT, who has been working towards the success of this event for months, to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sadia. A very good evening to the distinguished guests, Executive Committee members of IEEE Hyderabad section, participants, and my dear team. I deem it a great privilege to propose the vote of thanks for the 4-day IEEE SPS Summer School on Internet of Things for Biomedical and Healthcare Applications. First and foremost, I would like to thank IEEE Signal Processing Society for sanctioning this summer school and providing financial support. I thank our chief guest, Dr. N.C. Shivprakash, Professor of IISc Bangalore. Despite your busy schedule, you spent your valuable time to grace this occasion. We thank you for your kindness and your interest. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
I express my heartfelt thanks to the management, principal, directors, and deans of VNR VJ IET for giving us this kind of support and encouragement. Your words of encouragement and able guidance has always pushed us to do better and better. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for all IEEE Signal Processing Society, IEEE Hyderabad section, and IEEE WIE Affinity Group. We thank you for giving us this wonderful opportunity to host an event such as this at our institute. I would like to express our sincere thanks to all the panelists, moderators, speakers of various sessions, and the chairs of the poster presentations for accepting the invitation and sparing their valuable time by sharing their years of knowledge and experience with us. Thank you, Dr. Amit, Chair IEEE Hyderabad section, and Mr. Bala Prasad, Secretary IEEE Hyderabad section, for the continuous support and guidance. I also wish to express my gratitude to the heads of various departments and the faculty of VNR VJ IET for their valuable contribution, guidance, and encouragement in all our efforts. My big thanks to Dr. Y. Padmasai, Professor and Head of ECE, Dean Student Progression, VNR VJ IET, and Chair Women in Engineering Affinity Group, IEEE Hyderabad section. With her dynamic and resilient nature, she has made sure that this event would be a great success and handled it from end to end. The institute trusts her with so many responsibilities, and IEEE does too, but only because she has proven her potential many times before. She has never failed us, and has always supported us in our endeavors. This event wouldn't have been success without you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to acknowledge our gratitude to the organizing committee and student volunteer team of IEEE VNR VJIET student branch, especially Tarun and Sadia, who knew the team well and understood everyone's strengths and executing tasks and ensuring everything was in place. Also, I would like to thank the design team Kamal and Lavanya. I would like to thank Mr. P. Pradeep and Srihari from VNR VJIET and Mr. Venu from IEEE Hyderabad section for their continuous help and support in live streaming and hosting the event. Thanks to our alumni Rahul and Karthik for developing the website for this event. And my heartfelt thanks to the participants and everyone present here today and whoever got involved behind the curtains to make this event a grand success. With this, I conclude my vote of thanks and wish you all a very happy new year, and we hope to collaborate more with IEEE and the section in the upcoming year too. Thank you so much.
Very good, very good.
Thank you.
Adya, I request all the panel members, please switch on your videos once.
Ah, there you are. Good. I wanted to leave at 4:35. I took permission from Dr. Padma, but I could not have resisted. 1 more hour I sat through. Learned a lot. Good.
Sivaprakash, I am alumni of IAC, 1975, aerospace.
Oh, great. Very nice.
Roll of honor.
Huh?
Roll of honor.
Great.
Photograph.
Oh, yeah, wonderful. Nice,
I have
nice.
seen you somewhere. Actually, I am not able to recollect.
See, I'm Shiva, you know, I'm there everywhere. Somewhere, you know, some assignment. Yeah, good, good. I'm very happy to see Alma Mater. Very nice.
Thank you, sir, for all members' support. With all your support, we are able to execute this event successfully. I thank all members. I wish you Happy New Year. I wish 2021 with flying colors without any COVID. So I wish to see all of you in our campus. Thank you one and all for your presence during
So, till the next year, like, you know, our mythology says, you sleep, don't wake up till tomorrow sunrise. Take rest.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Keshav. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
From me and from all in VNR, wish you all a happy new year and stay healthy and safe. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Same to you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Same to you.
With the permission of everybody, I'll take a leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Padma.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Sanya ma'am, for your wonderful time and contribution.
You're very welcome, Masai. And Sadia, you can see a role model in Dr. Padmasai in terms of empowerment.
Yes, yes.
And she has been on that path, and there is no stopping her. And there are many such examples right in our college, and you will see those. And many more outside as well. And welcome to the team, and thank you all.
You, for example, thank you for accepting our invite, ma'am, and being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sandhya, Sadia, Tarun, Lavanya, Pratyusha, Darshan, Hi Kamal.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Praneeth,